Hello everyone. This is an introduction to Microsoft Azure fundamentals. We will also see what are the examination topics for AZ-900. Azure is a cloud computing platform which offers more than 200 plus services. Azure is a public cloud infrastructure. The services can be classified as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. Under infrastructure as a service, it is a core services which includes compute, networking, and storage services. Under platform as a service, there are services like web applications, containers, and Kubernetes. Under software as a service, we have Office 365. Also, we have services for artificial intelligence and machine learning. So, why do you want to learn Azure fundamentals? This is a start for your cloud learning path. You understand the basics of Azure cloud infrastructure and the services which are being offered. If you are going for next level of certification or Azure Cloud, which is AZ-900 Azure Fundamental course, this course will provide the basic ground further to enhance and upgrade your cloud skills. If you are planning for a certification, which is AZ-900 Azure Fundamental exam, this exam focus on 3 domains. These 3 domains are describe cloud concepts, which has the weightage of 25 to 30%, describe Azure architecture and services, which has weightage of 35 to 40%, describe Azure management and governance, which has 32 to 35% of weightage. From these, you will have the questions. And you need to understand the topics which are related to these domains. I have created the entire course as per the Microsoft study guide. You can go through the course and clear the certification. Thank you and all the best. See you in the course. Let us see the modules and topics required for AZ-900 Azure Fundamental course and skills required to pass the examination. This is a fundamental exam, not a difficult one to clear. Just we need to understand the basics of cloud computing and the services which are offered by Microsoft Azure. There is no need to deep dive into the concepts. All we require is to understand these services and why these services are used. There are 3 modules. Each module has multiple topics. In cloud concepts, we understand shared responsibility, cloud models, consumption-based CAPEX versus OPEX-based models, pricing models, and serverless. In benefits of cloud services, we will take a look at high availability, scalability, reliability, and predictability, security governance, and managing Azure cloud. Also, we will understand. In cloud service types, we understand about infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, and also we will understand what are the use cases for all these service types. In the second module, Azure Architecture and Services, we have the core architectural components of Azure. In this, we will understand about region, region pairs, sovereign region, availability zones, Azure Data Center, resources, resource group, and subscription and management group. In Azure Compute and Networking, we learn about compute types, containers, virtual machines, and functions. Also, we learn about virtual machine options, VM scale sets. In application hosting, we learn about web apps, containers, and virtual machines. For VNET, we will go through about topics related to virtual network, subnets, DNS, VPN gateways, express route, public and private endpoints. For storage services, we learn about storage services, storage TS, redundancy options, storage account, storage types, and also we learn about Azcopy, Azure Storage Explorer, Azure File Sync for moving the files. And for data migration, we learn about services like Azure Migrate and Data BOX. For identity and access management, we learn about Microsoft Entra ID, single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and passwordless authentication. Understand about B2B, B2C for external access, conditional access, RBAC, concept of Zero Trust, DoD model, and Microsoft Defender for cloud. For the third module, there are topics related to Azure management and governance. We will look into cost management in Azure and the factors which can affect cost in Azure, TCO and pricing calculator, management capabilities in Azure, purpose of tax, governance and compliance, Microsoft Purview, Azure Policy, resource locks, topics related to management tools, concepts of Azure Arc, infrastructure as a code, which includes ARM templates and also the bicep, and the topics related to monitoring tools. Let us continue with the topics for AZ-900 Azure Fundamental course. All the best and good luck. In this topic, we will see what is cloud computing. Cloud computing is the delivery of computing services over the internet. We have the cloud service provider who is going to provide the services. There are more than 200 services which is offered by Microsoft Azure. If we are accessing those services using the internet, then it is called as public cloud. So computing services include common IT services such as virtual machines, which is commonly referred as VMs, storage, databases, and networking. There are three main core services which are compute, storage, and networking. Cloud services also expand the traditional IT offerings to include things like IoT, ML, and artificial intelligence. So now there are new services which has been added like artificial intelligence, machine learning services, and IoT services, which also can be accessed using the internet. Since cloud computing uses the internet to deliver these services, there is no need for the constraint of the physical infrastructure like you have in your traditional data center. In your traditional data center, you need to deploy all these services, which is going to take months together. Say, suppose if you wanted to deploy the services for artificial intelligence or machine learning or services for IoT, Kubernetes, it is going to take many days or months together to deploy all these services. Since the infrastructure is already available in cloud, you use the internet to access all these services. You need to pay for the services what you are going to use. And you can deploy these services rapidly. So in summary, cloud computing is the on-demand delivery of IT services. There are three main services which are called as infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, which are all accessed by the internet. What are the benefits of cloud computing? Broad range of services. You have more than 200 plus services in Azure, including compute, storage, networking, Kubernetes, Docker, web apps. These are the services which you will be able to access, deploy, configure, and set up to run your business applications. And also there are next-gen applications which use artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, sensors, Kubernetes. All these services can be deployed using the cloud service provider. So when you consume the services on cloud, how are you going to pay for the services what you have consumed? In cloud, it is called as OPEX model, which is nothing but operational expenditure model. In traditional data center, it is called as capital expenditure model because we have to deploy the hardware, software, licenses, and also we need to have our own facility. Either it can be rented facility or it can be co-location, but we need to have some kind of facility where we can place our hardware, servers, storage, and networking. On top of this, we have to buy the licenses for the operating system and applications what we are going to use. Whereas in the cloud, it is operational expenditure model. You use the services and you pay for what you are going to use. You use the web application, you pay for the web application. If you are running a virtual machine, you pay for the virtual machine based on per hour billing charges. And rapid deployment. Build, deploy, and consume the services with less time. If you wanted to build the same services in your data center, it is going to take days or months together. Whereas in cloud, all these services are available. You need to use the console or CLI to access all these services and deploy these services for your application or your business requirement. Rapid elasticity. In cloud, it is very easy to scale up or scale down the resources. Resources are nothing but the CPU, memory, and disk. If I wanted to increase or decrease the CPU speed, which is gigahertz, I can increase or I can decrease for the virtual machine. And if I wanted to increase or decrease the memory, I can increase or decrease. The disk size, I can increase or decrease. This is nothing but scale up and scale down. If I am decreasing, it is called as scale down. If I am increasing the resources for a virtual machine, then it is scale up. Scale out and scale in is basically adding more compute power, more virtual machines. So I add more virtual machines, it is scale out. And if I am decreasing the virtual machine count, then it is scale in. For example, if I wanted to increase the size of the virtual machine, say this virtual machine is B2 standard. I wanted to increase the size of the virtual machine of B2 standard by adding more CPU and more memory. So this is scale up. So I am increasing the memory or the CPU. If I have some big billion day sale, okay, so there are too much of traffic. So let us say there is a sale for my e-commerce platform, and I wanted to add more virtual machines based on the demand. So I add virtual machines. So I wanted to add more virtual machines based on the demand for my e-commerce sale. So I have added virtual machine 1 to virtual machine 100. Say for example, August 15th for Independence Day sale, and till August 31st, we have the sale. So I will retain the virtual machines 1 to 100 because I have the sale going on from these dates. So once the sale is done in my e-commerce platform, I will decrease because there is no demand anyway. I am going to decrease this to 25. So virtual machine 1 to 25. So the rest of the virtual machine, 75 virtual machines, I can remove or delete. This is nothing but scale in. So I have removed the virtual machine. This is scale in. I have added the virtual machine. This is scale out. So this was an overview of the cloud computing, and these are some of the benefits when you use the cloud service provider. It can be Microsoft Azure, AWS, or Google. In this topic, we'll discuss about shared responsibility model. Shared responsibility is what responsibility lies with the service provider who is providing the cloud services and the responsibility of the end user who is consuming the cloud services. So whenever we are dealing with on-prem environment, we know that the company is responsible for maintaining the physical space. So this is nothing but the data center itself. In the data center, the company is responsible for power, cooling, cable, so cabling, and all the connections. And also the company is responsible for ensuring the security. So this includes end-to-end security. So end-to-end security includes physical security, network security, and the data security itself. So company is responsible for all this security. And also if there is any hardware issues, company is responsible for replacing those hardwares. They need to have proper inventory of all the hardware devices in the infrastructure, and they need to have contract with third party vendor. So this is to maintain the hardware devices. And the IT department is responsible for maintaining all the infrastructure related hardware and software needed to keep the data center up and running. So this was related to our on-prem environment. Let us look into Azure Cloud. Whenever we are deploying any resources on the Azure Cloud, we are basically operating in a shared responsibility model. The responsibility gets shared between the cloud provider and the consumer. Physical security, power, cooling, and network connectivity are responsibility of the cloud provider. There are some of the areas for which the consumer is responsible. Let us see what are the areas for which consumer is responsible. This picture basically shows what is the responsibility of the customer and what is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. So we know that whenever we are dealing with on-prem environment, it is end-to-end responsibility of the customer. So on-prem, end-to-end responsibility is of customers or the organization. When it comes to infrastructure as a service, there are three areas for which Microsoft is responsible, which is cloud service provider responsibility. And from operating system onwards, this is the area customer is responsible, because whenever we are creating a virtual machine, so infrastructure as a service is virtual machine, we choose the image and we deploy the operating system. Maintaining the virtual machine, patching with security packs and updates. So everything is customer responsibility, and also the backup part. So for these, customer is responsible from operating system onwards. For platform as a service, there are some areas for which Microsoft and the customer both are responsible, which includes network controls, applications, identity and directory infrastructure, and these are responsibility of the cloud service provider, which includes operating system, physical host, physical network, and data center. So anything which you see physical is always responsibility of the cloud service provider, because the end user is not going to host any physical devices into the cloud infrastructure. So it is all maintained and managed by the cloud service provider itself. And when it comes to software as a service, information and data devices, the devices which you use to access the software as a service applications, and the accounts and identities, all these are all comes under customer responsibility. And there is one area, identity and directory service infrastructure. This is shared responsibility, which is cloud service provider and the customer. And everything below this, it will be cloud service provider, from application to physical data center. When you use any cloud service provider, you will be always responsible for the data what you are storing and the devices whatever you are using to access the data and applications, and the access whichever you are granting for the users and groups. So for all these, the customer will be responsible. And the cloud provider is always responsible for the physical data center, physical network, and physical hosts. And the service model, whatever you are using, It determines the responsibility for operating system, network controls, applications, identity, and infrastructure. So basically, whenever you use infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service, so these surveys determine the responsibility of all these areas. So this was an overview about shared responsibility model. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure. So what is Azure? Azure is a Microsoft public cloud computing platform or cloud service platform. Azure provides more than 200 plus products and services. These services are offered in multiple geopolitical locations, which are called as regions. Region is not specific to a country. So if I take US for example, let us take US. There are multiple regions in US itself. We have East US, Central US, and West US. Each region will have multiple availability zone. At minimum, we have 3 availability zones, and these zones will have multiple data centers. So if a customer wanted to choose the Azure Cloud Service Platform to host their services, they can deploy the services in their nearest location. Choosing the nearest location is basically for data security and locality, also to avoid any kind of latency. Whenever we choose to deploy our services onto the cloud service platform, we will be working in operational expenditure model. So this is OPEX model. We don't use CAPEX model. Capital expenditure is like we don't require any hardware, we don't require the data center, and we don't require the licenses. So we will be eliminating the capital cost of buying and maintaining the physical IT systems. Azure is far more cost efficient, powerful, agile, reliable, and secure than on-prem environment. Let us see the types of cloud services which are offered by Azure. There is an infrastructure as a service which is called as IaaS. With IaaS, we rent IT infrastructure, which is the servers and the virtual machine. Storage and network also comes under infrastructure as a service. All we need to do is we need to provision the virtual machines. This will be our infrastructure as a service. We pay as you go. So whatever we are consuming on the cloud services, we are going to pay only for that. When we choose infrastructure as a service, we need to maintain and manage the virtual machines. We need to maintain the security updates, security patches, and also we need to ensure that the data is secure. We need to take the backup of this virtual machine. All these responsibility comes under the customer. If I wanted to quickly provision the services without worrying about the underlying infrastructure like servers, storage, network, and database, I don't want to provision the virtual machine. I don't want to maintain the virtual machine. I don't want to take care of the service pack, updates, and backups. Under platform as a service, everything will be managed by Azure. I can quickly provision the services like web application, mobile apps, containers, functions, Kubernetes as a service. So all these are all services which comes under platform as a service. Software as a service is a method for delivering software applications over the internet. Office 365 is the best example for the software as a service. We can take example of CRM applications, Salesforce. So all these are all cloud-based applications. It comes under software as a service. Under software as a service, cloud providers host and manage the software application and underlying infrastructure, and even handle the maintenance like software upgrades and security patching. User connect to the application over the internet, usually with a web browser. So user will be using their own device, use their browser, access these software as a service application over the internet. User will be using their own device, use the browser to connect to the software as a service application over the internet. Let us see what are the services which comes under infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. If I take infrastructure as a service, compute, storage, networking. So these are the three main core services. Along with this, we have Azure VMware solution and VM skill sets. Under platform as a service, we have database. So this is database as a service like SQL, Cosmos DB, web application, functions, containers. So this is Azure Container Instance and Kubernetes as a service, which is Azure Kubernetes as a service. Under software as a service, we have Office 365, Azure DevOps, Azure Migrate, database migration tool, site recovery, which is also called as Azure Site Recovery, and Azure Backup. So these are the services which falls under infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and software as a service. To understand more about regions, you can visit this particular website, which is Microsoft website. You will be able to see the listing of each geographic location, and also under each geographical location, you will see the regions which are available, and each region you will be able to see what are the availability zones and where exactly it is located. Some of the regions does not have availability zone still, and some of the regions has availability zones. So this was an overview about Azure Cloud. In this topic, we'll discuss about cloud deployment models. There are three main cloud deployment models: private, public, and hybrid. In private cloud, the organization owns the entire infrastructure. So if they have the private cloud infrastructure, organization owns the entire. The organization is solely responsible for their infrastructure, and they don't share their infrastructure to any other customer. So this private cloud is solely owned by the organization and used by the organization for their services. Private cloud provides greater control of the IT infrastructure. The hardware and the data is under control of the organization. Cost to procure and host the infrastructure is high. Organization can build the private cloud in their own data center, or they can even choose the third-party data center. What they will be doing is they have the hardware layer. On top of the hardware layer, they will use the virtualization layer. So this virtualization layer can be of Hyper-V, VMware, or Citrix. And on top of the virtualization layer, they will have orchestration layer. So this orchestration layer will deploy the services. So whenever we are building the private cloud infrastructure, very often we see these private cloud are capable of doing only infrastructure as a service, or very rarely we will see it can be used for platform as a service, and software as a service, it is very rare to see in private cloud. Let us see what is public cloud. In public cloud, there is no hardware to manage, no data center space required. All the resources are shared between multiple customers. To access public cloud, all we need is, let us say, we wanted to access Azure cloud. All we need to have is subscription and internet. So we'll be able to deploy the services onto the cloud. A public cloud is built, controlled, and maintained by a third-party cloud provider. So in this particular case, it's Microsoft who owns the public cloud infrastructure. This is for the Azure cloud. And we can deploy the services very fast, which is not possible in the private cloud. Like if I wanted to deploy web applications or functions, I'll be able to easily deploy on the public cloud service platform rather than deploying in the private cloud. For me, it is very easy to deploy the services on the public cloud. Let us say what is hybrid cloud. Hybrid cloud is the combination of private cloud and public cloud. Let us say we have our own private cloud infrastructure in our own data center. So this is my private cloud. And there are some of the services which are not available in the private cloud, for which I'll be using the public cloud. So this is the Azure public cloud. I can have connection between private and public cloud using site-to-site connection or express route. If I wanted to access some of the services like containers, let us say I have virtual machines which are created inside my private cloud. I have hundreds of virtual machines. I wanted to back up all these virtual machines. I can configure the backup to move all the backup to the public cloud environment. I can create storage account and I'll be able to move all my backup to this particular storage account. Or if I wanted to use public cloud for identity and access management, I can use Entra ID for identity as a service so that all the services which are deployed in the private cloud can authenticate using the public cloud. And if I wanted to use some of the services in the public cloud, container as a service, Kubernetes as a service, and functions, Office 365, I can actually integrate with the public cloud, because if I wanted to build all these services, it will take time in my private cloud environment, and it is also not very easy to build these kind of services inside the private cloud. So basically, for the services which are very difficult to deploy and manage inside the private cloud, I'll be using the public cloud in this environment. And the combination of using both the services inside the private cloud and public cloud, it will be hybrid cloud environment. Let us do the comparison of cloud models. In public cloud, there is no capital expenditure. In private cloud, we have capital expenditure for the data center, for the hardware, for the operating system licenses, software licenses, everything the organization has to procure and manage. And also they need to keep the inventory of all the infrastructure resources. In hybrid cloud provides the most flexibility, because we are combining the resources which are not available in the private cloud and using those services in public cloud. So in public cloud, we'll be able to quickly provision and deprovision the services and resources. In private cloud, data is not co-located with other organizations' data. So in public cloud, basically, we share the resources with other customers. In private cloud, it is solely one company's infrastructure and the data is completely in control with the organization. And when it comes to hybrid cloud, we have an option to choose where our application is running. If my application is business critical and it is very critical application, I can choose it to run in my private cloud environment. I can also use the less critical application in the public cloud infrastructure. So I have the option over here. So I can decide where the application has to run, whether it has to run in public cloud or private cloud. And the payment method in public cloud is we will be paying only for the resources what we have consumed, and we will be charged on monthly basis. In private cloud, we need to purchase the infrastructure related hardware, and also we need to maintain those hardware as well. When it comes to the control over resources and security, in public cloud, the customer doesn't have control over the resources and security. It will be shared responsibility between the cloud service provider and the customer. In private cloud, organization has full control of their hardware and their infrastructure, and also they need to do maintenance and update for any hardware devices and also software. In hybrid cloud, since organization can decide which application has to run on which cloud service platform, they have the control over security, compliance, and legal requirements. Let us see what is multi-cloud. In a multi-cloud scenario, you will be using multiple cloud service provider. If you are running your services inside Azure cloud, you might be requiring the high availability or DR setup for your infrastructure, and you don't want to deploy all the resources into the same cloud service provider. Hence, you will choose another cloud service provider for your HAR DR requirements. And also, it can be like if you don't have the services in one of the cloud service provider, you can actually integrate your application if there are some of the services which are available in another cloud service provider. Also, it can be like you have hosted all your services and resources in one of the cloud service provider. It can be AWS or Google, and you are in the process of migrating from AWS and Google to Azure. So basically, in a multi-cloud environment, we will be dealing with two or more public cloud providers. So in hybrid cloud model, we'll be dealing with private and public. But in multi-cloud environment, what we'll be doing is we'll be dealing with two or more public cloud providers. It will be public and public. It will be Azure, AWS, or Google. So we will be dealing with two or more cloud service provider. Let us see what is Azure Arc. I have a separate topic in upcoming session for Azure Arc. So Azure Arc is a separate service. It is a unified management portal to manage your on-prem environment. You can also manage the other cloud service resources. So you need to onboard the resources which you wanted to manage using the Azure Arc. So basically it is a single view where you will be managing the on-prem resources and even the other cloud services resources into a single management portal, which is Azure Arc. All you need to do is you need to onboard the resources which you wanted to manage using the Azure Arc. There are some of the resources which can be managed using Azure Arc. Not all the resources are supported at this time. You need to check the documentation, the resources which are supported for Azure Arc. We can onboard some of the resources like physical server. If physical server is running inside the data center or on-prem environment, we will be able to onboard the physical servers into the Azure Arc to manage. And also if we are using VMware vCenter, we will be able to manage all the VMware virtual machines using Azure Arc. So we need to onboard these resources inside the Azure Arc, and we can also onboard SQL Server as well. So check the documentation for the resources which are supported for Azure Arc. There are number of resources which are supported at this particular time. So it is always better to check the documentation and onboard those resources inside the Azure Arc. Let us see what is Azure VMware solution. If an organization has already using the VMware infrastructure like they have the VMware clusters running in their data center. Let us say this is ESX environment or vSphere environment, which they are already using. And if they wanted to leverage the VMware solution on the Azure cloud, they can use the Azure VMware solution. The solution what Azure is providing is a validated design. So this is a validated design for VMware. And at minimum, we can use 3 hosts. 3 hosts will be provided by Azure, and it can go up to 16 hosts. On these 3 bare metal servers, there will be a vSphere installed, and you will be also provided with vCenter, vSAN, and NSX. So these services will be provided by Microsoft. This is a fully managed service by Microsoft Azure. There is no need to worry about the licenses for vSphere, vCenter, vSAN, and NSX. All you need to do is you need to pay only for the usage, and you will be able to build your virtual machine seamlessly on your data center or inside the Azure VMware solution. And if you have Express Route, you can seamlessly integrate the applications which are running in the on-prem environment with the Azure VMware solution. This was an overview about cloud deployment models. In this video, we will see what is capital expenditure or CAPEX and operational expenditure, which is also called as OPEX model. In capital expenditure, the organization uses upfront cost. The organization makes upfront cost to purchase the hardware and software. They also manage the data center. They will purchase the hardware by paying the upfront cost for all this hardware. In capital expenditure, the organization maintains the assets. Assets are nothing but the employee of the organization, hardware, software, and the data center. So when it comes to cloud works under consumption-based model. Basically, cloud works under operational expenditure model. There is no need for you to pay upfront cost for using the services. We pay only for the resources what we use. So we use virtual machine. We pay for the virtual machine. We use managed disks. We pay for the managed disks. If you are using the databases, then we pay only for the database usage. So this is called as consumption-based model under which the cloud works. There is also a flexibility of utilizing more resources when required. For example, if I have a requirement or if there is a project which requires 100 virtual machines, I can simply configure and install 100 virtual machines with very less time using the cloud service provider. If I have a requirement of using terabyte of spaces, then I can use the managed disks or the blob storage, which is offered by the Azure. Then I can pay for whatever the consumption I have made on the cloud. And also, if there is a requirement for me to test the databases with less time, I can build these databases using Azure or any other cloud service provider, test the databases on cloud. Then, once the testing is complete, I'll be able to destroy all these databases so that there will be no more cost attached to the resources which I have consumed. In this video, we will see what are the cloud pricing models which are available for Azure. Whenever you are preparing for an Azure exam, you also need to consider about the costing. Operational expenditure cost depend on these factors: the resource type, what you are going to use, the consumption, maintenance, and the geography where the services are hosted, the subscription type, whether it is a pay-as-you-go subscription or you have an enterprise subscription, and what kind of discounts you have with your enterprise subscription. And also, when you are choosing different services from Azure Marketplace, there might be services which are not available directly from Azure itself, but there are some services which are offered by third-party vendors like Viata, Commvault, or third-party services, even Salesforce, Oracle. So they provide the services using Azure Marketplace. From there, you will be able to choose their services, which is third-party services, and you will be able to deploy those services using the Azure infrastructure. So when it comes to virtual machine, you can deploy the virtual machine as a single virtual machine, or you can deploy the virtual machine in multiple zones. For example, if this is an application tier and you have some application hosted on this particular virtual machine, you wanted to have zone redundancy, you will deploy two virtual machines, one in AZ1, availability zone 1, and availability zone 2. And you have the load balancer. You have the load balancer here. So when you deploy the virtual machine in two different availability zones, then you will be paying 2 times of the cost. If you are deploying only one virtual machine, then the cost will be 1 time. So this is how the costing works in Azure. So it is based on the resource type, what you are going to select, and how many resources you are going to use for a particular workload or a service. If you are using web app, then you have an option to select the tier. It will start from free, shared, and standard, premium, and isolated tier. So depending upon what you are selecting, what type of SKU you are selecting or SKU you are selecting, based on that you will be charged. If you are selecting free, not all the options will be available when you choose the web app. If you are using shared, you will get some of the options which are available in free, and you will get additional options in shared. Whereas when you select standard and premium, you will get a lot of options to deploy the web application. It might contain the backup option. It might contain the SSL or SSL TSL termination, and also you can integrate with the CDN. So these are the options which you will get based on the tier what you are going to select. When it comes to managed disks, there are multiple types of managed disks which are available. Based on that, we will be charged. We will see with the pricing calculator how these charge are different when you use managed disk. And if you are using Kubernetes as a service, this is the Kubernetes. The number of nodes what you are using and size of each node, networking cost, so all these are all involved when you select Kubernetes. When you choose directory as a service, container as a service, and database as a service, load balancer as a service, so there will be different cost attached to each of these services. So basically all these costs will depend on the resource type what you are going to use and the consumption of all these resources which you are going to provision to your infrastructure, and how you are going to maintain these resources. And also each geography has a different costing. If you are using US as a region, then there will be a different cost for the services which you deploy. If you take example of Europe, then there might be change in the costing. And also subscription type, as I said earlier, pay-as-you-go subscription and enterprise agreement subscription has a different costing method. And Azure Marketplace, as I said, that also comes into picture. So I am into Microsoft portal, which has this pricing calculator for Azure. You can select the services which you wanted to deploy. For example, if I select the compute option, I can select the virtual machine. If I select the virtual machine, then it is adding the virtual machine. If I select the region, this is basically the geography which I talked earlier. So if you are selecting UK South, then there might be a different pricing. The costing is here. And if you select US, there will be a different cost. And also you can select what operating system you want, Linux or Windows. You can select, there are options which are available from the type of operating system. And here you wanted to select basic tier or standard tier. And also from this queue, you can select how many cores, how many RAM you require for the virtual machine. So based on the size, what you are going to select, the cost will change. So basically, whenever you are checking for any costing part, you need to come to this particular page and select the pricing calculator. So you have option here. Under pricing, you have option to calculate the pricing. You can also calculate the total cost of ownership, and also you can select this option to optimize the cost. So now we are into pricing calculator. So if I select networking, even for the IP address, there is a charge. When you use the virtual network, it doesn't cost anything when you deploy the virtual network on Azure. But when you are using the peering, VNET to VNET peering, then there is a cost. So if you select Traffic Manager, you can see what is the cost attached to the Traffic Manager. So there is monthly cost of $70, and I am deploying the Traffic Manager in East US location. So this is the cost attached to it. So how many DNS queries you wanted to make with the Traffic Manager, and do you require health check for the Traffic Manager, and what are the endpoints you wanted to connect, either it is an internal endpoint or an external endpoint, and there are some other options which you can choose. If I select the storage, you'll go to the storage accounts. From the storage account, you can see there are multiple options available. If I select managed disks, then you will be able to see there are different tier under managed disks. There is standard HDD, standard SSD, premium, and ultra disk. So based on the disk type what you are going to select, the cost will differ. For example, if I select ultra disk, it has gone to monthly $5.79. If I select premium SSD, you can see the cost. It is compared to the ultra disk, it is very less. Monthly $5.79 for 4 gig. And if I select premium SSD version 2, the cost per month is only 0.08. That is for the 4 gig of the storage. So this is 1 gig of storage, and you have number of disks. And also you need to remember one thing: whenever you are selecting the disks, based on the type of disk selection, the minimum storage capacity will differ. So premium SSD version 2, we can use minimum of 1 GB, but when you use ultra disk, so you need to select minimum of 4 gig. So it is starting from the 4 GB, then it goes up incrementing 4 plus 4. If I select web application, then you can select the app services. And you can see what is the cost for the app services per month. And if you are using this size of instance, which is basic instance, if I select the instance size as be 3-4 core, then the cost will differ here. If I select premium V3, then the monthly cost is going to change. So this is how you can use the pricing calculator. You can visit this particular website and check for each and every services what will be the costing for each and every services offered by Azure. In this video, let us discuss about serverless compute and see what is this serverless compute all about. Serverless compute doesn't mean there is no servers. Whenever you provision any serverless services on Azure Cloud, Azure will provide the underlying infrastructure, which is nothing but the virtual machine, the storage, and the networking. These underlying components will provide the serverless services, the compute power, memory, storage space, and networking. For example, if I choose web application or web app as the serverless services, the underlying infrastructure will be provisioned and managed by Azure, because this is a platform as a service. Whether it is a server-based application or serverless application, you require 3 main important components, which is compute, storage, and networking. These are the 3 main important components which are required to run any server-based or serverless application. When you deploy a serverless services onto the Azure cloud, Azure will provide this part, which is nothing but the underlying infrastructure. The developer or the end user should not concern about the platform on which it is running. Azure will provide the platform and also it will provide the runtime for the application. So the developer will write a code for the application. It can be .NET application, Java based application, or Python, Ruby based application. He will write the code for the application, and the runtime for that application will be provided by Azure. So the developer will choose the preferred language to write the code. It can be Java code or Python code. He will deploy that code onto the Azure serverless services, which can be web application. Once he deploys that code, Azure will provide the runtime. He has to choose the size for the web application to run. Size is nothing but the underlying infrastructure for the web application to run. It is compute, memory, storage, and networking part. Also, there are many services offered under serverless services. These services are Kubernetes services, queue storage, functions, multi-factor authentication, and search. When it comes to serverless computing, you need to remember that the end user or the organization will not manage the underlying infrastructure. The underlying infrastructure will be always managed by Azure Cloud or the cloud service provider. End user or organization will always consume the service. They will not maintain and manage the infrastructure. This is one of the advantage of platform as a service. In this video, we will see what is high availability and scalability. High availability means whenever you have an application and you have deployed this particular application onto the cloud, this application is always available. No matter what, there is an event, there is an incident, or there is an outage which has caused the region or a particular data center of the Azure to go down. Even if there is an incident at Azure, the application what you have deployed, it doesn't have any impact. No impact to your application. So you need to deploy your application in such a way that there is no impact whatsoever. So this is called as high availability. So how do you deploy your application with high availability? So how do you deploy a web application as an highly available application? For example, if I have an application which is running with Europe, and also because of high availability, I will also create this particular application in US region. For this, I will use something called as Traffic Manager. We also know that whenever we use the databases, we can connect to the databases, and also we can create an highly available database. So this will be the primary copy, this will be the read-only copy. This particular traffic manager has the domain. For example, I wanted to create a domain name as learncloudtech.com. So these are my two apps. Whenever user searches or browses for learncloudtech.com, he will hit this traffic manager. The traffic manager itself, it is highly available, and we can check the SLA in the Azure portal based on the geographic location. When a user browses this learncloudtech.com based on the geographic location, the user connection will be either it will be directed to EU region or it will be directed to US region. Since we also have highly available database here, even if one of the region fails, for example, this is in EU region, even if one of the region fails, we have another region to take over. So the traffic manager will be still running. The user queries will be redirected to US. Then this particular read only can be made as primary. Once the EU region comes back, we can fail over back, and again the request can be redirected via EU to the primary database. So this is how we can create the high availability. In case if I wanted to create highly available virtual machines, what I will do is I'll create a virtual machine in availability zone 1 and I'll create virtual machine in availability zone 2. If this is my application tier, then I will also have something called as load balancer. The queries are it at the load balancer. From the load balancer, because the endpoint is the virtual machine of both the zones, has been added to the load balancer. So this is the backend configuration for the load balancer, and this is the front-end configuration at the load balancer. So whenever there is a query hit by the user using this particular IP address, based on the health check, the queries will be redirected either to AZ1 or AZ2. Suppose this particular availability zone 2 is having some outage, then all the queries will be redirected to zone 1. So this is how the high availability configuration will be done. So it is basically whenever you are creating a design for your architecture, then you use high availability concept to design your architecture. When it comes to the scalability, there are two types of scalability which is available. One is either you increase, which is called as scale up, or scale down. Let us take example of scale up. If I have a virtual machine which is of 3 gigahertz and 2 GB of RAM, now let me call this as B2 standard. So I am randomly giving name for this virtual machine, size for this virtual machine. If I wanted to increase this particular virtual machine size, I can go to B3, which has 4.8 gigahertz of CPU speed, and I have 8 GB of RAM. So I can increase the size of the virtual machine from moving from B1 to B2 with this size. So this is called as scale up. So in case if I wanted to scale down, if I am already using this size, which is 4.8 gigahertz and 8 GB of RAM, if I wanted to scale down to the B2 to 3.0 gigahertz and 2 GB of RAM, so I have to scale down. This is scale up. So scale up is basically increasing your compute CPU speed and the memory and also the disk space. Scale down is your scaling down of the CPU speed, the RAM and the disk space. There are multiple sizes which are available for the virtual machine. So we can select the size from the series A series, D series, B series, D series, E series. You can scale up or scale down like this. So this is scale up and scale down. There is also another concept of scale out and scaling. In scale out and scale in, what will happen is we have the virtual machine. Of 4 gigahertz and 8 GB of RAM with 128 GB of disk. In scale out, basically we are adding more number of compute power, which is I am adding one more virtual machine of. So if I take this is as B3 size, so I am adding more virtual machine with the same size. So again I will add one more virtual machine, 8 GB RAM, 128 GB of disk. So you add multiple of virtual machines like this to scale. Now you have added 4 virtual machines of the same size. Initially it was 1 virtual machine. Then you have added 4 virtual machines, 3 virtual machines. So we have added 1 plus 3 virtual machines. Total 4 virtual machines we have now. In case I wanted to remove 2 of the virtual machine, then if I decrease the number of virtual machine count with 1 virtual machine plus 2 virtual machine, then this is called as scale in. So scale in is basically decreasing the virtual machine count. Scale out is increasing the virtual machine count. So you increase the count here. Here you decrease the count. In scaling. Whereas in scale up and scale down, you are increasing the size of the virtual machine of the same virtual machine. You are not going to add any new virtual machine here, but you are increasing the capacity of the virtual machine by increasing the CPU speed and the RAM for that particular virtual machine which you wanted to scale up. Scale down is decreasing the CPU speed, RAM, and the disk. So that will be scaled down. In this video, we'll see what is SLA, RPO, RTO, reliability, predictability, and performance. So SLA is service level agreement. So when you consume any services from Azure, so you have multiple services offered, right? So when you consume services, for each and every services, there are different SLAs. For example, for the virtual machine itself, for the virtual machine, if you are using standard hard disk, then you have 95% of SLA. If you are using standard SSD disk for the same virtual machine, then it will be 99.5%. If the virtual machine has premium SSD, then it will have 99.9% of SLA. So for deploying the virtual machine itself, you have different SLAs. So these different SLAs are calculated based on what type of hard disk you are going to use. So these are the disks what you are going to use for the virtual machine, what you are going to create. So this is the virtual machine. You are going to use standard HDD, then you have 95%. If you are using standard SSD, then you will have 99.5% of SLA. And if you are using premium SSD, then 99.9% of SLA. For the virtual machine, if it is provisioned in availability set, then the SLA will be 99.95%. Availability set is within the same data center, but multiple racks. If the virtual machine is provisioned in different zone, which is availability zone, then you have 99.99% of SLA. Because in availability zone, what you are doing is basically you are creating the virtual machine in multiple zones. So you have zone 1 and there is a zone 2. And these two zones are in different data center. So this is in data center 1, this is in data center 2. Whereas in availability set, within the same data center, for example, data center 1, and you have multiple racks, the virtual machines are spread across multiple racks. So that is the difference when you see availability set and availability zone. If I take other examples like function, Kubernetes, web app, container. So these are nothing but platform as a service. For all these services, you have 99.95% of SLA. If I take traffic manager, then for this, the SLA will be 99.99%. If I take Azure DNS, For this, you have 100% SLA. So basically, Azure DNS is always online. There is no outage whatsoever. For Traffic Manager, there is little outage, and for all this platform as a service. So these are all platform as a service. For these, we have 99.95% of SLA. So whenever you are designing any infrastructure based on the Azure Cloud Services, you need to check what are the SLAs provided for each of the services which you are going to deploy on your environment. Based on that, you will have high availability and scalability. Let us now understand what is RPO and RTO. RPO is recovery point objective. RTO is recovery time objective. Let me share an example to understand how RPO and RTO works. Suppose there is a banking industry. There is a bank which is called as Cloud Bank. So this is the bank name, and they have their services on the Azure. So this is zone 1. This is zone 2. They have the virtual machine and they have SQL database. Also for the SQL database, there is a HA which has been configured, or always on has been configured, and this copy is in central US and this is in east US. Now these virtual machines are in east US. So this will be the app tier. There is also a load balancer which has been configured. Now there are multiple users who are accessing this particular banking site. So these are the users who are accessing the banking site. Let me use the color. So these are the users who are accessing the banking site via internet. If there is an outage or an event which has caused zone 1 to fail, so this zone 1 with the virtual machine for the app tier has failed. There is one virtual machine which is available in zone 2, and this virtual machine is able to write to the database and commit the transaction whatever the users are doing. So in this particular case, let us take an example of 9:30 a.m. The users have logged into the banking website. At this particular time, the website was working fine. So it was working fine. At 10 a.m., there was an outage of zone 1. And 11 a.m., the outage was restored. For the end user, there was no impact because they add another virtual machine, and using the virtual machine, they were able to commit to the database whatever transaction they were doing. So they were doing some transaction, it was getting committed over this particular virtual machine and coming to this database. This is the outage and this is the time for the restore. The time difference between an outage and the restoration point is called as recovery time objective. So this is 1 hour outage. So we have 1 hour of RTO. So the time difference between an outage and the time when it was restored, there is a time difference between 10 to 11. This difference will be your RTO. So this is when your services were brought back. So it took almost 1 hour to bring your services. So that is the reason 1 hour will be the RTO. Now consider, because there is no impact here, the user were able to do the transaction without any issues. Considering the same example, if both the zone, I will write it in red color. So if both the zone fails, which is zone 1 and zone 2 has failed, to bring back these two zones, how much time it is going to take? Say for example 9:30 website was working fine, 10 a.m. there was an outage, and 11 a.m. it was restored. Both the zones were working fine at 9:30. 10 a.m. there was an outage and it took almost 1 hour to restore the services. So this difference again will be the RTO, which will be 1 hour. So this is also fine because 1 hour outage and there is no impact to the data. But only problem is users are not able to connect via any of these virtual machines. In the previous scenario, there was one zone which had failed and there was another virtual machine which was available. So the transaction were getting committed using this virtual machine. This is the first scenario. This is the second scenario. In first scenario, only one zone failed. There is no issue. User were able to transact via another virtual machine to the database. But in second scenario, the entire zone 1 and zone 2 failed and user were not able to transact via both the virtual machine. So in this scenario, users were unable to do any transaction. So this is fine because even though they were not able to do the transaction, both the zones are down. There is no impact to the data. No impact to the data. So after 1 hour, services were restored. So now comes RPO. What is RPO? If you take the same scenario again, there is a data center and there are zones, zone 1, zone 2, there is virtual machine, there is also virtual machine, there is a web application which was used by the there were multiple users who are accessing the web application, and there is the SQL database, and it also has read-only copy. Whenever the user is doing any transaction, because they were having 1 hour of outage from 10 to 11. 10 to 11, they were having both the services, both the zones went down, and whatever users they were transacting, that is not getting committed to the database. So it is not getting committed to the database. User gets the error in the browser saying, okay, retry after some time. This is still okay because the transaction is not committing to the database. That is also fine. The data will remain as it is. Whatever the data during the outage between 10 to 11, it remains the same. And whatever the data which the users are going to transact for that particular transaction, they are getting the error. So there are no new transaction which is allowed by the web application because it will not be a consistent data. So let us assume that during this particular outage of 1 hour in East US, the entire region failed. This entire region failed. This zone failed. This also failed. And the East US SQL database, that also failed. Now, whatever data which was committed to the SQL database, this particular data, because it is already failed, and the copy which was supposed to go to central US, there is a data loss of 5 minutes or for 15 minutes, example. Now, the users who were doing the transaction in this particular SQL database, there was the transaction of this much of dollars, while sending the same data from East US to the central US, the database lost some of the transaction. So this will be called as invalid data. Now, the business doesn't accept this much of RPO. So RPO is basically how much of data loss can a business accept. In a banking industry, if there is a 5 minutes of data loss or 15 minutes of a data loss, it will be a huge impact for the banks. So that is why the banking industry or any financial industry, the RPO will be always 0. So for non-critical businesses, that is okay. Even if one day data loss also, it is okay for them. But for stock exchange, financial institutions, and any other institutions related to the finance like forex and airports. So these institutions will have very strict RPO and RTO. The RPO will be 0%, RTO will be 5% or 5 minutes. They can accept only 5 minutes of outage or 15 minutes of outage or at max 1 hour of outage. So this is the agreement what the organization will have between the cloud service provider and the organization for RPO and RTO. To summarize, RPO is how much of data loss a business can accept. RTO is how much time to restore the services. Let us understand what is reliability. Whenever you deploy services on the cloud, you have the services on Azure and you have deployed web application in both the location, Europe and US. These web applications are connected using Traffic Manager. The end user is accessing the web application using the Traffic Manager. If one of the region fails, so for example, if this region has gone down, there is no impact for the user who is accessing the website. The website is only failed in this region. So the ability to withstand any failure is called as reliability. So you are building your infrastructure in such a way that even if there is a failure of any of the services, there is another region or another zone which will take over the services. So this is called as decentralizing. Your services are decentralized. Let us now understand what is predictability. Whenever you have deployed any services like virtual machine, web application, SQL, you have estimated some performance. When you are designing your infrastructure, whatever you have estimated, you need to get the same estimated performance and the cost which you have predicted. So this is called as predictability. Even if there is any event which has happened at Azure, there might be an outage of a region or outage of any particular services at the Azure, your performance and the cost is not going to impact. If you need the performance which you have estimated, you can simply scale the virtual machine. Even by scaling, you are able to manage the cost what you have estimated. So this is called as predictability. So basically, you predict the performance and the cost for the services which you are going to deploy on Azure Cloud. Let us now understand what is performance. So before going to the performance, we need to know what are the 5 pillars of the cloud architecture. Whenever you are going to design any architecture on the cloud, you need to consider these 5 pillars, which are reliability, cost, operational excellence, performance, and security. So these are the 5 pillars based on which you are going to design your infrastructure on the cloud. Let us now see performance. Whenever you are going to deploy any of the cloud services, you need to understand what is the requirement for the business and what level of performance is required by the services which you are going to deploy. Based on that, you are going to size your services. If you are sizing the virtual machine, you can scale the virtual machine either using manual scaling or auto scaling. Some of the services like load balancer will be auto scaled. So this is automatically scaled by Azure itself. There is no need for any user intervention. Whenever there is a high traffic at the load balancer, Azure will automatically scale the load balancer. And also, if we are using standard HDD for the virtual machine, we cannot expect the virtual machine to give the performance of premium HDD. For each of the services, we need to estimate what is the performance required at each service level. Based on the requirement of the performance, we deploy those services onto the Azure Cloud Platform. In this video, we'll see what are the management options which are available to manage our services on Azure Cloud. We know that there are multiple services which are offered by Azure, and we are able to deploy these services. So how do we deploy all these services using the Azure Cloud Service Provider? We have multiple options to deploy all these services. There is a web portal to access and deploy these services, which is called as https portal.azure.com. It is https portal.azure.com. Also, we have CLI options to deploy the services. We can use Azure CLI to deploy all the services. These CLI tools can be installed on our desktop or on our laptop. We need to authenticate to the portal, then run some commands to deploy these services. There is also an option to use the PowerShell. PowerShell can also be installed on our own laptop, and similarly how we authenticate using the Azure CLI to the cloud. Similarly, we can authenticate to the Azure cloud using the PowerShell. We have to authenticate to the Azure cloud and run some commands. In PowerShell, we have Azure modules. We need to install these modules for the Azure so that the commands will run. So PowerShell is basically a tool which has to be used with different modules. For Active Directory, you need to install Active Directory module. Similarly, for Azure, you need to install Azure modules. We need to install Azure modules onto our PowerShell. Then we will be able to run the commands for the Azure Cloud Services. And also we can integrate with the APIs. We have an SDK and we will be able to use the APIs to integrate, and we will be able to provision these services. If you don't want to provision, or if you don't want to install the Azure CLI and PowerShell on your laptop or desktop, then there is an option to use these command line tools using the browser itself. When you access portal.azure.com, you will be provided with an option to use PowerShell and Azure CLI. So in the portal itself, these tools are available. Access these tools, then run the commands, provision the services. To manage these services on Azure Cloud, we have a portal, CLI, which is Azure CLI tools and PowerShell modules. And also we can use SDKs and API. There is also a tool which is called as Terraform to automate the infrastructure. So this is an infrastructure as a code which is called as IAC. We can use Terraform to automate the build of the infrastructure. So this is the infrastructure as a code which is also called as IAC. We can use Terraform to build our infrastructure and provision the services on Azure Cloud. Terraform is a third-party IAC tool. Within Azure, there is a Azure Resource Manager template. This is also called as ARM template. This is an IAC tool which is provided by Azure itself. You can use Azure ARM template and provision the resources using this template. In this video, we'll see what is Iaas, Paas, and Saas services on the Azure Cloud. When you deploy infrastructure as a service on Azure Cloud, you have complete control over the services, what you are going to deploy. So the cloud provider is only responsible for maintaining the hardware. For example, if you are deploying the virtual machine, you have the control over what images you are going to choose for the operating system. It can be Linux or it can be Windows. And there are different flavors of Linux operating system what you can install: Red Hat, SUSE, Debian. These are the flavors, and there are many more flavors within Linux you can select and install on the virtual machine. For Windows, you have Windows 2012, 2016, and 2019. You can select from these images to install onto the virtual machine. And also you have complete control over the operating system, what you are going to install. Update, patch management, and security, backup of your virtual machine. It's all taken care by the organization or the company who is going to use these services, which is infrastructure as a services. Only thing is they have the complete control over the operating system, what they are going to choose and install. When it comes to the platform as a service, the cloud provider maintains the physical infrastructure. So whenever you are deploying the SQL services or the web application, the underlying infrastructure, for this, there is an underlying infrastructure which requires server, disk, and networking. So these are maintained and managed by the cloud provider. You only select the type of the web app and the runtime for the web application, what you require. It can be Java runtime, Ruby, PHP, .NET. So you select the runtime, choose the version for this runtime, and you deploy the web application. The underlying infrastructure, everything will be taken care by the cloud provider. You don't have control over the operating system. You cannot configure the operating system. You cannot tweak the operating system as you were doing in infrastructure as a service. So no control over the operating system, no control over system settings. There is only limited control over your cloud services, what you are going to deploy under platform as a service. There are multiple services offered as platform as a service: web application, batch, functions, containers, container registry, and many more services comes under the platform as a service. So when it comes to the database, you select the database, for example, MySQL, Postgres, or Microsoft SQL. So you select the database type, what is required, and select the version for the database which you are going to deploy. The operating system, the virtual machine, everything will be controlled by the cloud service provider. Basically, it is controlled by the Azure. So Azure controls the hardware part. The patch management, maintenance of the operating system, installation of the patch, so everything will be taken care by Azure itself. Even backup also taken care by Azure. In software as a service, most of the control is taken care by the cloud service provider. You don't have any control on software as a service. Only control what you get under software as a service is your data and the authentication. You only need to have the devices, either mobile device, laptop, or your desktop. You connect to the cloud, sign up for the services for email. You sign up for the email services, use the email services. You will simply log into the email. You can send and receive the email. Everything will be controlled by the cloud service provider. There are multiple services under software as a service like Office 365, wherein you consume the mail services and SharePoint services. MS Word services. So these are the services which are offered under Office 365. So when an organization or an end user selects software as a service services on the Azure cloud, the end user or the organization doesn't have complete control over the services what they are consuming. Azure maintains and manages the entire underlying area till the data layer stack. Above that, it is the user responsibility or the organization responsibility who is going to consume software as a service services. When you look at this particular chart, it clearly mentions what is the customer responsibility and what is the responsibility of Azure or the cloud service provider. For each of the services, what is being offered in Azure, there is the customer responsibility section, which is marked in blue, and the Azure responsibility, Microsoft responsibility, and also there is something called as shared responsibility, which is combination of Azure and the customer. So some of the areas as the shared responsibility. So whatever you see in blue, it is customer responsibility. To summarize what is Iaas, Paas and Saas, let us take an example. I wanted to install a database. Since my organization is very particular about the database type, what I am going to use, and in my on-prem environment, I am using MySQL as the database. I have the option of choosing the virtual machine, selecting the operating system, which can be Linux, Windows, and the database version. I am going to manually install the database onto the virtual machine. I have the complete control over the configuration and settings. I have the complete control of configuration and settings. This is called as infrastructure as a service. If I take the same scenario for the platform as a service, I wanted a database, but I am not concerned about the underlying infrastructure. I am not concerned about the security, the patch management. I am also not concerned about how it is being backed up, and also configuration and settings. We have limited control over the configuration and settings. Security, patch management and backup, you don't have any control. You just need to ensure that you are configuring the settings for the backup and patch management. You select the database type and version and the size for the database. So everything will be taken care by Azure. So this kind of scenario comes under platform as a service. In software as a service, you have your laptop or you have your mobile device. You sign up for the cloud service provider and consume the services. It can be CRM services, it can be email services, it can be Azure DevOps services. So simply sign up for the services and consume the services. You have limited control over the service itself. The control what you have is of your laptop and the desktop or mobile and the data what you are storing on your cloud service. Data and authentication. So this is what this particular chart is briefly telling. In this video, we will see what is Azure account, subscriptions, resource group, and resources. We know that we have Azure Cloud, and the Azure Cloud provides 200 plus of services. To use any of the services, we need to have Azure account. Azure account is a unique email ID and your password. So using which you will be able to create any of the resources under Azure Cloud. So simply It is like banking user ID and password to access your banking services. Now, what is subscription? There are multiple subscription which are available. Like there is a free subscription, then there is a student subscription, then we have pay as you go, then enterprise subscription. So these are the subscription what is available with Azure. Once you have your Azure account, you create your subscription. Initially, you start with a free subscription model, create some of the services which is provided by Azure. Azure provides $200 worth of credit for a period of 1 month. You can use some of the services for $200 worth of credit, access the services, try the services. Then once your $200 worth of credit is exhausted, then the free account will be converted to the pay-as-you-go subscription. And for the students, there is additional benefit which is given by Microsoft, which is 12 months of free usage of some of the services. And free access to developer tools. So these are some of the benefits which are given to the student subscription. And we know that pay-as-you-go subscription, this is converted once your free credit is exhausted, then it will be automatically converted as pay-as-you-go subscription. Then you will be charged on what you are using. For example, if I am using a virtual machine for 1 hour, I'll be billed for 1 hour. If I am using the virtual machine for 1 month, then I'll be billed for 1 month. So this is how the pay-as-you-go subscription works. And with the enterprise agreement, we know that it is the agreement between Microsoft and the customer. Based on the agreement, they can get good discounts. They can use the Azure cloud services. And also, I can have multiple subscription under the same account. For example, if my company has multiple departments, like I have finance, marketing, HR, and manufacturing. I can have different subscription for each of these departments. So we have account, we have subscription. Under subscription, we can have multiple subscription for each of the departments. Whatever the services which are consumed by each of these departments, so these departments will be consuming some of the services, right? So they can be consuming virtual machine, they can be consuming IP addresses, network, storage, load balancer, database. So all these are all services which are consumed by the departments. So these are all called as resources. So each department will be consuming some or the other services. Based on the services, they are going to create the resources. These resources, when they group together, that will be called as resource group. So why do we require a resource group? Let us take an example of the finance department itself. So at the top layer, we have an account. So you created your account with your email ID and the password. You are logged to the account using your email ID and password. You have your subscription. We have multiple subscription based on the department. One of the department is finance department. For finance department itself, you can have multiple separate divisions like test and development, then QA department, and the production environment. For example, if I wanted to use the resources only for the test and development environment, so I'll group all the resources which are being used for the test and development. So these resources like the virtual machine, disk, IP address, network, subnet, virtual network, everything I can group for this environment so that I can name this environment and use the resources specifically for the test and development. So this resource group I can name as test and development so that it is very easy for me to deploy the services and I can manage the life cycle of this particular resource group. For me, it is very easy to manage the life cycle of the resource group. Similarly, for QA, I can create the resources and put all the resources under QA resource group. This is for the QA resource group. For the production, I will have different type of virtual machine, different type of resources. During the test and development, I will use smaller size of the virtual machines. When it comes to the production environment, I might be using different virtual machine sizes. Because of the naming and because of the life cycle of the production environment, I can segregate the production environment into a different resource group. I will put all the resources for the production environment. So this is how you will create the resources and you will place the resources based on the life cycle under a particular resource group depending upon the environment which you are going to use on the Azure cloud. A resource group is basically a logical container which you group all the resources together. In this video, we will talk about Azure physical infrastructure. Like any other data center which is being operated, owned by any small, medium, or large enterprises, Azure also has to build their data centers. So there will be some basic entities for any data center which is required. So if I have a data center for any small data center in this example, if I take the data center, I need a space or location. I need to choose a proper location for my data center. I need a location where I can place all my servers, all my storage and networking devices. So in the data center, we have racks of servers and storage devices, networking devices, cables and connectors. Power supply, cooling. So these are the hardware which I require for any data center to operate. Either it can be small data center, medium data center, or large data center. If it is a small data center, then the space, location, and the number of servers, the storage capacity, the networking devices, cables and connectors, these might be less compared to medium and large enterprise. So basically we use servers for our workloads. It can be infrastructure workload, business workload, and management workload. I will write it again. I will delete and write it again. So basically, we have business workloads, infrastructure workload, and management workloads. So all your management workloads will go here. The management tools basically will go into the management workload. Infrastructure services like Active Directory, DNS, DHCP, all these services fall under the infrastructure workload. For business workload, any critical business services related to the business, it can be web application, it can be integration with the vendors. All these applications, load balancer, caching, databases, all these services is critical for the business to run. So these are the types of workload what we host on the servers. Storage is for storing data. For small businesses, it will be under terabyte. It might be some 500. It will be within 500 to 1000 terabytes. Or we can take approximately around 1 petabyte. For the medium and large data centers, the number of storage devices can go up. It can be in petabytes. Also, it can be in exabytes for enterprise. And also the networking devices, what you use for the interconnection. The networking is basically to interconnect your workloads. And cables and connectors, anyway, you need to connect your servers, storage and networking. So you require cables and connectors. Power supply and cooling. To drive the hardware devices, we need the power. And to cool the hardware devices, we require the air conditioning or cooling. So this is the basic requirement for any data center. Only difference is if the company is very large and the company is medium to large, the numbers of servers may go up. Storage, it will be petabyte to exabytes. And networking, we require multiple layers of networking. This is for the redundancy purpose. And cables and connectors, depending on the number of hardware devices what we are using, depending on that, we require cables and connectors. Again, for power and cooling, to manage the power of the data center, to maintain the cooling based on the data center location. So if it comes to medium and large enterprise, for the small data center, what we add data center in one particular location. This we can call it as DC1, location 1. For medium and large data center, there might be another data center for high availability. So they have similar kind of setup. So it is basically a copy of the data center in another location, which will be in location number 2. For example, if I take Pune as the data center and Hinjawadi as the location, there will be another location in Mumbai. So this is to avoid if there is any outage of the data center in location number 1, there will be another data center which is always available, so that all the services, whatever you have deployed, the workload which is related to the business infrastructure and management, everything will be up and running here. So that is why medium and large organization have multiple data centers and the data will be replicated. They have the data replicated between these two data centers. So this is how the small, medium and large enterprise operate their data center and they set up their data center. In this video, we will discuss about the Azure physical infrastructure. This is the continuation of the discussion what we had in our earlier video with the small, medium and large data center for an organization. Azure will also have their data center to be placed in a location, because for any data center, you need a location, right? So Azure will also choose a location. The location what they are choosing for their data center, it will be a strategic location. Because whenever they wanted to set up their cloud data center, they will ensure that those data centers are not prone to any natural disasters like flood, earthquake. And also there is no civil unrest. Basically, they wanted to ensure that their data center is safe and secure whatsoever. And they build their data centers. One more important point to consider is they use natural resources as much as possible to power up their data center and cool the data center. They use natural resources for the energy to power up, like solar, wind, and water. So they use the natural resources to power up their data center and cool the data center. Similar to any data center, we require racks of servers. Whereas in Azure Cloud Data Center, you will have multiples of racks and racks of servers. It might be thousands or more than thousands of racks of servers and petabyte of storage. Maybe it can be exabyte of storage. So all the resources which are in the data center, it will be shared among multiple customers. This is very common for any organization, whether it is a cloud data center or small data center or any data center. You need to have all these basic entities: power and cooling. They have a robust way of monitoring, securing. They have physical security. These data centers will have very high level of security, even at the physical level and at the infrastructure level. they might use multiple levels of security to enter into the data center, because these resources, whatever they have placed into the cloud data center, it is not being used by one customer. It is shared between multiple customers and organization. If there is any problem with the data center, then there might be chances of all these business who are using the Azure cloud services, they might run out of the business. It is that critical, and that is the reason why they choose the strategic location. So wherever they choose the location to build their data center, this location is called as region. So it is a strategic location, and important point to note is a region is not a country. Basically, a country doesn't have only one region. If you take example of US has multiple regions: East US, Central US, and West US, and other regions. Similarly, in India also we have three regions: Central India, West India, and South India. You should not assume that whenever we talk about region, a region is not limited to a country. A country might have single region, it might have multiple regions based on the geopolitical area. So region is not equal to country. A country can have multiple regions. So region is not equal to country. A country can have multiple regions. If I take example of India, there are three regions: Central India, West India, and South India. So there are three regions. Now we understood what is region all about. Basically, it is a strategic location where they place the data center, which is cloud data center, and it is very highly secured data centers at the physical level and also at the infrastructure level. And they have very robust way of monitoring their hardware and their infrastructure. We understood about the regions. Let us see what is availability zone. So region is a strategic location. We have a region which is strategic location. Whenever Azure setups their cloud data center, a region will have multiple availability zones, a minimum of 3 availability zones. There is a reason why they choose a minimum of 3 availability zones. This is availability zone 1, this is availability zone 2, this is availability zone 3. A availability zone can have multiple data centers. So this is data center 1, and this is data center 2, this is data center 3. So there can be multiples of data center. It is not limited to 1, 2, 3. There can be many more data centers within an availability zone. Let us take an example of region and availability zone. If I take an example of region, which is in North Europe, we have a region in Ireland. So this is one of the region in North Europe, and Ireland has multiple availability zone. Availability zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. This data center, this availability zone will have multiple data centers. Data center 1, data center 2. So similarly, each availability zone will have multiple data center. Data center 1, data center 2. We have already seen components are entities which go into the data center. It will be racks and racks of servers, networking devices, storage, connectors and cables, and power supply and cooling devices. So why they use multiple availability zone within a region? That is the question. If this availability zone fails, if availability zone 3 fails, whatever the services which you have hosted, for example, if you have created a virtual machine in AZ3, so this is the virtual machine which you have created in AZ3. Microsoft says whenever you create a virtual machine, you need to create virtual machine at least in 2 availability zone. This is availability zone 1, this is availability zone 2. At least you need to create in 2 availability zones. Since you have provisioned your virtual machine only in availability zone 3, if there is an outage of availability zone 3, then this particular virtual machine will not be available. So this will be offline. And whatever services you have hosted on this virtual machine, it can be web application, web server, or anything which is interacting with the user. So this virtual machine will be offline and there will be no connection to the virtual machine. So simply there is an outage of your service. So whenever you create a virtual machine in one availability zone, you will have only 95% of SLA. So this is very important when it comes to the SLA part. And there could be another reason because each availability zone will have vendor who is providing the power, telecom, networking connections. If availability zone 3 is provided by vendor 1, there could be vendor 2 who is providing the power, telecom and networking supply for availability zone 2. So this will be vendor 2, this can be vendor 1. So if there is any outage at the vendor side, so vendor 1 has an outage and he is not able to supply the power. So during that time, the availability zone has failed because there is a different vendor altogether within the same region, Ireland region, who is providing the power supply, telecom and networking. For them, there is no network outage. These availability zones are online. So this will be online. Since these availability zones are online, users who have hosted their services on multiple availability zone will not have any impact. So when you deploy your virtual machine on multiple availability zone, then the SLA will be 99.99%. So this is the SLA what you get when you deploy your virtual machine on multiple availability zones. So there could be many reasons why you need to place your virtual machines or your services on multiple availability zones. There are some of the services which are zone redundant. There are some of the resources which are only available in one particular availability zone. Like your managed disks, virtual machines are all limited to the one availability zone. Because of which you need to set up your workload for different availability zones. Basically, it is for your fault tolerance. We understood what is availability zone. Now let us understand what is region pairs. We know that there is a strategic location for every region what Azure has selected. Okay, we have region, we have minimum of 3 availability zone, AZ1, AZ2 and AZ3. This is fine. Azure also says that you deploy virtual machine on multiple availability zone so that you get SLA of 99.99%. Okay, what if there is a region failure, right? What if there is a outage to region? Because all your services is accessed by the internet. The fiber optic connection or the internet which is coming from the global internet provider, if there is an outage, maybe under the sea cable is cut or something has happened and there is no link to your entire region itself. So this is a complete outage, right? So in that scenario, we need to configure our workload or services in such a way that it can withstand regional failure. If I take the same example of Europe North, this is one of the region which is in Ireland. We have another region in Europe which is Europe West, which is in Netherlands. So this is one of the region, this is one of the region. If you have hosted your virtual machine in a 2 different regions, we know that each region has a 3 availability zone. For Ireland, there is a 3 availability zone and Netherlands also has 3 availability zone. My workload or my services, what I have done is I have deployed in one of the availability zone in Ireland and in one of the availability zone in Netherlands. And these 2 virtual machines are providing the web services for the customers. Let us say this is an insurance company and there are users who are connecting to the web services to access their insurance statement, to pay the premium or to download the premium certificate. So they will access via the internet. They have the web services running on the virtual machine. If one of the virtual machine fails in one of the region because of the network outage, there is another region which is able to take over. If there is a failure at the availability zone level, so if you have deployed your virtual machine within the same region and within different availability zone, then if one of the zone fails, then there is no issue because there is a zone redundancy which is available. So if this virtual machine fails in AZ1, which is availability zone 1, then the virtual machine which is running on AZ2, availability zone 2, it is always up. So now you have anyway 2 virtual machines which are running both in Netherlands and Ireland. So the user who is accessing the web services for their insurance account, they can connect to any of the virtual machine. If there is a regional failure, only then there is a issue of redirecting the user to the Netherlands region. If there is a zone failure, there is no issue because AZ2 is always available. This is available. Only AZ1 has gone down. User will be able to connect both the virtual machine and is able to access the insurance services. So this way we can configure zone redundant or for the regional failure for our workload or services. So one is zone failure and the other one is regional failure. Azure always ensures that there is a pairing between the regions. The criteria is the distance between each region will be 300 miles away. So if they are doing any pairing, they will ensure that from one region to another region, there is at least 300 miles distance. So that if there is any outage because of some natural disaster or some calamity, there is outage only for a particular region, not for the other region. So the services for the users or the organization who have hosted their services will be up and running. At last, we will discuss about sovereign regions. These regions are basically isolated regions from the main Azure regions. So we discussed about the regions availability zone, right? So these regions are a separate regions from the other regions. Whatever cloud services which are shared by multiple users, these isolated regions will not be shared to any other customers. So it is only dedicated for defense, for government, or for regulatory purpose. In this video, we will see what is Azure Management Infrastructure. We have already discussed about Azure resources and the resource group. Resources are virtual machine, IP addresses, virtual network card, virtual NIC card, subnet, network security group. These are the resources what you are going to create in Azure. So once you create these resources, if you group these resources in a particular group, then that will be called as resource group. To create any of the resources, you need to have a resource group. That is the minimum requirement. If you have not created the resource group, while creating the resource, you will be asked to create a resource group. Let us discuss about the management group. Why we require a management group? In order to group the subscription, for example, subscription 1, subscription 2, I can use the management group. If I take a real use case, for an example, if there is a company which is called as Cloud X, and this is operating from two different regions, Europe North and Europe West. So this company has two regions, Europe North, Europe West. They have segregated into multiple environment for the test, development, and prod environment. Similarly, here also in Europe West also, they have similar kind of setup, test, development, and prod. Now, this company wants to apply a policy for the test environment not to create storage optimized virtual machine. So they don't want to create storage optimized virtual machine. So in this particular case, what you will do is you will create a management group. This will be at the top level, which will be the root management group. And you create one more management group for the test subscription. So this includes for the north, and west. You bring these two subscription under this management group, under the test management group. So you have the management group created, test. Under these test management group, you will bring the test subscription. So you have two test subscription from north and west. Once you apply the policy at this level for not to create the storage optimized virtual machine, these two test subscription which are under the management group test will not be able to create the storage optimized virtual machine. So this is how you can control the creation of the virtual machines. And if I wanted to apply the RBAC policy at the management group level, so I have the test management group created, which has Europe, North and West region. It has both the subscription of test. So this is the test and this is the second subscription. I have both these subscription. If I apply the RBAC policy at this management group, then the RBAC policy, whatever I have applied at this management group, it will be inherited by these two subscription, and it will also be inherited by the resource group, also at the resource level. So you can basically simplify the role-based access control for the entire management group. So all the test environment, I wanted to keep it very simple. So I'll give only for the user 1, user 2, user 3. So I'll only have, so you have the root management group. Under this management group, you have a child management group. So this is the child management group. And under this management group, you have a child management group again. So you can go up to 6 levels of deep like this. And each management group can have only one parent management group. So for this subscription, this will be the parent management group. This subscription cannot have another management group as parent management group. So this is not allowed. So this subscription can be used by only one management group. Similarly, a management group can have only one parent, and this will be your root management group. Management group can be nested up to 6 levels of hierarchy, and you can have 10,000 management group created. And all of this should belong to one tenant. Your tenant is nothing but the Active Directory. If you have a subscription like this, for example, let us take this as test and development subscription. If I wanted to create a management group, I will create a management group for test, and I will create a management group for dev. So then this subscription will fall here, and this subscription will go here. And whatever resources which I am creating under the subscription, so I have created some resources here. This will come under this particular management group. So whatever resources which I am going to create here under the dev subscription, it will come under development management group. I apply the policy. I can apply the policy. I can use role-based access control I can control the budget. So these are nothing but your organization governance. So this is how you will be able to create the management group and manage the organization hierarchy. In this video, we will discuss about Azure Compute. Similar to the physical servers, what you are going to build on your data center, you need to have power supply. You need to have power supply from different sources. You need to have connection for the network, and you will install the operating system. These are the disk which is mirrored. Install the operating system. It can be Windows, Linux. You install the operating system and make the server available. Similarly, in Azure, the hardware layer is provided by Azure. This particular layer is a virtualized layer. For the virtualization platform, Azure uses Hyper-V. So you choose the virtual machine size, select the virtual machine, choose the size for the virtual machine, then select the disk, select networking, select firewall. Then you need to select the image. This will be the operating system image. The image can be Windows or it can be Linux. Similarly, how you will be able to boot the operating system on your physical data center, you will be able to boot the operating system on the virtual machine which is provided by Azure. Since this is an infrastructure as a service, there is no need for you to manage the hardware, but you have the complete control of the operating system. You can have the control of configuration and settings for both Windows and Linux. So you have the complete control over the settings, and you can configure the settings on these operating system. You can install the applications, you can edit the registry, you can add disks to the virtual machine. So all this configuration you can do it. So when we choose Iaas as a service, we will be able to control the operating system. We can run the custom application. In some of the scenarios, we will be running some custom application in our own data center, which is on-prem data center, and the same custom application has to be installed on the virtual machine, which we are going to deploy on the Azure. So we can run the custom application. And also we can do the configuration and settings on the virtual machines. We are responsible for the security, patching, and backup, and availability. So it is customer responsibilities for all these areas. So now we understood about Azure Compute. Azure Compute is all about installing the virtual machine on the Azure cloud. To summarize, what is Azure Compute? Azure Compute is a virtual machine which is deployed on the Azure cloud. This virtual machine, what you are going to deploy, you have the full control. Since this is an infrastructure as a service or IaaS service, you have the control over the operating system, and you can run custom software, And also you have the option to do the configuration on the operating system. Now let us look into scaling the virtual machine in Azure. Scaling the virtual machine in Azure is basically you have two types of scaling. One is vertical scaling and the other one is horizontal scaling. So this is also called as scale out, scale in, and vertical scaling is also called as scale up, scale down. As we discussed earlier, if we have a virtual machine in the Azure cloud, we install the operating system, which is nothing but the image of operating system, which can be Windows or Linux. Then we choose the network card, then the disk, then some firewall rules to secure the network. So all these are all basic requirements when we select a virtual machine. This is okay because if we are using this virtual machine in the test environment and we wanted to test some application, then this is fine. We can run a single virtual machine. What if we are in a production environment and we are running only one virtual machine? So we are in production environment and we are running one virtual machine. If multiple users are connecting to this virtual machine and this virtual machine is running some critical business services, so what will happen to the virtual machine when multiple users are connecting to the virtual machine? In that case, you can either increase the size of the virtual machine by vertical scaling, or you can add the virtual machine by horizontal scaling. So you can add another virtual machine to the existing virtual machine. So let me call this as 1, this as 2. You can simply add to the existing virtual machine and you will be able to scale so that for the user, the compute capacity from both the virtual machine is combined together. So for the user, now they have both these virtual machine which will be serving their request. So if there are multiple users, then some of the users will go to this virtual machine, some of the users will go to this virtual machine. And also this virtual machine can be configured in an highly available environment. Which is nothing but either it can be in availability set or it can be in availability zone. So in this way, we can configure the virtual machine in highly available setup. Either it can be in availability set or we can have availability zone. So one of the virtual machine is in availability zone 1, one of the virtual machine is in availability zone 2. So in this way, we have this covered. Scalability, either by increasing the size of the virtual machine, we can scale, or by adding the virtual machine to the existing environment, we can do the horizontal scaling. And for the redundancy, we can have highly available configuration, availability set, and availability zone. So this is how you will be able to scale your virtual machine, do the high availability concept, and also you can scale the virtual machine and configure the virtual machine in a redundant environment. We understood about the scaling of virtual machines. Let us understand what is virtual machine scale sets. If you wanted to have an highly available environment and also you wanted to have group of virtual machines with a load balanced environment, then you can go with an option which is called as virtual machine scale set. You can have thousands of virtual machine in a virtual machine scale set, and all these thousands of virtual machine can be placed in an availability set or availability zone. So you can choose the option how you wanted to configure your VM scale set. Virtual machine scale set is also called as VM scale set. You can go up to thousands of virtual machine. Each virtual machine, what you are building in the VM scale set, have the load balancer automatically configured. So you have the load balancer, and the virtual machine will be behind the load balancer. These virtual machines should be of the same VM size, and it should run the same OS image. You can pre-configure these virtual machines with a OS image from the Azure Marketplace, or you can use your custom image. So basically, custom image is you have the virtual machine, install the operating system, you package your operating system plus the additional software and tools. For example, if I have a requirement of Office 365 application, then HR application, then travel application, and some tools I require. So all these applications can be packaged within the operating system, and operating system plus the application can be combined with a image. This will be called as custom image. For example, if I have a Linux virtual machine, then I wanted to install Apache Web Server or Nginx Web Server. So I have the option of installing the CentOS. Then with CentOS, I have this Apache Web Server. So this is my custom image. Then I can choose this custom image to run on all these virtual machines. Because you are deploying for your business requirement, right? So that is the reason you package your operating system with all these applications and run the virtual machine with the custom image. So what are the use cases for VM scale set? The use cases will be if you wanted to run your application in a stateful environment. I wanted to run stateful application. For that, you can use it. For highly available applications and for big data, and also for the container workload. So these are some of the use cases why you require virtual machine scale set. You can scale these virtual machines from 1 to 1000 using automated scaling or manual scaling. Automated, you can schedule when you wanted additional virtual machine. So why I wanted to schedule the virtual machine scale set. For example, let us take an example of Amazon.in. If Amazon.in is running on Azure, nice example, right? If Amazon.in is running on Azure, then there is a big billion day sale, right? There is a big billion day sale on some date. Let us take April 10th. So now during this particular date, I know the virtual machine what I have in my infrastructure is not sufficient for the traffic which is coming. So I can schedule the VM scale set on April 10th so that my big billion day runs smooth. So this is one of the use case. There are multiple use cases like this. Why you require virtual machine scale set. To summarize, why we require VM scale set is basically for redundancy, high availability, and main thing is performance. For the performance only, we are actually scaling. So we are increasing the number of virtual machine because of the performance itself. And the next comes is redundancy and high availability and load balancer. If I wanted the virtual machines to be behind the load balancer for my setup, then I can go with VM scale set. We have already seen what are virtual machines, what is virtual machine scale sets, and what is resource groups. We already know that we have the Azure region. So there is an hierarchy of Azure cloud. There is a region. For each region, we have minimum of 3 availability zone. Zone 1, availability zone 2, and availability zone 3. So each availability zone has multiple data centers. So let us take example of availability zone 1, which has 2 data center facilities. It can be more depending upon the region. When you deploy a virtual machine on the Azure cloud, you have the virtual machine, you deploy this on the Azure cloud. For each of the virtual machine, what you are going to deploy, it can be single virtual machine. So whenever you deploy single virtual machine and use standard hard disk, which is nothing but the mechanical hard disk, this will have 95% of the SLA. For the same virtual machine, if you are going to use standard SSD, then the SLA will be 99.5%. For the same virtual machine, if you are using premium SSD, you have the SLA of 99.9%. So these are the SLA when you deploy a single virtual machine on the Azure cloud. If you are deploying a single virtual machine, then you are deploying in one of the data center. So you are going to deploy in one of the region, one of the availability zone. In this example, we will take AZ1, and you are going to deploy this particular virtual machine in one of the data center in availability zone 1. We have deployed a virtual machine in a single data center. So we have this virtual machine. we have this virtual machine which has been deployed in a data center. Let us say this region is called as US East. Under US East region, there is a availability zone 1, and you have deployed this virtual machine in one of the data center. If this fails, what will happen? The virtual machine will be offline. The virtual machine will be offline and you will not be able to access the virtual machine. You need to simply recreate the virtual machine. For this virtual machine, what you have created, there will be OS disk. This particular disk will be 127 GB of size. And also by default, you will get a temp disk. Depending upon the size of the virtual machine, what you are going to choose, the temporary disk size also varies. But you will get a temporary disk. This will be temporary purpose only. You should not store any data in the temporary disk. Temporary disk, as the name says, it's only for the temporary use. Never store any production data on your temporary disk. Even if there is a start or stop of the virtual machine, the data what you have stored will be lost. And there is a data disk. This data disk is the one what you are going to choose for your data. This is for storing the data. The image what you have selected for the virtual machine and the application configuration, whatever you have done for this virtual machine, everything will be lost when there is a data center failure. The data disk what you have selected for your virtual machine can be of two types. So you will be selecting the data disk from the managed disk. So this managed disk will be of two types. One is locally redundant storage. The other one is zonal redundant storage. And this one is local redundant storage. This provides 11 nines of durability, and this will provide 12 nines of durability. This is per year. This can withstand only the server rack failure or any disk failure on the storage. So zone redundant storage, even if one of the availability zone fails, it can withstand. For LRS, the data will be replicated 3 times within the same data center. For the availability zone, which is zone redundant storage, it will be replicated 3 times, but in a different zone. If you have deployed your virtual machine and you have selected LRS, even though the LRS replicates 3 times, but this is within the data center itself. Since the data center has gone down, your LRS storage will not be available, and the data disk what you have created for the virtual machine, that will also be unavailable. So that is the reason either you need to create a ZRS, take the snapshot of the managed disk what you have created using the locally redundant storage. From this managed disk, which is LRS, you create a snapshot and place it into the storage type of ZRS. Even if there is a data center failure, because you have the snapshot which will be replicated 3 times between multiple availability zone, you will be able to recreate the data, or you will be able to restore the data, and the data disk, whatever you have attached to the virtual machine, you will be able to reattach without any issues, and all the data will be available. Either you have to choose the ZRS while creating the virtual machine for your managed disk, or if you are selecting the locally redundant storage while creating the virtual machine for your data disk, then you have to create a snapshot in such a way that this snapshot will be residing on the ZRS storage. In summary, the data disk what you are creating for the virtual machine, there are 2 types of managed disk. One is locally redundant storage, the other one is zone redundant storage. Even though the local redundant storage replicates 3 times, but that replication will be within the data center itself. If the data center fails, you will not be able to restore the data or recover the data. That is the reason you need to choose the snapshot on a ZRS storage, or you need to choose the managed disk while creating your virtual machine as a ZRS storage. Only then it can withstand the data center failure for your data disk. In this video, we will discuss about virtual machine availability sets. In the previous video, we have seen what are the managed disks which are available for your virtual machine and how it is going to protect your virtual machine when there is a failure of the storage, when you choose LRS or ZRS. Let us understand what is availability sets. In availability sets, there are 2 important concepts. One is fault domain, the other one is update domain. Fault domain, it is all concerned about the hardware. It can be power supply, it can be network and network. Update domain, it is all concerned about the maintenance of the server. This is the maintenance of the host where the virtualization platform is running. For each of the host, there can be virtual machine which will be deployed, and each of the virtual machine what it is deployed on the host which is running the Hyper-V. This particular virtual machine can be of customer X. This virtual machine can be of customer Y. Within the same host, there will be multiple virtual machines which will be running for multiple customers. This host is not dedicated for one particular customer. So this is the host. This is also a server, which is a physical server. On top of the physical server, there are multiple virtual machines which are running. Let us understand the availability set with an example. This is the fault domain 0, this is the fault domain 1, and this is the fault domain 2. You have maximum of 3 fault domains and maximum of 20 update domains. So each fault domain, if I say this is the power source and we have another power source here, each of the rack is going and connecting to 2 different power sources. So this will be connecting to another power source, this will be connecting to another power source. We have network switches for each of the fault domain. These are the network switches for each of the fault domain. These network switches provide traffic for the management, data traffic, and it will also provide the connectivity for the control traffic. Also, it will connect to the storage devices. The idea of fault domain is basically when there is a failure of your power supply to the rack itself. If there is a problem with the power supply, so both the power supply has failed for this particular rack, and if there is a failure of the networking device, then this particular rack is completely down. All the servers which are hosting the virtual machine for your organization, or it can be multiple organization, will go down. So that is the reason we need to use the fault domain. So if I am using fault domain as 3, my virtual machine will be spread across multiple fault domains. So these are the virtual machines will be spread across. This is a virtual machine 1, this is virtual machine 2, this is virtual machine 3. So these virtual machine will be spread across multiple racks. This rack, which is fault domain 0, has failed, but fault domain 1 and 2 is available. So the virtual machine 2 and 3 is online. If I have selected the fault domain as 2, I can select the fault domain from 1 to 3. Now I have selected only 2 fault domains. So now the virtual machine will be spread across 2 fault domains. This will be my first virtual machine. This will be my second virtual machine. This rack doesn't have any virtual machine because I have not mentioned the fault domain to 3. So only 2 virtual machines will be available. Let us understand what is an update domain. As I said, there is a server which is a physical server which has multiple virtual machines which are running on the physical server. So this is virtual machine 1, this is virtual machine 2, this is virtual machine 3. And this can be customer X, customer Y, and customer Z. So each of the server, this is a physical server. This is also called as host. Whenever I say host, it is nothing but the physical server which runs the virtualization software. In this case, it will be Hyper-V. And the virtual machine is called as guest. Whenever there is a maintenance of this physical server, which is sitting in one of the rack, if I take an example of the update domain, let us say we have the rack 0 or fault domain 0, under which we have some virtual machines which are running. This can be of customer X, customer Y, and customer Z. So there are 3 virtual machines running on top of this physical server. So this is the physical server. If there is a problem with the physical server due to any maintenance or the server itself has any issues, then the virtual machines which are hosted on this particular physical server will be offline. So that is the reason we have a update domain concept. If I have selected fault domain is equal to 3 and update domain is equal to 5, my virtual machines will be spread across multiple update domains. So this will be my update domain 2, and the virtual machine will be in another update domain. If there is a problem with the physical server, this is gone down, this will be available on another physical server. Since I have also selected 3 fault domains, my virtual machines will be available in another fault domain in another update domain. So this is my update domain which I have selected, which is 5. So 3, it is done. There will be another update domain for the 4th. So if this physical server fails, there is no impact to this particular physical server, right? Even though it is in the same rack, which is in the same fault domain 0, but this physical server is not down. Only this physical server is down. We can call this as server 0. This we can call it as server 1. And whatever virtual machines which are running on this particular update domain 4, it will be available. Similarly, I have another virtual machine because I have set fault domain to 3 and update domain to 5, my another virtual machine will be available in another fault domain, in another update domain. Let us say we don't have any issues on this physical server and this particular physical server is good. But what will happen while OS maintenance or OS updates? When there is a OS update, the servers require a reboot, right? So between each of these update domain reboots, Azure will ensure that there is a 30-minute interval. So when this physical server, the virtualization software or the host OS is getting updated, only after 30 minutes, Azure is going to touch the another update domain. So this will ensure the virtual machine, which is running on different update domains within an availability set, it will not be impacted. So you have the fault domain, which takes care of the hardware failure, and the update domain, which will take care of the OS maintenance or the server maintenance of the host itself. So this is how the fault domain and update domain will work. So now we understood what is availability set. How do we create an availability set? To create an availability set, we have two options. One is while creating the virtual machine. When we create the virtual machine, we can create the availability set. And we choose the fault domain and update domain. So once we set the fault domain to 3 and update domain to 5, we will not be able to change this availability set. Basically, the availability set is nothing but a policy what you are going to create, and you can attach this particular policy while creating the virtual machine. You can attach this policy. So while creating the virtual machine, you have an option to create the availability set, or beforehand you can create the availability set. Create the availability set, choosing the fault domain and update domain. So once you create the availability set, let us say you have created availability set 001. While creating the virtual machine, you can attach this particular policy with the fault domain and update domain set. So when you have a multi-tier application, for example, there is a application 1. For this, you can have a availability set created with different fault domain and update domain. For app 1 availability set. And for another tier, we can have the virtual machine in a different availability set with a different fault domain and update domain. So let us say for this we have 2 and 3. We can have 3 and 6. This can be your database tier, or it can be middleware. So basically, you are selecting your availability set based on the virtual machines or workloads. When to use the virtual machine? When you wanted to have complete control of the operating system, you deploy the virtual machines as an infrastructure as a service. If you wanted to do some kind of testing and development, you can choose the virtual machines. If there is a custom application which is running on your on-prem environment and you wanted to bring the custom application onto the cloud, you can use the virtual machine and install the custom application. If you are extending your data center, you can use the virtual machine. Then if you are using your on-prem infrastructure and if you wanted to use Azure as your DR site, then you can use the virtual machines. In this video, let us compare virtual machine scale sets, availability set, and availability zones. When you configure virtual machine scale sets, you will be deploying the load balancer. A load balancer will be automatically deployed and the virtual machines will be behind the load balancer. Based on the traffic, what is received by the load balancer, the virtual machines can either scale out or it can scale in. This is called as horizontal scaling. The virtual machines which are behind this load balancer, the size of the virtual machine, the disk, and the configuration of the application should match for all the virtual machine which is behind the load balancer. So whenever there is a traffic increase on the load balancer, it can scale up to 1000 virtual machines. These 1000 virtual machines are supported only when you use standard images and custom images. To get highly redundant environment, we can configure virtual machine scale sets with availability sets and availability zone for highly redundant environment. If we have created a virtual machine scale set and this is the load balancer, we have the scale set. This can be in availability zone 1, this can be in availability zone 2, and this can be in availability zone 3. Or within the availability zone, we can also configure availability set for the virtual machines. Again, it can be fault domain and update domain configuration, what you set for your availability set. Based on the traffic what the load balancer receives, it can scale out, which means increase the count of the virtual machine. And it can scale in, which is decrease count of virtual machine. So this is the horizontal scaling. Let us see what is availability sets. When we talk about availability set, we need to understand availability sets works at the data center level. Availability sets are logical grouping of virtual machines. You group your virtual machine based on the fault domain and update domain. So for the fault domain, we have maximum of 3 fault domains, and for the update domain, we have maximum of 20 update domains. Combination of fault domain and update domain, we can ensure that the virtual machine what we are going to deploy, it is reliable. So when you configure the fault domain and update domain using a availability set configuration, if I configure availability set configuration, we need to ensure that at least 2 virtual machines are placed in this availability set to spread between multiple racks. Availability sets offer improved virtual machine to virtual machine latency. Because these 2 virtual machines are in the same data center, you will have very less latency. Availability sets are still susceptible to data center failures because this particular availability set, what you have created, when there is a data center failure, the availability set what you have created, that will also fail if there is a data center outage. A VM can be added to an availability set when you create the virtual machine. So while creating the virtual machine, you can add the virtual machine to the availability set. If you wanted to change the availability set, you need to delete the virtual machine and then recreate the virtual machine and assign it to different availability set, which will be 002. This will be 001. So this is the different availability set and this is the different availability set. Once I create an availability set, let us take availability set, which is called as AZ-900. For this availability set, I have configured the fault domain as 2 and update domain as 7. Now, if I wanted to change the fault domain and update domain to 3 and 6, I will not be able to do it. So once the configuration has been done for the availability set, you will not be able to change the configuration. And the virtual machine, whatever you are placing to the availability set, once it is placed, if I wanted to change the virtual machine to another availability set, AZ-002, I will not be able to do it I have to delete this virtual machine, recreate the virtual machine, and place it into the availability set. This is as good as creating a new virtual machine and placing it into availability set 002. So let us see what is availability zones are. The availability zones are within the region. Each region will have minimum of 3 availability zones, and each availability zone has multiple data centers. When you deploy the virtual machine in 2 different availability zones, you have the latency of 2 milliseconds. So this is the latency what you get when you deploy the virtual machine in 2 different availability zone. So this is zone 1, this is zone 2. These are all separated by different power, cooling and networking infrastructure. And whenever there is a patching or maintenance which is happening at the host for the availability zone 1, the other host at the availability zone 2 will not be touched for the maintenance or patching. If you have created your virtual machine in 2 different zones, then you have a very highly redundant environment, because this virtual machine will be in availability zone 1, this virtual machine will be in availability zone 2. This will be backed by different power, different network, and this availability zone will be backed by different power source and network infrastructure. So this is how you can configure your workloads as a scalable, highly available and redundant environment. In this video, we will discuss about Azure Virtual Desktop. Azure Virtual Desktop is a fully managed desktop solution by Azure. It offers full desktop or use of remote app to deliver individual application. You can use Microsoft application in the Azure Virtual Desktop. Also, you can customize your business application into your virtual desktop solution. We can manage desktop and application from different Windows and server operating system. We can use hybrid configuration to set up the virtual desktop infrastructure using both private and the public cloud. We can use our own custom image or the images from the Azure gallery. We can also dedicate a desktop for a single user. When we configure the Azure Virtual Desktop environment, we can automatically scale based on the demand. We can deploy the Azure Virtual Desktop and configure the application group to target a certain segment of the department. We can use Azure CLI, Azure Portal to configure the Azure Virtual Desktop. Let us understand why do we require Azure Virtual Desktop in the first place. If I take an example of a company which is called as, if company called Cloudex has 500 employees. There is an IT department, and for 500 employees, this IT department has to issue 500 laptops. The laptops which the IT department issues will have the operating system, the applications which is required by the business, and some application which are required for the vendor interaction. This is for third-party interaction, and some application for the management purpose. These laptops will be secured. It will be having antivirus, and also it will be all connected to all these 500 laptops will be connected to a central repo where there is the update, antivirus patch management, so for all these 500 laptops, there will be a central repository from where it will get the antivirus updates, security patches, and service pack for all these 500 laptops. To maintain all these 500 laptops and to install the operating system for each and every laptop, and to upgrade all these 500 operating system whenever there is a new upgrade which has been released by the vendor. If I take Microsoft as an example, if the laptop is running Windows 11 or it can be Windows 10, we need to install the service packs and updates, right? So these has to be taken care by the IT department with some kind of repository what they have configured. And also they need to ensure that each and every laptop has to be backed up. So they will ensure that there is a certain application which is running on the laptop which will take care of the backup to a central repository or to a archival storage. So they have to maintain all these 500 laptops what they have issued to the 500 employees. Also they need to ensure that operating system applications and the security will be taken care. To avoid maintaining and managing all these 500 laptops, what usually they will do is they will use the Azure Virtual Desktop using the Azure Cloud. By using the Azure Virtual Desktop, you have the flexibility of choosing the virtual machine. So you can choose the virtual machine size and you can create a host group. Host group is nothing but the virtual machines which are grouped together for providing the VDI solution. We can configure Windows 11 or Windows 10 as the operating system for the virtual desktop environment. So once the user logs in to the virtual desktop infrastructure, you will get either Windows 10 or Windows 11 as the virtual desktop. And these virtual desktop infrastructure will be configured with application group. This application group contains the business application, management application, and any third-party vendor application. You can group these applications in an application group and attach a policy to the virtual desktop environment. So whenever the user logs into the VDI environment, you will be able to get the virtual desktop for the user to access a virtual desktop with Windows 10 or Windows 11. And with the configuration of the application group, whatever application you have selected for a application group, those applications will be available for the user who logs into the virtual desktop. It can be Office 365 application. It can be management applications. Like for a software developer, there can be multiple IDE environment, or it can be CI/CD tools which are already installed onto the application group. So you package all these applications and provide the applications as a group. Also, you can group the application based on the departments. Like for the finance department, there can be different set of application, and for marketing, there can be different set of applications. For IT services, there can be different set of application. You group these applications based on the departments, which is called as workspace. You create an application group, create a workspace, add to this particular workspace. For finance, there is a separate set of applications which will be provided to the finance users who access the virtual desktop. For the marketing users, they have a different set of virtual desktop with a different application group. For the IT services, they have a different set of application which they access when they use the virtual desktop. The hosts which are part of the host group is nothing but the virtual machine. You select the virtual machine size and place these virtual machine as part of the host group. From the host group, you will be creating from the host group, you have dedicated virtual desktop and also session based virtual desktop. Dedicated is called as personal desktop and session based virtual desktop is called pooled desktop. So user will be getting sessions from this desktop. From the personal, user will get a dedicated desktop. So always whatever desktop he accesses, whatever desktop he is accessing from the dedicated environment, he will get the same profile. So whenever the user accesses the desktop from the dedicated virtual desktop environment, he will get a dedicated desktop so that the my documents, my downloads, all this profile will not change. So whatever documents he has saved, it will be available. But whereas in the session based virtual desktop, when a user logs into a particular session and logs out, he will get a new session. Whatever he has saved in my documents or my downloads, those data will not be available. For every logout and login, there will be a new session for the user. So there are many things about virtual desktop in Azure, and it is a big topic altogether. For AZ-900, for the fundamentals, we need to understand what are the basic concepts of the virtual desktop. In this video, we will understand about Azure containers. Containers are virtualization environment, and this is a operating system virtualization platform. Containers are lightweight, scalable, and portable. Azure supports Docker as the container platform. Docker is an open source platform for running the container. So what is this container all about? If I take example of the virtual machine, this particular virtual machine requires virtualization platform, right? So I have the Hyper-V here. This Hyper-V needs hardware. So this is the hardware for the Hyper-V. So we have the hardware, we have the virtualization platform. On top of the virtualization platform, we have the virtual machine. On top of the virtual machine, we run the operating system. This operating system will be tied to one application. So if I am using Windows or Linux as an operating system, and on top of this operating system, I'll be running SQL database. So this operating system is tied to this particular database. If I am running any Python based application or Java based application, then the OS is tied to one particular application. The container solves the problem of running one application on one operating system. So that is why the container is called as OS level virtualization or operating system virtualization platform. We have the virtual machine, and on top of the virtual machine, we are running the operating system, and there can be one application. So each virtual machine is running an operating system and it is running one application. What if I wanted to use application like Python and Java based application on the same operating system? Is it possible? So this is where the container comes into picture. Since container virtualizes the operating system, the virtual machine what we had, which was running the operating system with application, because this operating system what we had, it had the runtime for Python. Now on the same virtual machine, this is the hardware on which the virtual machine is running. On the same virtual machine, we can run multiple containers. So this can be Python-based container, this can be Java, this can be Node.js, and there can be another container which runs the .NET application. One more important concept of container is you take this container. If the container is running on the virtual machine which has the operating system of Linux, you take the same container and run the container on a Windows-based operating system. So the container is very portable. You can take from Mac OS. This is coming from Linux. You can run the same container which was running on Linux. The same container can be run on Windows or Mac OS. Okay, now you can say, that is fine. I can run the container on Windows, Linux and Mac OS. But how exactly we are able to run the containers? Let us understand how we are able to run the containers. To run the containers, we need something called as image. This particular image is toned down version of the operating system itself. So it contains very minimal file for the application to run. So basically it contains the libraries, the dependency and the runtime for the application to run. That's it. It doesn't contain the files like the operating system. The operating system has huge files for multiple services like file services, DHCP, DNS. There will be so many services, and also there can be drivers, networking, video drivers, sound adapter drivers, and USB. For multiple peripheral devices, you have drivers which comes with the operating system. All these files will not be available in the container image. It contains only the minimal files which will be able to run the given application. To run the PHP application, you have an image for PHP. So there is a PHP image. To run the Node.js, you have Node.js application, and there is an image for Node.js. To run SQL, you have MySQL image. So now we understood. We have the image. Using this image, we are able to run the container, and this particular container we are able to run on virtual machine. So we can run the container on the virtual machine. There can be multiple containers which we can run on the virtual machine. To run the container on virtual machine or bare metal server, we need to just issue the command docker run and image with some parameters. If I wanted to map the port, I need to use the port mapping with P. These images which we use to create the containers are stored in something called as registry. These images are stored in a registry. There is a public registry for up.docker.com. So this is the repository for the images. There are many public images which are available in up.docker.com. We can simply use this up.docker.com repository and we can build our containers. The next question will be, can we build our own containers? Yes, we can take the base image and we can layer whatever files we want on top of this base image. And we can combine this as a package, this as a separate image. We can use this image to run our containers. For example, if I wanted to use the HTTPD image, which is nothing but the Apache image, which is web server image, if I wanted to modify the files of the HTTPD and then create my own image with the mount to store my files, which is user www, some files or index.html. So I wanted to use these parameters into my image. I can package the entire information into this image and I'll be able to run this image on my environment as a container. So what are the options which are available on Azure Cloud to run the containers? The first option is we can use Iaas as a service. We can build our own virtual machine, install Docker engine, and we can run the containers. The second method is to use the Azure Container Instance. This is the fastest way to build your containers. This is a Paas based solution. There is no need for you to install the virtual machine. So you don't need to install the virtual machine. Create the ACI. You will be provided with an option to choose the registry. This registry can be hub.docker.com and choose the image, or you can choose the private registry, which might be Azure Container Registry, to pull the image and to run the container. Azure Container Instance does not scale and it doesn't have much options like Azure Container Apps. When you create a container using Azure Container Instance, you will be provided with a FQDN. Using this FQDN or IP address, you will be able to access your container. Next one is using the Azure Container App. Using the container app, you need to create container app environment. You need to create the app environment. In this app environment, you will be able to scale. You will be able to deploy multiple versions using deployment slots. And there are multiple runtimes which are available to choose. The fourth method is to use Azure Kubernetes Service. Azure Kubernetes Service is a production-grade container orchestration service wherein you can build thousands of containers and you will be able to manage, scale the deployments. When you use Azure Kubernetes as a service, you will be running the containers as a pod. So this will be the term which will be used in the Azure Kubernetes service. You will be able to scale, monitor, deploy multiple containers, and also you can have multiple replicas of the same pods. So in summary, container is a virtualization environment. It is an operating system virtualization platform. Containers are lightweight, portable, and scalable. Azure supports Docker for the container platform. And there are multiple ways to deploy the containers in Azure Cloud, which we have discussed. In this video, let us discuss about Azure Functions. When I want the control of the operating system and the application, what I will do, I will install the virtual machine. So I'll deploy the virtual machine to take control of the operating system and the applications. So this is the application which is running on the virtual machine. So I have the control of both this. If I wanted to use microservices, then I will choose the containers, web application, or I can also choose Kubernetes as a service. So what is this function all about? If I want a service which will act based on a trigger, for example, if I have HTTP trigger, then there is a service which will automatically get triggered and will act based on this particular trigger. Or there are some real-time data which is coming or which is getting streamed via the event grid. Then based on the event grid data I want to act, then I will use this function. The function is basically run the code and not worry about the underlying platform or infrastructure. Functions are commonly used when you need to perform work in response to an event. If I have a document processing application, let us take an example of document processing application. A users or multiple users who are accessing your application using the web browser, they are constantly sending the documents, and this particular document has to be stored in a Azure Blob storage. So based on the trigger, event will be triggered. Whenever there is a document which is sent, there is an event triggered, and this document will be stored in a Azure Blob storage in one of the particular container. This can be the simplest use case where a function can be used. Function can also automatically scale based on the demand. Function will run only when there is a trigger. Otherwise, it will automatically deallocate the resources. Functions can also be used with the stateless or stateful applications. When they are used in a stateful application, a context is passed through the function to track the prior activity. Basically, when there is a stateful application, there is a constant sequence of sessions which will be maintained. And as we know, functions is a key component of the serverless computing. Let us understand the type of triggers which will make the functions to work. There are multiple triggers which are available. The triggers are namely HTTPS trigger, queue trigger, blob trigger, and timer based trigger, and event grid based trigger. So what are the programming languages does the function supports? Function will support Python, C#, Java, JavaScript, and also we can use batch file and .exe files as well. So whenever we wanted to use the function to run a certain action, we can create a batch file and schedule. So that will be the timer based trigger. And also we can use these programming languages to create a trigger for the function. When you create a function, you need to provide a name for the function name, and the domain Azure websites.net. This will be automatically appended. This is the default domain name what you get with your function app. This is the name for the function what you are going to create. With that, the Azure websites.net will be appended. This will be the name for your function app, and this is the URL using which you will be able to access using the web browser. When you create a function app, you will be provided with 3 hosting plans. There are 3 hosting plans when you create a function app. The first one is consumption based hosting plan. So this is event driven. When there is an event, the function app will work. Once it completes the activity, then it will automatically deallocate the resources. The second one is premium function. In this, we are able to use the network isolation. And also, we are able to scale the function app based on the demand. Third one is app service plan. So this is the same app service plan which we use to create web application, mobile application, web jobs, function app. So we can use the same app service plan to host any of these services. So basically we need to create app service plan if I wanted to configure the services for web application, mobile application, web app, or functions. For the function, I have three options to choose the hosting plan. One is consumption based, the second one is premium function, the third one is app service plan. In app service plan, basically you choose the server. You choose the server or virtual machine for the application to be deployed or for the function to be deployed. In this video, we will understand what are the application hosting options which are available in Azure Cloud. If I wanted to have full control of my application, I can use the virtual machine. I can install the application. I can also install the application on the containers. So we have an option in Azure Cloud to use the containers to install the applications. This is by running the image of my application. This image, I can get it from the hub.docker.com. There are other services which is called as Azure App Service. These are all platform as a service. Azure App Services are nothing but the platform as a service wherein we can bring our code and deploy our code into the Azure App Services. So App Services enables us to build and host the web application. App Services supports automatic scaling and high availability. App Services supports Windows and Linux operating system, wherein you can deploy your code onto any one of the operating system. You can select the operating system, either it can be Windows or Linux. Also, you can integrate with GitHub, Git, or Azure DevOps for the CI/CD pipeline. All you have to do is build the code, deploy the code onto the Azure App Services. Azure focuses on keeping the environment up and running for the application what you have deployed. So since this is a platform as a service, that is how this service will work. Azure App Service is an HTTP based service for hosting your web application, and it will support REST APIs and mobile backends as well. So we are talking about apps. So what is this apps all about? Apps are nothing but the applications. So the app is the short form of the application itself. So whenever we deploy the application in a traditional way, which can be on the virtual machine or it can be on the physical server, we deploy the application. So application is basically a modules of the code. So we have the code which can be combined as an exe file, and we can execute this particular exe file to install the application on the virtual machine or the physical machine. To access this application, we have something called as application client. So this is nothing but the client application. So we have the application which is running on the server, and there is also an application which acts as a client. This client will interact with the application which has been installed on the server. So this application is the one which is doing the business or some logical operations or some logical functions. So we have the client which will interact with the application server. The application server is the one which is doing the business or logical process. And using the client, we are able to access the application. We input some data here, and the logics and all the processing, everything will be done at the application layer. So this particular layer sends the output for the input what we have given from the client machine. So this is how the traditional application will work with the application server and the application client. So in Azure, the same application is called as web app because this particular web app is accessible via the browser. So we have the browser to access this particular application, whatever we deploy on the Azure cloud. So we access the app using the browser and we provide the input. The logics, everything will be performed at this web application layer. The web app is the one which is doing the logical operation or logical processing or the business processing. And we are able to interact with this browser to the web application. So this web application, whatever we deploy on the Azure cloud, we have all these languages which are supported. .NET, .NET Core, Java, Ruby, Node.js, PHP, and Python. So we use any one of these languages. We deploy the application and we deploy this application as a web application. The web application will be accessible by the browser. Usually the browser is simply a static which has the HTML code and which has the CSS cascaded style sheet. When we embed some logics on the application itself so that it is accessible via the browser, so this logics which is going to interact with the web application using the browser. Let us understand the web application using a banking application. I have a banking application. So this is there in the cloud. It might be in Azure cloud. And how do we access this banking app servers? I will use the web browser, right? So I use the web browser to access the banking website, and this will be the net banking website. So I enter my user ID and password to connect to the banking server or banking application. You use the user ID and password. So this is the dynamic web page wherein there are scripts which are embedded. There are scripts which are embedded which will interact with the banking application. This is not a static web page like the news portal or some blogs. So this is a dynamic web page which you will be accessing from the web server of the banking website. Once you are able to interact with the browser, then this will be your web application. So basically you are interacting with your banking application using the browser with the embedded scripts, which is nothing but the dynamic web page. So let us understand what are API apps. Much like hosting a website, you can also build REST-based APIs by using your choice of language and framework. You can also use Azure Marketplace to publish your APIs. The produced applications can be consumed from HTTP or HTTPS based clients. If I wanted to give a use case for the API apps, then we can use the Azure cloud itself. So we have the cloud, Azure cloud. How do we interact with the Azure cloud? We interact with either CLI or portal or using the SDKs, right? We issue some command to create the virtual machine. It can be virtual network, it can be storage, account, it can be Kubernetes, it can be containers. So all these resources, what we are going to provision, what are we going to provision? Either we use the CLI, the portal, or the SDK, right? Whenever you issue any of the command to create any of the resources, Azure itself has something called as service fabric. This particular service fabric will be integrated with the API app. And the service fabric in turn has multiple resource provider for the compute, for the storage, for the network, for the containers, Kubernetes. So we have multiple resource provider from the service fabric. So when you issue the command to create any of the resources, whatever the commands which you have issued, everything will be sent as a API request. Let us take another use case using the mobile wallet. If I am using a mobile wallet, I'll be able to make payment for phone, water supply, electric. So these are some of the vendors to which I'll be able to make the payments, right? So in the phone itself, you have Jio, Airtel, and VI. If I wanted to make payment to the Jio, then I have something called as API integration. So on my mobile, the API integration is the one which is called as client. This client will be interacting with the API apps using HTTPS or HTTP protocol. It will use REST-based API request to transact. And on the backend, there will be API app. So this API app will serve the request for the client, which is coming from the mobile device. So these are the use cases for the API apps. If I take the web jobs are often used to run the background tasks as part of your application logic. If I have an application which is accepting the documents, so let us assume this application is the document processing application and multiple users are sending the documents in different size. So these documents are in different size. When the application accepts the documents, it will send these documents to web jobs. So the web job is to convert the different size of documents to A4 size, A3 size, and A4 size. The main application, which is the front-end application, which will provide immediate response to the users, whereas the web jobs will only work based on the trigger. So it will only accept the document once there is a trigger to convert the documents. Only then this particular web jobs will work. For the web jobs, you have multiple languages which are supported: .exe, Java, PHP, Python, Node.js. We can also use commands and batch, PowerShell, or bash. Now let us understand what are mobile apps. We can use these mobile apps to build a backend for the iOS and Android apps. We can also store the content of the mobile apps using the cloud-based SQL database. There are n number of authentication providers. We can integrate with the authentication providers like Google, Microsoft Authentication, Twitter, and Facebook. We can also use the configuration for push notification. Also, we can execute C# or Node.js custom-based logics on the mobile apps. These are the 4 types of web application what you can deploy on Azure Cloud. When you wanted to deploy these applications like web application, web jobs, mobile apps, or API apps, we have to create something called as app service plan. Using the same app service plan, we are able to deploy all these 4 types of web applications. We can deploy web app, mobile app, web jobs, and API apps using the same app service plan. The app service plan is nothing but the SKU what you choose to deploy your web applications. The SKUs are free, shared, basic, standard, premium, and isolated. So these are the SKUs which are available to deploy your web applications. You can choose the virtual machine size based on the SKUs whatever you are choosing. And each of the SKUs will have different configuration options. Basically, it will give you more disk space for the application files. And also you can integrate with the network itself, the virtual network. And you can also have SSL configuration. And there are other options which are provided with different SKUs. In this video, we will discuss about Azure Virtual Networking. Azure Virtual Networking is also called as Azure VNET. Azure VNET is a infrastructure as a service resource. So whenever you create a virtual network, it is similar to the traditional or legacy data center. You have the servers. Right? You have this particular server, which is physical server. And this servers, or there can be many servers, which are connecting to the Ethernet switch, which is nothing but the LAN switch. So these servers, how it is going and connecting to the switch, similar way, when you create a virtual network, you will be provided with a router. So this router, you will be able to create multiple networks. You can have multiple networks, which is called as subnet. So this is one big network when you create a virtual network in Azure. And this particular virtual network can have multiple subnets. I will call this as subnet 1, subnet 2, subnet 3, subnet 4, subnet 5. There can be multiple subnets similar to this. You will be able to create multiple subnets. So this router will provide DHCP and DNS. This is like the Wi-Fi what you have at home. The Wi-Fi also provides the same thing. It will also provide the DHCP IP address for your mobile or your laptops, and also it will allow the DNS forwarding for the devices, which is your mobile device or your laptop device, to communicate with the internet. So similar way, whatever virtual machines you are going to deploy on the virtual network, these virtual machines can communicate between each other. So this virtual machine can communicate with this or any of the virtual machine within this VNet. So any virtual machine which you have created in this subnet, it can talk to any of the virtual machine within the same network. And also the virtual machines, whatever you have created in this virtual network, it can also communicate via the internet. It can access Google, google.com, Microsoft.com, or any websites you will be able to access from any of the virtual machine, because by default outbound connection to the external network is allowed. Apart from communicating within the virtual network and also accessing the internet, using this virtual network, we can also communicate to our data center. So we can connect to our data center as well. So this can be via the virtual private network or express route. So let us understand what is the virtual network now. It will provide isolation and segmentation. It also provides internet communication, which we have discussed. Any virtual machine which we have created inside the virtual network can talk to the internet. Communicate between Azure resources. You will be able to communicate within the virtual network. This virtual machine can talk to any virtual machine inside the virtual network. And we are also able to communicate with the on-prem resources. So we are able to communicate with the data center, which is on-prem data center. We can actually manage the network traffic to route the network traffic in a certain way. And using the network security group, we can filter the inbound and outbound network traffics. We can also connect the virtual network. If this is the virtual network 01, this is the virtual network 01, I have another virtual network, which is 02. I can actually connect these two virtual network, which has another set of subnets, another set of virtual machines running on each of the subnet. Azure Virtual Networking supports both public and private endpoints. So whatever virtual machines which you have created and deployed inside the virtual network, it will get the private IP address. So this will get the private IP address from the range of IP address what you have used for your virtual network. Say for example, if I have used 10.18.0.0/16, and for this particular subnet I have used 10.18.0.1.24. From this range, I will get a IP address for this virtual machine. It can be 10.18.0.6/24. For each of the subnets in the virtual network, we have 5 IP address reserved. So this is for Azure internal use. So for each subnet, you have 5 IPs which are reserved. Apart from these 5 IPs, the virtual machine will get a different set of IP address from this range. And you are also able to create and assign the public IP address. This is for the external computer to access the virtual machine, which is inside the virtual network. Once you assign the public IP address for any of the virtual machine inside the virtual network, if I assign a public IP address for this virtual machine from the outer world, which is external network, which is internet, I can use PC or my laptop to connect to this virtual machine using the public IP address. I can connect via the internet. Isolation and segmentation. We can create multiple subnets out of the virtual network what we have created. These are called as subnets, and each of the subnet will have its own range of IP address. As I said, 10.18.0.0 is the network. This is for the virtual network what we have created. I can create multiple subnets out of this range. For subnet 01, I can use 10.18.0.0/24, and for subnet 02, I can use 10.18.1.0/24. This is for subnet 02. From this range of IP address, one of the IP address will be assigned to the virtual machine. Each subnet gets an IP range from the defined IP range at the VNET. So this is the range of IP address which is configured at the virtual network layer. From this range, I will get the subset of the IP range for my subnet. For subnet 3, I will have 10.18.2.0/24. I can go on creating the subnets depending upon the subnets what I can configure out of this particular range. For name resolution, we can use Azure internal DNS or external DNS. As I said, when we create the virtual network, we are basically creating the router on the Azure cloud. So we have multiple subnets, right? Which we are going to create subnet, subnet, and subnet. This router will provide DHCP and DNS facility. I can communicate to any of the resources which are created inside this subnet using the DNS FQDN, which is the internal DNS at the Azure cloud. And also I can use the external DNS. If I have the on-prem setup with the hybrid cloud, if I have hybrid cloud, and in my on-prem, if I have the DNS, this will be my external DNS. I can use this external DNS to configure for these subnets as well. So either I can choose Azure internal DNS or external DNS. Internet access for all the resources which you have created inside the virtual network as outbound connection enabled by default. So any virtual machine which you have created inside the virtual network can access the internet. And we can also use the public IP address. We can create the public IP address and assign to the virtual machine. This will allow the external user to connect to the virtual machine. Communicate between Azure resources securely. It is not only that you have the virtual network created, right? And you also create the subnets. Say for example, this virtual network has two subnet 01, subnet 02. If I wanted to access the other Azure services, like the Paas-based services, these Paas-based services doesn't have the virtual network configured. So you don't configure the virtual network for the Paas solutions, for the web application, for the Azure SQL, for containers, Kubernetes. If I wanted to access from this virtual machine any of the other Azure resources, I'll be able to allow the virtual network access from this particular resource itself. So when I configure the web application, I have an option to allow the virtual network and what range of IP address I can allow from this web application. I have an option. If I choose the option to allow the certain IP address range, because my virtual network IP address range is 2.0.24. If I allow for this subnet, all the resources which are in this subnet can talk to the Paas solution, which is nothing but the web application. So this virtual network has 10.18.0.0.16, and I am allowing only this subnet for the other Azure resources access. I can also do that using Azure resources securely. So whatever communication which is happening between the virtual network and the other services, it will happen in a secure, because this is within the Azure backbone network. And also we can use service endpoints to connect to other Azure resource type, such as Azure SQL database and storage accounts. You will get a endpoints, and you can integrate those endpoints to your resources from where you want to access the other Azure resources. It is not only that you create a virtual network and all the resources within the virtual network can talk to each other or communicate between each other within the same virtual network. You can also configure the virtual network to connect to your data center. So if this is your Azure cloud and you have a virtual network created, this virtual network can connect to your data center using VPN. So this can be point-to-point, site-to-site VPN or via the express route. So there are three options how you can connect your virtual network to your on-prem data center. So either it will be point-to-point, site-to-site, and express route. Express route provides high bandwidth because it is direct connection between the Azure data center and your data center using the co-location or direct connection to the Azure data center itself. Point-to-point connection is basically you have the users who are accessing from the remote location. There can be multiple users who have the laptop or desktop. They wanted to connect to the Azure cloud, to your virtual network and access some resources. They have the VPN client running on the laptop or desktop. So they have the VPN client running. They can connect to the virtual network and they will be able to access the resources. This will be encrypted via the VPN. Basically, they are accessing using the internet. So all these connections, all these users who are accessing your Azure resources are via the internet, VPN, and this particular connection is encrypted. In site-to-site communication, it also uses the internet. And this is also encrypted. This is also an encrypted connection. You need to set up the router at the data center, and also you use the VPN gateway at the Azure virtual network layer. You will be able to communicate from virtual network to your data center. The difference between point-to-site VPN and site-to-site VPN is basically in point-to-site VPN, you use the VPN client to access your Azure resources. In site-to-site VPN, you configure the router so that whatever resources at the data center can be allowed to access the Azure resources. So here you are allowing individual users who have the VPN client installed to access the Azure resources, whereas it is data center and the Azure network communication. The third option for hybrid connection is express route. You can use express route for greater bandwidth and even for higher levels of security. Only thing is it will take some time to get the connection done at the Azure network and also at your data center. So how does the Azure virtual network route the traffic? By default, whatever resources you have created inside the virtual network, everything is allowed to communicate between each other inside the network. All the resources within the network, within the subnet, can communicate between each other. It can also communicate with on-prem network if you have configured any three types of hybrid network like point-to-site VPN, site-to-site VPN, or express route connections. You can also connect two virtual networks. By default, the outbound connection to the internet is allowed. So whatever resources you have deployed on your virtual network, all the resources can access the internet by default. Other methods to route, you can define the routing tables. Also, you can use BGP, which is Border Gateway Protocol, to route between the networks. So everything is fine. I have created the virtual network. I have created the subnets. I am able to configure the virtual network to connect to the on-prem data center using point-to-site or site-to-site or express route connection method. Now, after doing all this, how do I control or filter the network traffic? I am able to filter the network traffic using the network security group. I can control the inbound and outbound traffic using the security rules. I can also set up a network virtual appliance so that it will allow the inbound traffic via one particular network virtual appliance, and any outbound connection or inbound connection will go via this particular network virtual appliance. I can use this method also to filter the traffic. We can also connect two different virtual networks. For example, if this is my virtual network, VNET 01, I have some subnets which are created here, and these subnets has some resources. And this is virtual network 02. This also has some subnets. If I wanted to communicate between these two virtual networks, I can configure something called as VNET peering. If any of the resources in this particular subnet wanted to talk to this subnet, this can be virtual machine. Here there is a virtual machine. This can go via the peering network and connect to this virtual machine. This is within the Azure backbone network. Azure backbone network is nothing but the internal to the Azure network. So this is what communicates via the Microsoft backbone network, never entering the public network. Peering enables resources in each virtual network to communicate with each other. These virtual networks can be in a separate region. I can also configure the virtual network in different region, EU East, EU West. So these are in two different regions, but still I am able to configure the VNET peering and communicate between the resources. So these virtual networks can be in a separate region. There is something called as user-defined routes, which is nothing but UDR. These routes are different from the system routes, and these routes can be configured for greater control over the network traffic flow. You wanted to see to that which resources can talk to which resource via what networks. So those you can define by yourself, which is user-defined routes. In this video, let us understand what is Azure Virtual Private Networks. This is with continuation of the Azure Virtual Network, what we have discussed in the earlier videos. Let us understand what is VPN all about. Before going to virtual private networks, let us see what is VPN. If I am an individual user, let us say this is me. I am an individual user and I wanted to connect to my office network. So what are the possibilities to connect to your office network? Either you can connect using a cable, you can directly connect from your laptop to your office network. Is this possible? This is not possible because there are multiple users. There are thousands of users who will be accessing your office network because they are working from remote location or they are working from work from home. In this particular case, we have to use internet as the medium. So internet is an existing connection. You have different provider who provide the internet connection. You use the internet to access your office network. So basically what you do is you create a tunnel. You have the internet connection, you create a tunnel, and this particular tunnel is the secure tunnel. Secured in the sense because internet is a public network and nobody should access your corporate data. So that is the reason you create a tunnel to access your office network. So when you are using your internet to access your office network, you need to authenticate to your office network. It can be via VPN client installed on your laptop or the desktop. So you authenticate via VPN client and connect to your office network. You access all the resources. It can be mail services, it can be SharePoint, it can be web services. So all the services you are able to access via the internet using the VPN tunnel. If an individual user is accessing the corporate network or the remote office, then this is called as point to site because a single user is connecting to the office network, which is point, and this is your site. This is the remote office or your corporate office. So this is okay. But what if I have two head office? One is head office, the other one is branch office. I wanted to connect these two networks. You can connect these two networks using the router, and this is also via the internet, or it can be leased line. So you can have the connection from one office to another office using the leased line or the internet. So if you are using the internet, then you are creating a tunnel, end-to-end tunnel within the internet, and this particular tunnel is a secure tunnel. As I said, the data what you are accessing from one office to another office, this has to be in a secured manner. So that is the reason we use VPN tunneling. At each office location, you have the router configured, and this particular router will have connection via the internet, and this connection is nothing but your tunneled network. This is for the security purpose. You are tunneling your data from one location to another location via the internet, via the public network in a secured way. This is because the data whatever you are sending from head office to the branch office or from the branch office to the head office cannot be sniffed or it cannot be hacked. So it will be in a secured way. If I apply the same concept on Azure, so again, this is me and this is the Azure network. So this is the Azure cloud. If I wanted to connect to the Azure network using the point-to-point connection, again, I need to have internet. I'll connect via the internet and connect to the Azure network. So this is the laptop and I'll be able to connect via the internet to the Azure network. For you to connect to the Azure network, you need to create something called as VPN gateway. Before that, you need to have virtual network created. And to create a VPN gateway, you need to create a subnet which is called as gateway subnet. In any one given virtual network, you can have only one VPN gateway created. So this is your virtual network which you have created, and you create a subnet which is called gateway subnet. Only one gateway subnet is allowed in one virtual network. So this is VNET 01, and you can create only one gateway subnet. With this gateway subnet, you are going to create something called as VPN gateway. When you create a VPN gateway, you are basically creating two instances. So this will be automatically deployed by Azure when you create a VPN gateway, and this instance can be in active, passive, or active standby, or active. So for the end user who is connecting to the virtual network, again, he is going to create a tunnel. This particular tunnel is a secure tunnel which is being created to connect to the Azure network. And using this tunnel, you are basically connecting to your VPN gateway to access the resources. So this is another subnet which has Azure resources created. So you are going to use the VPN gateway to access your resources on the Azure cloud. So this is okay because you are able to use the point to site connection to connect to your virtual network. So whenever you see any question related to point to site is basically individual user connecting to your Azure network. So this is point to site connection. There can be one user, there can be multiple user. So there are multiple SKUs which are available or SKUs which are available. So it will start from 128 connection, 500 connection, and 1000 connections. So basically they are saying they can have 1000 users who can connect to the virtual network. So this is the SKU which you need to select in case if you wanted to connect, if you wanted to use 1000 individual users to connect to your virtual network. So this is okay because this is the point to site connection, individual users who are going to access your Azure resources using the VPN gateway. What if I have on-prem data center? This is the on-prem data center and I wanted to connect the Azure cloud. I can use the same method. I have to deploy the virtual network. So I deploy the virtual network. I can create the VPN gateway. I need to create a gateway subnet before and deploy VPN gateway. When you deploy VPN gateway, 2 instances will be created automatically and you have the router at the on-prem. You need to configure this particular router and this VPN gateway using the public IP address. So this also will have public IP address as the endpoint and this also will have public IP address as the endpoint. Here also at the end user side, anyway, if you are accessing the internet, you have the public IP, right? When you access the internet, you will definitely get the public IP. For configuring the VPN gateway, you need to use the public IP address on the VPN gateway. So here also you have public IP address. So using the public network, you connect to your Azure network, access the private resources. And the authentication is Azure AD, Azure Active Directory or certificates or Radius, remote access dial-in users. So this is very famous in Windows operating system, remote access dial-in users. It is there since a very long time, Windows 2000 or might be Windows NT 4.0. So the same authentication, you can use it. Here we use something called as pre-shared key. So we use pre-shared key at both the end and a tunnel will be created. This is for the security reason. This is secured traffic. So this particular traffic should not be hacked or snipped. That is the reason we use the encrypted tunnel. Only drawback here is the bandwidth. The bandwidth what the internet provides, that is the same bandwidth what you are going to use to connect your network. From the same VPN gateway, you can have multiple connections. So if you have another branch office or another head office, you can have another connection using the same VPN gateway. This is your data center on-prem. This is in location 1. This is in location 2. You can use the same VPN gateway to connect. Again, you need to configure your router in such a way that it will have public IP address and there is the pre-shared key which has been provided by the Azure. You will be able to access your network. Let us get back to the notes and see what is VPN gateway. A VPN gateway is a type of virtual network gateway which we have discussed, and we are able to connect to site connection and we can connect to point to site connection. Apart from point to site connection and site to site connection, we can also connect. We have one virtual network and there is another virtual network. We create VPN gateway and we are able to connect two virtual networks, VNET 01 and VNET 02. In the previous video, we have also seen how we are able to connect two virtual networks with the help of peering, so which is nothing but VNet peering, which uses the Azure backbone network. So it doesn't use the internet to connect the VNet peering. So whereas here we need public IP address at both the site and it is going via the public internet. So if you wanted to connect VNet to VNet, we can also use VPN gateway. And the data which is transferred from source to destination, it is always encrypted. You can only deploy one VPN gateway in one virtual network that we have seen. And we can have multiple connection from the same VPN gateway that also we have discussed. When setting up a VPN gateway, you must specify either policy-based or route-based. Basically, they determine how the traffic needs to be encrypted. In Azure, regardless of the VPN type, either you choose policy-based or the route-based, the pre-shared key is the one which is employed. The policy-based VPN gateways determine how the IP address, which is nothing but the public IP address, packet will be encrypted through each tunnel. IP routing, either static or dynamic, decides which tunnel to be used for each of the IP packets. Route-based VPNs are the preferred connection for the site-to-site connections. This is from on-prem to the Azure network. When a route-based VPN gateway is recommended, when we have connection for point-to-site, when we have connection for multi-site connection, and also when the VPN gateway coexists with the Azure Express Route gateway. Let us see what are the high availability scenarios for VPN gateway. VPN gateway can be configured in active standby. By default, when you create a VPN gateway, it will be deployed as active standby, and you need to use only one public IP address to connect to the point-to-site or site-to-site connection. And for the active, you need to use two IP address. This is for one instance and for the other instance. Basically, when you create a VPN gateway, two instances will be created. So for these two instances, you need to use these two IP address so that it can be used in active mode. Another high availability scenario is we can use VPN gateway to connect to your on-prem data center, right? So we can use VPN gateway to connect to the on-prem data center. At the same time, we can also use express route to connect to on-prem. So these two are different type of VPN gateways. So one is exclusively for site-to-site connection. The other one is for express route, which requires the physical cabling and co-location facilities. So when you use these two different type of VPN gateways, if there is a failure of express route, the VPN gateway which is via the internet, it can be used to access your resources on the on-prem or vice versa, or the Azure cloud. So this is another high availability scenario. Since the VPN gateway is deployed as two instances, so one instance, this is another instance, and one of the instance can be in AZ1 and the other instance can be in AZ2. This is instance number 2. This is also for the high availability purpose. So this is how we can configure Azure VPN gateways, and also we can use VPN gateways in HA design. In this video, let us understand what is Azure Express Route. Azure Express Route is a dedicated connection from your on-prem network, on-prem data center to the Azure network. So this is the Azure network. You use direct connection to access the Azure resources using Express Route. In the previous video, we discussed about VPN gateway, right? So this VPN gateway, it has a constraint. It is very slow because the bandwidth, it uses internet. And also the traffic is encrypted. This can be used only for less critical or development or test workloads. If you wanted to use high availability when connecting to your data center, then you can use virtual private network gateway and express route. This will be at the Azure end. and you can connect to the on-prem network. So this is via the VPN gateway. This has the router configured, and from the express route, you will be able to connect to your on-prem network. Again, this also uses the router to connect. So this is high bandwidth, and this will be low bandwidth. If there is any problem with the express route connection, you can fail over to the low bandwidth network. So what are the features and benefits of using express route? We have the connectivity for all the resources across all the regions. And also we have global connectivity to Microsoft services across all the regions with express route. Because express route, when you connect, you have the access to Office 365 and also your Azure Virtual Network. And express route uses dynamic routing. Basically, it uses BGP as the protocol to dynamically route the IP traffic. And we have built-in redundancy at every peering location. As I said, you have direct access to the Office 365 applications because you have something called as Microsoft peering when you use express route connection. So using Microsoft peering, you can directly access all the Office 365 applications. With private peering, we connect to the Azure Virtual Network. This is Azure Virtual Network, and we have created multiple subnets. We can access all these resources using the private peering. Let us see what is global connectivity. If I have a data center, I have this data center which is DC1. This is located in US region, and this is my data center number 2, which is in Europe location. So these are two different regions, US and Europe. These are all on-prem data center. This is not Azure region. This is an on-prem data center. I wanted to have connection to my Azure Virtual Network to the Europe region via the express route. So the Europe region on-prem data center is using the express route to access the Azure resources, and the US region is also using express route to access the Azure resources for US region. If I have multiple data center like this, I can simply use the express route global reach to use the same existing express route, connect via the Azure and connect to my other data centers. I can exchange the data from US to Europe using the same express route connections. There is no need for me to connect via the internet and connect to the other data center. So this is not required. So this is why global reach is useful. Express route uses the BGP protocol for dynamic routing. So BGP is border gateway protocol, which is used for the dynamic routing, because whenever there is a data exchanged from one location to another location, we need to cross multiple ops. These ops are nothing but the routers. So the data will transfer via multiple routers from one location to another location. So this dynamic routing helps to find which is the easiest path to exchange the data from one location to another location. So this location 1 to location 2, using the dynamic routing protocol, it can find the easiest path to exchange the data. Built-in redundancy. Whenever you use express route to connect your data center from one location to the Azure network, there is a service provider who is providing you this service for the connectivity from your on-prem to the Azure network. These service provider for their networking stack use highly available components or redundant components. That is the reason the connectivity from your on-prem data center to the Azure network will be highly available connections. Let us see what are express route connectivity models. Basically, there are 4 different types of express route connectivity models. Let us start with the co-location at Cloud Exchange. So we have co-location facility. Co-location is a place where you host your services. There can be multiple customers. There can be customer X. This is customer Y and customer X. They can host all the resources in a co-location. Basically, there can be multiple customers using the same co-location facility, which is rented by a third-party vendor. So we have hosted some of the services in a co-location facility. This is a big data center where you have your network configured. At this co-location facility, you have your network configured, and this particular network, whatever you have configured, this will go and connect to the Cloud Exchange. So there is something called as Cloud Exchange facility, and this particular Cloud Exchange facility will be of the service provider. So this is from the service provider itself. So this is called as partner equipment or service provider equipment. This is called as CE, which is customer equipment. And using this partner equipment, you are going and connecting to the Microsoft Edge networking, which is nothing but Microsoft Edge equipment. And this will connect to the Azure network. So this is your Azure VPN gateway for the express route. You might say, okay, I am not hosting my services in a co-location facility. I have my own data center from where I wanted to connect to the Azure network. So if you have your own data center, so this is the data center, and we have the networks created, right, at your data center. So usually what will happen is in your data center, you have your network configured. So this will be your network. This is the physical network what you have configured. And sometimes it will be referred as spine and leaf network, or it can be also called as access layer and layer 3 network. So if you have an existing network like this and you don't want to use the co-location facility, in that particular case, there is an option from the service provider who provides the point-to-point connection. So you have point-to-point connection. You connect to the point where the service provider has given an option for you to exchange your network via the point-to-point connection through the service provider network, and eventually you connect to the Azure. So this is also provided by service provider. And eventually it will connect to the Microsoft Edge network. And this Microsoft Edge network is the backbone network for the entire Azure cloud. So once it is connected, you can access all the resources whichever you have provisioned in the Azure cloud, similar to co-location at Cloud Exchange or site-to-site connection. In any-to-any network, you have the similar case here. You have your own data center. You have your existing infrastructure. Similar to how you extend your network to another branch office or remote site. So this is one of the remote location or branch office of your own corporate data center. So this is another data center in a different location. Similar to how you extend your network, you can use the wide area network using router or MPLS, and you will be able to connect to the Azure network. So this is using the existing infrastructure of your data center. It is just like an extension of your data center using your existing infrastructure, and With the help of service provider, you are connecting to the Azure network. Basically, all these three options, whether it is co-location at cloud exchange, point-to-point Ethernet connection, any-to-any network, all these three options uses service provider. So we need to have service provider help. So you can check in the portal who are all the service providers who are authenticated by Microsoft for providing the services of express route. So there are multiple service providers for each of the countries. Directly from express route. So in this particular case, your data center, you are connecting your data center network. As I said, you have the fine and leaf connection or access layer or L3 layer connection, and this particular L3 network, access layer network, whatever which you have configured in your data center, this can be extended via the direct connection to the Microsoft network. So here there is no need of service provider. In this case, there is no service provider. So basically, PE is not required. This is Microsoft Edge network. This is your customer equipment, Microsoft equipment, and you are going to connect using the Microsoft Edge network to the Azure virtual network. So this gives more bandwidth compared to the partner equipment connection like co-location or point-to-point and the any-to-any networks. All these three types, basically they share the bandwidth for different customers. So here you are not sharing the bandwidth. You are directly connecting to the Azure network using one of the connection. So the bandwidth is not shared when you use express route as the direct connection to the Microsoft network. Security consideration. So whenever you connect using express route to the Azure data center or Azure networks, the data is not exchanged via the internet. So it is a private dedicated network which has very high speed bandwidth. You are using the high speed dedicated network to exchange the data from one location to another location, which is nothing but your on-prem network to the Microsoft Azure network. Even though you have express route connection, some of the services like DNS queries, certificate revocation, Azure CDN, these data are still being sent over the public internet. So this is one point which needs to be considered for the examination. So in summary, Azure Express Route is a dedicated private network. And this is used for mission critical workloads. So whenever you wanted to use replications like storage replication for backup, you use express route. The bandwidth which is provided by the express route is sufficient enough for the data which has to be transferred from your on-prem network for the backup or for the replication or for HANDR. If you have Azure Site Recovery Services running, you use express route to failover and failback from on-prem to the Azure resources. There are three types of connection. One is co-location, point-to-point, any-to-any, and the other one is direct. So these three connectivity options are from service provider. And this is without using the service provider, we are connecting directly to the Microsoft network. So this was an overview about Azure Express Route connections. In this video, let us understand what is Azure DNS. Azure DNS itself, it is a very big topic in Azure Cloud. So we will be covering only the overview part of the Azure DNS, so which is required for the AZ-900 exam. So Azure DNS is a hosting service for domains. So if you have come across this particular term, DNS, which is nothing but domain name system. In DNS, you have two types of DNS. One is public DNS and the other one is private DNS. Have you ever wondered, if you have a laptop or desktop and you are trying to access using your browser something like www.google.com or www.microsoft.com. So these are the websites which you wanted to access from your home, and you have your Wi-Fi connected. So this will be your router at home, which is the Wi-Fi. Using this particular Wi-Fi, you are trying to access google.com. So when you type www.google.com, this domain name has to be sent via your router, and it will be sent to the ISP. So ISP themselves have something called as DNS server. So this DNS server has something called as resolver cache, because there will be thousands or lakhs of users who are connecting to the ISP, and there will be multiple requests which will be sent back and forth. There will be different domain name which will be accessed by different users. It can be different, not only google.com or microsoft.com. It can be any websites, news portal, blogs, or any portal. So there will be multiple requests which are sent via this ISP. What this ISP will do is, whatever the request which is sent and which is received, it will actually store in the DNS servers, in the cache of this DNS server. So if there is a request again for any of the domain name, then for the ISP, it is very easy to service that particular request via the cache itself, right? So google.com, it has cached. From the cache, it can send back the request. If at all you are accessing something, very different website, this is your company website, contoso.com. If this website has to be accessed via this ISP, and this ISP doesn't know where exactly this contoso.com is there, then it will send this particular request to the root DNS server. At the root DNS server, so basically the dot itself is the root DNS server. Once the request has been sent to the root DNS server, under the root there are multiple TLDs, top level domain. So basically you have .com, .edu, .org, .net, and .in, and .in, .jp, .au. So there are multiple top level domains. Because this comes under .com, and it will be sent to the .com. So the root knows who is the authorized for .com domain. So this .com DNS server gets the request from the root, and this .com doesn't know what exactly is the IP address for this particular contoso.com. But it has the record where exactly or who is the authorized DNS server for contoso.com, because it has to maintain the registry. or it has to maintain the records, DNS records at the .com for all the domain names. For all the public domain names, it has to maintain the records. For all the edu, this domain, top level domain, .edu maintains the record, right? So the .com maintains the record and it knows who is the authorized DNS server for Contoso.com. Since Contoso.com has been purchased from GoDaddy. So the GoDaddy DNS provider or the DNS servers will be the authorized DNS server for Contoso.com, right? Now it has reached the GoDaddy DNS server. From there, it knows what is this IP address because you need to map the Contoso.com with the IP address, right? In the GoDaddy site. If you have purchased Contoso.com, you need to map the domain name with the IP address. You can say, okay, I have purchased Contoso.com and I have not used any IP address, I have not mapped. So this domain name, if you have purchased and if you have kept like that, paying 1 year subscription, 3 year subscription, or 10 year subscription, it is of no use. So Contoso.com will be there, but it is of no use until and unless you run some services. These services are nothing but web services, mail services. If you are running some kind of services, then you will be provided with the IP address, right? So once you run the web server, you will definitely get the IP address. So this will be a public IP address. This public IP address has to be mapped to your name, which is domain name, what you have purchased from GoDaddy. So once this IP address, this is the public IP address, mapped with the domain name Contoso.com, which is under the GoDaddy authorized DNS server. So this GoDaddy DNS server knows what is this public IP address, and this domain name belongs to GoDaddy DNS server. So it will route the request using this public IP address. Now the request has come till the domain registrar DNS server. This domain registrar DNS server knows what is the public IP which has been mapped to this Contoso.com domain name. Since it knows the mapping of the public IP address with the domain name, if you have hosted this website, Contoso.com website, in Azure Cloud, say suppose if you have created a virtual machine, and for the virtual machine, you definitely assign the public IP address, and this IP address will be mapped here. So it will lead to this web server in Azure Cloud. Now we know where exactly the web services is running. So this DNS server will return the request via the .com and to the root, and then it will eventually go to the ISP DNS server. So from now on, this ISP, this particular ISP will cache this Contoso.com in their DNS server. So next time, whenever there is a user who is browsing Contoso.com, either from the local cache, you will be able to resolve the Contoso.com, or if he has flushed the local cache, always you will be able to go to the ISP DNS server to get the Contoso.com domain name to resolve the IP address. So now we understood the public domain name system is nothing but, or the public DNS is nothing but the domain name mapping with the public IP address. So we have the domain name registered using one of the registrar, either GoDaddy, Namecheap, or Hostinger. Then we create a service, either it can be web services or mail services or any services, load balancer services, or any services for which we require a public IP address, we map that domain name with the public IP address. This domain name is helpful because I can remember the www.contoso.com. I don't want to remember this IP address, right? So this is how the public domain name works, because these are all routable domain names. Routable domain name in the sense it is routable in the public network, which is nothing but the internet. So now let us see what is private domain name. It is similar to the public domain name, but it is limited to the enterprise or the organization at the local level. So it is not routable. It is only limited to the enterprise network. So for example, if I wanted to create contoso.local, this will be my domain name, right? And it will be mapped to the private IP address, which is nothing but the non-routable IP address. So this is for your enterprise. Here, there will be a DNS configured at your organization. There will be a DNS server. There can be multiple DNS server for high availability. And it can actually in sync so that all the records will be copied to another DNS server, right? You can actually place multiple DNS servers at multiple data centers in order for high availability. So if one of the DNS server fails, you can actually point your client or the source to another DNS service. So you can actually configure your client to use multiple DNS servers. If one of the DNS server has failed, it will be able to connect to another DNS server to get your domain name resolved. If you take, for example, ipconfig/all, you will be able to see how many DNS servers are configured at your client, right? If I say ipconfig/flush DNS. So this is another command to flush the local cache. So I said there is a local cache in your laptop also. So if you wanted to flush DNS resolver cache at the local level, you can use this command ipconfig/flush DNS. So this is how the public DNS and the private DNS works. In Azure, since we have multiple global DNS servers, which is there in the Azure infrastructure, it can actually provide the private as well as public DNS. It can actually provide both private DNS service and public DNS service. So whenever you create a virtual machine in Azure, basically when you create a virtual machine, you will get the private IP address, right? This private IP address will be automatically assigned with the default domain. So it gets the domain name from the private DNS automatically. So there is no need for you to configure anything. So by default, this VM, whatever you are going to create in Azure, it gets a private domain name. For the public domain name, you have to register with the public domain registrar. By the way, Azure does not provide the feature of registering the public domain. So you have to use third party to register the public domain names. So what are the benefits of Azure DNS? Let us look into the benefits one by one. Reliability and performance. DNS domain in Azure DNS are hosted on Azure Global Network. Yes, because we have multiple domain names or domain servers in Azure. If the name starts with NS, this naming convention you need to understand. This is nothing but name server. There can be multiple name server like this. This is for the reliability purpose. So we have multiple DNS server. If one of the DNS server fails, there are other DNS servers which will handle the domain name resolving. Azure DNS uses anycast networking. This is to provide name resolution in quickest way. because it uses the closest available DNS server. So when it comes to the security, Azure DNS is based on Azure Resource Manager, which is nothing but the ARM. And we can actually control the services, the DNS services, using the role-based access control or RBAC. And also we can use the logs, activity logs, to monitor if there is any modification on the DNS records. We can also lock the resources. If we lock the resources at the subscription level, this lock will be applied till the resource level. So this is the hierarchy. If you apply the lock at the subscription, the entire hierarchy will be locked till the resource. If you are placing your lock only at the resource, then you are basically locking the particular resource only. For example, if I wanted to lock only the DNS, I can use the lock only on the DNS, right? So my resource group are not locked, only the resource is locked. I can actually place my lock at different level in the hierarchy, at the subscription or at the resource group or at the resource. Ease of use. Actually, if I have registered my domain name, which is contoso.com with GoDaddy, I have registered my domain name with the GoDaddy. I can transfer this contoso.com to my Azure. I can manage the entire domain name from the Azure portal itself. So I can transfer this domain name to my Azure subscription. From Azure portal or the CLI, I'll be able to manage. If you say I don't want to manage using the Azure portal, I will use GoDaddy portal itself to manage the contoso.com. That is also fine. You can manage using the GoDaddy portal. Only thing is you need to use the Azure portal to maintain the records. So you maintain the records using the Azure portal and you manage your domain name using the GoDaddy. And also you can use PowerShell commandlets, and also you can use Azure CLI to manage any services in Azure Cloud. Customizable virtual networks with private domains. You can actually create a private domain. Say I wanted to create contoso.local. This will be my private domain. What I will do is I'll create a private domain in Azure portal or Azure CLI. I will use this private domain name and I will basically link this private domain name to the virtual network. So once I link this particular private domain name to my virtual network, whatever resources I have created, the virtual machines, whatever I have created, all the virtual machines has to be rebooted in order to take this private domain name into effect. So whenever you create any resources in the Azure virtual network, by default, you will get the default domain name. So this is nothing but the domain name which is provided by Azure. This is provided by Azure DNS. So you will get the domain name from the DNS server of the Azure, which is a default domain name, which will be nothing but cloud-app.net. So this will be the domain name. I think will be internal. So this will be the fully qualified domain name for your resources, whatever you are going to create in the virtual network. So the name and internal.cloudapp.net. It is correct, right? Okay, I don't want to use why I want to use this big name. I wanted to use my custom domain name, contoso.local. I will create a private DNS. Once I create a private DNS, I have to link this private DNS to the virtual network. Once I link the private DNS to the virtual network, all the virtual machines has to be rebooted because it has taken the default domain name. To get this domain name and to get this domain name into effect, we need to reboot all the virtual machines, right? So we have to reboot, and this VM0102. Now you will get this domain name FQDN as the private domain name for your virtual machines. Okay, let us see what is alias records. So whenever you use DNS server or DNS, so you will be able to see there are multiple record types. CNAME, MX records, and alias. So these are some of the types of records what you are going to see in the DNS server. So a record is basically mapping your host name to the IP address. This is for the IPv6. This is for IPv4. So CNAME is basically a canonical name which I can map a domain name with another domain name. For example, this is my domain name contoso.com, tm.contoso.com. If I have created a traffic manager profile, I can say my app dot traffic manager .net. So this portion you will get by default. So this is the FQDNS fully qualified domain name. By default, when you create a traffic manager profile, the name what you are going to create, it will be appended with the default domain name. So you can access this traffic manager using HTTPS and my app dot traffic manager .net. So you can actually access using this URL. So there is no big deal, right? So, but you wanted to use your company's domain name instead of going myapp.trafficmanager.net. So this looks something like awkward. So since I wanted to use my company's domain name to access the traffic manager, I will use the CNAME to refer my domain name with the actual traffic manager domain name, right? Similar way, if I wanted to access cdn.contoso.com, if I have created a CDN profile, then I can say my app dot Azure Edge.net. So this is the CDN domain name, default domain name what you get when you create a CDN profile. It will be appended with the instance name what you are going to create. Anyway, you can also access the domain name using the URL. So you take the URL of the CDN, you will be able to access it. Since, as I said, I wanted to use the company name as the standard, I can use cdn.contoso.com to access the CDN profile. If you notice one thing, I am actually using the subdomain. So let me talk about subdomain. So if contoso.com is the domain name, this is called as Apex domain. If I am creating anything like www.ftp, okay, mail.contoso.com. So basically these are all subdomains under contoso.com, right? So this portion will be subdomain. I can use only the subdomain to map or refer the another domain when I use the CNAME. So that is the reason we use alias. I can straight away use contoso.com and I can point to this particular default domain name which is created for the traffic manager profile, or I can use for the CDN. Also, I can use the Apex domain for my IP address, which is public IP address resource. Whereas CNAME you cannot map to the public IP address. So this is why alias record is very important, or it is very much useful. Okay, now you can say, since I am able to map the alias with another domain, fontoso.com, why I should not try mapping with fontoso.com with Microsoft.com? Okay, you note there is one thing, alias record set to refer to a Azure resource only. Okay, you cannot map to any other resources or any other domain names apart from the Azure resources. So you can only map to the Azure resource, right? As I said, you can use the alias record to map your Apex domain with the Azure resources. It can be traffic manager, it can be CDN, it can be IP address. So you cannot map to any other resources apart from the Azure resources. And also, whenever there is a change in the IP address, say for example, if you have mapped the public IP address to a virtual machine, and whenever this particular virtual machine reboots, you will get a public IP address. You will get a different public IP address, right? When you create an alias, this particular public IP address will be automatically updated with the alias record. Let us see what is storage account. Whenever you create a virtual machine, say if you are creating a virtual machine and you have to attach the disk, right? You need to attach the operating system disk, and also you need to create and attach the data disk for the operating system. So this can be Windows or Linux. You are basically creating the operating system disk and the data disk. So these disks are coming from the managed disks, right? For using operating system disk or the data disk, there is no need for you to create the storage account. Storage is an infrastructure as a service. Why do I require a storage? If I have data, these data can be .doc files, PDF, XLS, movie file, audio file, and any image file. If I wanted to store these type of data, then I need to have storage. If I have the storage, then I'll be able to store all this data, right? And this storage should be persistent storage. Why do we require persistent storage? There are two types of storage. One is volatile and the other one is non-volatile. RAM is volatile. So once the laptop or the server has been rebooted, the data which was stored in the RAM, it is not available. So it is only available when it has been powered. Non-volatile is a persistent storage. If you write the data, it will be always available. So this is why we store all this data into a non-volatile storage or the persistent storage. In the initial days, we had something called as floppy drive, floppy disk. So this was only 1.44 MB of capacity. Then we had the CD. Then we had something called as DVD. So this was around 650 MB. This was around 4.3 GB file. And then we had somewhere around 8.7, I think. 8.7 GB. So this was basically used for audio. And many operating system vendor like Microsoft, to say Red Hat, they used to supply the operating system package with the CD, and also application like antivirus. financial, accounting software. Everything used to come in CD. And DVD was very popular for the movie. And then we add hard disk. So this was starting from GB now, which is available in terabyte. So this was a mechanical disk, and this had multiple interfaces. So this came with IDE, data, Saas. So there were multiple interfaces for a disk drive. And later we add the same hard disk drive, which had little bit of flash added. So this was called hybrid. If you have purchased hard disk drive from Seagate or Western Digital, you would have noticed there would be hybrid hard disk. Then we add the SSD itself. Then we have the current trend is flash drive. So both are non-mechanical, and this is mechanical drive, which add the arm and the head magnetic heads. With the hybrid disk, we add little bit of SSD plus HDD. So these were the mediums which were used to store the data, starting from floppy to the flash. And the data what you are going to store on these type of medium will be classified into structured data, semi-structured data. Then unstructured data. So these are the classification of the data. So in structured data, we have database. In semi-structured, we have XML, JSON. For unstructured, we have text, movie file, AVI, MP3, PDF, .doc. So all this comes under unstructured data. If I am using the schema to query the data, then it will be a database, which will be structured data, which has the rows, columns, and tables. And semi-structured data, it doesn't have to be queried. It doesn't have any schema, but still it has some format of structure. And unstructured, as you know, it doesn't have any structure. We cannot query, and it also doesn't have any schema. So these are the classifications of data. And all these data has to reside in some or the other storage medium. If I take the database, it needs very high performance storage. So that is the reason why database are stored in either flash or SSD. For semi-structured data, we don't require such a high performance disk. We can go with storage optimized or standard hard disk. Also, we can use standard hard disk for the unstructured data. So whenever there is a data which is written in smaller chunks and which requires high write performance, then we require the flash storage. So for semi-structured and unstructured, we can use the standard SSD or the standard hard drive. When we create a storage account, we need to select from the options what exactly we are going to do with this particular storage account. Whether we are using for the binary large object storage, we wanted to use it for the queue storage, we wanted to use it for the table storage, or we wanted to use it for the Azure files. If I wanted to use for queue storage, Azure files, table storage, and binary large object storage, then I have to choose the standard general purpose V2 storage. So this is the option what you have to select from the performance. You have been given with an option of performance with the standard and the premium. So when you choose performance, you will be able to select the standard general purpose V2, and we are able to use the blob storage, queue storage, table storage, and Azure files. When you choose standard general purpose V2, you have all the options available: LRS, GRS, RAGRS, ZRS, GZRS, RAGZRS. So these are the redundancy type. This we will discuss in the next video. And in the usage, it has been clearly mentioned. If you are specifically going for Azure files, then choose the option for the premium. So you need to choose the premium storage account type. Say my requirement is only to store block blobs, which is storing the block binary large object storage. I have to create the premium account, premium storage account. So these are the supported services, blob storage, and the redundancy which is available is the LRS and ZRS only. The usage, it is used if you have smaller objects, and if you require the low storage latency, then you go with the premium blob storage account. And also if you require high transaction rate, then you choose premium blob account. The next account type is premium file shares. The supported services is Azure Files. The redundancy option for premium file shares are LRS and ZRS. The premium file shares are recommended for enterprise, high scale, high performance applications like web services. And if I wanted to use SMB, which is very familiar with Windows, and also NFS for Linux or Unix. So whenever you wanted to share the files using the SMB protocol or NFS protocol, you use Azure File Services. When you create premium file share storage account, so this will be basically for the enterprise users. So either it can be NFS or SMB. So when you create a file shares, then you are using something like this: share, then marketing, finance. So this is very familiar in Windows. When you try to map the shared folder to enterprise users, you will be mapping these type of shares to the user profile. If you are using NFS for the web services or for mounting any file shares in the Unix or Linux operating system, then you will use something like this: NFS share 01, share 02. So this is how you mount NFS shares to the Unix or Linux. So this is for Linux, and SMB for Windows. So when you select premium page blob account, the supported service is page blobs only, and the redundancy what you get is LRS. Page blobs are used to attach the disks for the virtual machines. You create a page blob disk and you attach to the virtual machine. So this is the only usage when you create premium page blobs. So now there is no need for you to create premium page blobs to create a disk and attach to the virtual machines. This is how in earlier days when we used to use the Azure cloud services, we used to create the storage account, create the page blobs, and then attach to the virtual machines. So now we are not using this method. So simply we are using the managed disks, which has LRS and ZRS. So both are supported in managed disks. So what is storage account endpoints? When we create a storage account, we need to provide the name for the storage account. If I am using the name of demo123, if this particular name is already taken by some other user or some other organization, I cannot repeat the same name. So the name should be unique. It should be globally unique. Globally unique in the entire Azure cloud. We cannot repeat the same name. Either it can be from different user or different organization. You cannot use the same name repeatedly. The combination of the account name and the storage service endpoint forms the endpoint of your storage account. If I am creating account blob, this will be my storage account name. So if I have account blob, this will be my storage account name. This is the endpoint for the service. The combination of the storage name and the endpoint is the endpoint for the storage account. So this combination, this entire combination is the endpoint for the storage account. When you create a storage account, the name should be between 3 and 24 characters. It can contain the lowercase and the numbers. It cannot contain the uppercase letters. The storage account name should be unique, which we have discussed. It should be globally unique. You cannot repeat the same name. Endpoint for the storage account services. So if I am creating the storage account for the data lake, then the name of the storage account, then the name of the service, dfs.core.windows.net. This is the service endpoint with my account name. It will be my storage account endpoint. And similarly for Azure files, the name of the storage account for the Azure file, then file.core.windows.net. This will be the endpoint for the storage account for the Azure files. If I am creating the storage account for the Queue storage, then the storage account name queue.core.windows.net. This will be the endpoint for the storage account. For table storage account name and .table.core.windows.net. This will be my endpoint. In the next video, we will discuss about storage redundancy. In this video, we will discuss about Azure Storage Redundancy. In the previous video, we talked about Azure Storage Account. When we are creating the storage account, we have been given with the option of performance. So when we select the performance, again, we have two options to select. One is standard and the other one is premium. When I choose standard, I am able to create blobs, tables, queue, files, and page. So these are the types of services which I am able to create when I select the standard. When I select the standard Gen v2, I am also able to use data lake. These are the storage services which are available when I select standard, right? And the redundancy what is available when you select the standard is LRS, locally redundant storage, ZRS, zone redundant storage, RAGRS, read access, geo redundant storage, GZRS, which is nothing but globally zone redundant storage, and RAGZRS. So these are the redundancy type what we have when I select the standard storage. And if I choose the performance as premium, I have again multiple options to choose, which are nothing but premium block blobs. One is premium block blobs. This will support the redundancy of LRS and ZRS. I have another type in premium, which is file shares, which is nothing but premium file shares. This also supports LRS and ZRS. And page blobs. this will support only LRS. Whenever you store any data in the Azure storage, multiple copies will be created. If I use LRS, there will be minimum of 3 copies which will be created. This will protect from unplanned events such as hardware failures, network failures, or power outages, or even natural disasters. Redundancy ensures that your storage account meets its availability and durability. Since we have copied the data into multiple locations, we have multiple copies of the data. Even if one of the copy is not available, there are other 2 copies which are available, right? And these copies should be durable. The data what we have created and copied to multiple location, is it durable? Is it as the same integrity when we created the data, or the data has changed? For example, if I take the Word, I have the Word file, but there is no content. So that means the data is not durable. When deciding which redundancy option is best for your scenario, consider the trade-offs between lower costs and higher availability. If you are selecting LRS as the redundancy, then this will be the cheapest option because you are storing your data in the same location, in the same availability zone, and in the same data center. So this will be the cheapest and it will have high performance because it is stored in the same region and same data center. The factors which will help to determine which redundancy option we need is while creating the storage account itself. So when you create a storage account, you have an option to select which region you wanted to place your data. The region which you are going to select, for example, Europe, North. If you have selected this region, this is the region which will be primary region. And if you have selected LRS, 3 copies will be placed in this same region in the same availability zone. If I wanted to copy the same data to another region, the region pairing comes into picture. So if this is Europe North and this is Europe West is Netherlands and Europe North is Ireland. So this is the region pairing. It will only copy to the other region which has pairing. 3 copies will be placed here in the Netherlands region. So this is when you select geographically distant to the primary region because the distance between these 2 regions are somewhere between 300 miles away. If your application wanted to have read access from the secondary region, you can have read access GRS, which is geographically redundant storage, read access with geographically redundant storage. So one of the copy out of the 3 copies can be read only. So the primary copy will be read write. So this copy will be read write, and the copy which has been stored to another region can be accessed with read only permission, right? So this is useful when we run some kind of data analytics. I am not touching the primary data because of performance issue. If I touch the primary data, then I am accessing the primary data source, which will impact the performance of my primary data. So for doing the data analytics, I can use one of the copy which has been stored in the secondary region. I can run my data analytics and I can generate the reports. So since I am using only the read only, there is nothing to worry about writing the data and getting the replicated in the reverse direction. So it will not write the data to the primary region. So it is always read-only. Let us see the redundancy option one by one. Redundancy in primary region. If I am selecting the locally redundant storage, then we are going to keep the data of 3 copies in the same region in the same data center. If I am selecting the ZRS option, which is in the primary region. So primary region, we can have LRS and ZRS. So this is in North Europe. These two are region specific. So when I say region specific, we have 3 availability zone: AZ1, AZ2 and AZ3. So we have 3 availability zone. If I am selecting LRS as the redundancy, in one of the availability zone, we have the data center. In that data center, we have something called as update domain, fault domain and update domain. So these are the racks. These are called as storage TAMs in Azure terms. So basically we have racks and racks of storage, which is nothing but the disks. So when you store the data using the LRS option, one of the copy will be stored in one of the rack. So this we can take example of rack 0, rack 1, rack 2. So the second copy will be stored in rack number 1 and the third copy will be stored in rack number 2. When there is a failure of the availability zone 1, the entire 3 copies will be lost. So basically you lose all your data and these data will not be recoverable. So there is a complete data loss when you use the LRS and when the availability zone itself, it is done. So that is the reason we need to choose the ZRS option. In case if I wanted to have high availability, then instead of going with LRS, I will choose ZRS. So when I choose ZRS instead of LRS, there is a trade-off of cost and performance. So we have high availability, but the cost will be little bit more when you compare with the LRS. So locally redundant storage LRS replicates your data 3 times within a single data center. Within a single data center in the primary region. And LRS provides 11 nines of durability. So if you see this picture, copy 1, copy 2 and copy 3, which is stored in the same data center, this will be your locally redundant storage. When you create a storage account, if you select locally redundant storage, which is LRS, then 3 copy will be created in the same data center using the fault domain and update domain strategy. LRS is the lowest cost redundancy option and offers the least durability compared to other options. LRS protects your data against server and rack failures and also drive failures. If there is any failure of the rack, or the hard drive in this rack, it will protect unless and until there is a failure of the entire availability zone. Let us see what is zone redundant storage. When you choose redundancy as zone redundant, you have an option of placing your data in multiple zones. So we have the region, which is Europe North. One of the copy will be stored in availability zone 1 and availability zone 2 and availability zone 3. The second copy will be stored in availability zone 2 and the third copy will be stored in availability zone 3. So this is how the data will be stored in multiple zones. Even if the rack failures or the availability zone itself fails, we have the data available in another zones. So the copy of the data will be placed in one of the zones here, in one of the zone here, which is zone 2 and zone 3. And ZRS offers 12 nines of durability in a given year. So what are the benefits of using the ZRS? When you choose ZRS, your data is still accessible even if one of these availability zone fails. And if you are using as the Azure file shares, there is no need for you to unmount and remount. The DNS records will be automatically updated. Microsoft recommends using ZRS in the primary region because even if one of the zone fails, the other zones will be available and still your data will be accessible. So that is where you get the high availability when you choose ZRS compared to the LRS. So ZRS is also recommended when you wanted to store the data in a particular region for the governance. It can be government regulations or to meet any security criteria. Let us see why we wanted to store the data in a different region. For applications requiring high availability, you can choose additional copy to be in a secondary region. So there is a primary region, which is Europe North. This is Ireland. And I wanted to store or I wanted to replicate the data from Ireland to Europe West, which is Netherlands. We know that the distance between these two regions will be hundreds of miles away. So this is the strategic decision how Azure places their data centers in different region. So why do I want to place the data in different region? I have 3 copies already here. So I have the second copy here in this Europe North region. I have 4th, 5th and 6th copy in a different region, which is Europe West. If there is a catastrophe and if there is a failure of this particular region, there is an outage, there is a disaster in Europe North, my data should be accessible. I will not be able to access in case of any outage in the Europe North. By keeping my data in a separate region, I still have the access to these data. So that is why I replicate the data using geo-redundant storage between one region to another region, which is hundreds of miles away. So when you select the primary region, you will not be able to change this primary region. Based on the selection of the primary region, the data will be replicated to the secondary region. If you say, I have selected primary region as Europe North and I wanted to replicate this data to Singapore data center. Singapore region. So this is not possible. Only to the paired region, the other 3 copies will be replicated. There are 2 options which are offered by Azure to store the data in multiple regions. One is geo-redundant storage and geo-zone redundant storage, which is GZRS and GRS. GRS is similar to the LRS in 2 regions and GZRS is similar to running ZRS in the primary region and LRS in the secondary region. Basically, when you use GRS, this is how the data will be stored. So this example is basically the GRS kind of redundancy. And when you choose the GRS redundancy, you will have 16 nines of durability of your data in a given year. In this image for the GRS, you can see there are 3 copies in the primary region and there are 3 copies in the secondary region. This is geo replication and this is in the primary region and these 3 copies in the secondary region. If there is an outage in the primary region, you have your data still accessible. Either Microsoft has to fail over to the secondary region or manually the customer has to fail over to the secondary region. Only then you will be able to do the read-write access. Until and unless you do the failover, you will not be able to access this particular data, which is in different region. So let us see what is geo-zone redundant storage. In geo-zone redundant storage, we have 3 copies in different availability zones. So these are 3 availability zones. The data has been replicated to another region, and the data will be stored as 3 copies in the same availability zone. So this is, if I take this as availability zone 1, in geo-zone redundant storage, the secondary region will store the 3 copies in the same availability zone, whereas in the primary region, one of the copy will be stored in one availability zone, the second copy will be stored in availability zone 2, and the third copy will be stored in availability zone 3. Microsoft recommends using GRS for applications requiring maximum consistency, durability, and if you wanted to have disaster recovery facility, then you can go with the GZRS type of redundancy. GZRS is designed to provide at least 16 nines of durability in a given year. As I said, if I wanted to do some kind of analytics or reporting, I need to have read access for one of my copies, which is placed in the secondary region. If I take the primary region, we have 3 copies, and these 3 copies are stored in the primary region. So this is the odd data. I don't want to touch this because it is going to impact the performance of my applications. The applications are continuously writing to the primary region, and once it writes, there is a copy of the data which has been created inside the primary region. This data I don't want to touch for any analytics. I will replicate this data using the redundancy option, choosing either RAGRS or RAGZRS. I wanted one of the copy as read only copy. So this is my 4, 5, 6. So one of the copy I wanted to use for my reporting or business analytics. I will choose the redundancy as RAGRS or RAGZRS. I will use my application to run the analytics and get the reporting without touching the primary data. So this is very useful when you select RAGRS type of redundancy option. So we have looked into the redundancy part of the Azure storage. In this video, we'll see what are the Azure storage services which are offered by Azure Cloud. When you create a storage account, you have options to create multiple storage services. These storage services, it can be Azure Blobs, Azure Files, Azure Queues, Azure Disks, Azure Tables. So these are the storage services what you are going to create when you select the Azure storage services. So what are Azure Blobs? When you create a storage account, you can store the data in the binary format. You create a storage account and you create a container for blob storage. You will be able to store or upload the data in the blob storage as binary format. So this is the way what you are going to store the data in the blob storage. So the data what you are going to store in the blob storage, it can be simple text file, PDF file, it can be .doc file, it can be Excel file, it can be movie file, it can be MP3 file, it can be image files. So all these files are stored as a binary format. So each object what you are going to store in the blob storage, it will be called as blob. So what are Azure files? Azure files, can be used as a central file share location, which will support NFS, which will also support SMB. If I have a file service FS01 and FS02, it can be in a cluster or it can be in a standalone. And I have my shares, share, HR. These are my shares which I have created on these file shares. It can be for finance share. I can move all these shares to the Azure files as the replacement for my enterprise file service on the on-prem. Azure Queues are messaging services for application which helps to store large messages. Say for example, if I have a web application, it can be in on-prem or in Azure Cloud. We have a web application. I need to have sync request to be sent to the database. And if I have asynchronous request, these requests has to be sent to the worker nodes or worker roles. So this is one worker node, this is another worker node, this is third worker node. Say for example, this is a document processing application and there are multiple users or clients which are accessing this particular web app, and for all the transaction related request it will send to the database. If there is any asynchronous request, it has to go via the queue. Asynchronous request is nothing but when the users are going to upload the documents in different sizes and it has to be sent to the Azure queue so that it will convert all these documents either into A4 or letter. So if you have an application and wanted to integrate asynchronous feature, then Azure Queue will be the best fit for your application. So what are Azure Disks? Azure Disks are block level storage which will support Azure virtual machines. So when you create a virtual machines, you need to have operating system disks and data disks. So these disks are supported by Azure Disks. So these are called as page blobs when you create a storage account. So now, since we are using the managed disks, we are not going to use the storage account and create the page blobs to use with the Azure virtual machines. We use the managed disks for the virtual machines. What are Azure Tables? Azure Tables are used for storing large scale of structured data. It can store terabytes of data. It is a NoSQL database and it doesn't have any schema. It is basically a non-relational database. What are the benefits of using Azure Storage? When we choose Azure Storage, we have multiple redundancy options like LRS, ZRS, GRS, and RAGRS, and other redundancy options. We can protect our data from any catastrophe or from natural disaster. Because the data is replicated multiple times, we have high availability, and the data what we are going to store in Azure Storage is highly durable. When we upload or store any data onto the Azure account, by default, the data is encrypted with the Microsoft encryption key. We can also use customer encryption key to encrypt our data. We can also use fine-grained control, which is nothing but the RBAC policy, to control our access to the storage account. In today's application architecture, we don't know what amount of data will be stored onto the Azure account. Because of that, Azure Storage will scale massively. We can store 5 petabytes of data per storage account. Because in today's application, we see that there are microservices architectures and also there are streaming applications which use the Azure Storage, which needs massive amount of storage capacity. For the end user or the customer who is going to use the Azure storage, there is no need for them to maintain or manage the storage. Azure will take care of the hardware maintenance, updates. Even if there is any critical issues on the Azure storage, Azure will handle and take care of those issues. So we have stored our data onto the Azure storage, but how do we access these storage? We can access the storage account or the blobs using the HTTP or HTTPS protocol. And we can also use PowerShell, Azure CLI, and also we have GUI tool like Storage Explorer to access the data what we have stored onto the Azure account. In this video, we will discuss about Azure blobs. In the previous video, we have seen what are the storage services which are offered by Azure Cloud. Azure Blob is one of the storage services. Before going to the Azure Blob, say if I have a virtual machine, or for that matter, if I have the hardware, physical hardware, and if I wanted to install the operating system, first thing I need to have something called as file system. I need to have file system, only then I'll be able to store any kind of files, right? So for Windows, it is NTFS. For Linux, it is ext3, ext4 or RiserFS. So in Azure Storage, I need to select something called as Azure Blob Storage Service. And if I selected Azure Blob Storage Service, I can store maximum amount of data. And this storage, this Azure Blob Storage can store unstructured data. So basically I need to create storage account in the first place. So once I create the storage account, I also need to create something called as container. So this container is similar to the Windows folder, but it is not a Windows folder. Once you create the container, you can store millions of objects within the container. So you can name the container as audio, video, document, image, Azure VHD files. So these are the container names what you are going to create to store the binary large objects. So whatever data you are going to store in the Azure storage, it will be blob. This is unstructured data. So you can store maximum amount of data objects, which can be of anything like log files, audit logs, application logs, system logs, video files, documents, audio files, image files, in any format and any size. No need to manage the storage infrastructure. Azure will take care of the storage infrastructure. So we can do simultaneous multiple uploads to the blob storage, and blob storage are not limited to any particular file formats. And data is uploaded as blobs. Azure will take care of the physical storage needs. Let us see what are the use cases for blob storage. Blob storage can be used to serve images and documents via the browser. So we can access the blobs which are stored in the containers via the browser. And we can use the blob storage for storing files for distributed access by multiple users or multiple clients. We can also stream the audio and video files. Blob storage is also very useful when we wanted to use for backup and recovery purpose. Say for example, if I have a backup server in on-prem or in the cloud itself, and this is my backup server, which can be of Veeam, or it can be of Vault, it can be of Net Backup. I can actually use the storage container and point the storage container which I have created in Azure Cloud to take all my backups, right? I can take all my backups inside this storage. which is actually the blob storage. We can also use the blob storage for data analysis. If there is any audit log or any application logs which needs to be analyzed, we can store the log files into the blob storage. And how can we access the blob storage? We can access the blob storage from anywhere using the HTTP or HTTPS protocol. We can also use client libraries such as Ruby, PHP, Python, Node.js, Java, .NET to access the Azure blob storage. Also, we can use the inbuilt CLI tools, which is there in the Azure Cloud CLI, which is PowerShell and Azure CLI tool to access the blob storage. Blob storage TS. When you store the data in Azure blobs, so when you are storing the data in the Azure blob storage, so this is the blob storage. When you store the data, estimate how frequently you want to access the data. So these are the data which are coming from multiple sources. It can be log files, it can be any files, it can be any objects, video files, audio files, documents. You need to estimate how frequently you are going to access the data, because some data are accessed very frequently and some data are accessed infrequently. Based on the estimation how the data is accessed frequently, we can configure the lifecycle policy to move the data to different tiers. Either we can move it to cool tier, cold tier, or archive access tier based on the data access pattern. Some data which is not being accessed and idle, as the data ages, we need to balance the data with different access tier. We know that Azure provides multiple access tiers. We can move our data between the tiers. Let us see the access tier one by one. Hot access tier. For the data which is frequently accessed, it can be images, documents for your websites. This will be under hot access tier. Cool access tier. For the data which is infrequently accessed and stored for at least 30 days. Example, invoices. It can be air tickets or any movie tickets. These are the examples for the cool access tiers. Cold access tier. This tier is optimized for storing data which is infrequently accessed and stored for 90 days. If the data is stored for 90 days in cool access tier, we can actually configure the lifecycle policy and move the data to the cold access tier. Cold access tier. This tier is optimized for storing data which is infrequently accessed and stored for at least 90 days. Archive access tier. Use this archive access tier for the objects which are rarely accessed and stored for at least 180 days. Examples can be of long-term data backup and audit logs, which has to be stored for security reasons. Let me give an example for the access tier and see how it is going to work. In the traditional environment, we can take this example. If I have the backup server, now this is my backup server where I have configured backups for multiple clients. It can be 1000 clients or it can be 20,000 clients. So all these clients are getting backed up. So we have 20,000 clients. So clients are nothing but the host or the service which needs to be backed up. So this can be of Windows, Linux. The backup server will take the backup from the production servers. So these are production servers. From these servers, the backup server is going to take the backup. So this backup server takes backup of all the production servers and it has to store somewhere. It has to store somewhere in the sense, I will have the policy created for the first 7 days of the backup which has been taken. say if it is a weekly backup of Friday, which is full backup, then I wanted to store all the data, all the backup data on the disk. So this is going to my disk storage and it will be there till 7 days. Once the 7-day is completed, once the 7-day retention is completed, I need to move this data to another tier. This can be virtual tape library. So this is also a disk library, but it is not exactly like a disk. How we can access from the disk, the latency is little bit higher when compared to the disk storage. So the VTL latency will be more when compared to the disk storage. So I'll keep all my data till 35 days. So this is another retention period on which I am going to use on VTL. Once 35 days is complete, I will move this data to the tape. So once I copy to the tape, then I can ship this tape to the offline. So this is exactly how the access tier is going to work in Azure. So this is the same scenario how we are going to use in the Azure storage for different access tier. Say for example, these are different tiers. I have hot tier, I have cool tier, I have cold tier, and I have archive tier. The cost for storing the data into the hot tier, I need to pay the cost. Whereas for downloading from the hot tier, if I download the data from the hot tier, there is no cost. And the data which is being stored after 30 days, it can be moved to the cool tier. So this will have cost less compared to the hot tier. But whereas when you download the data, you need to pay some charges. You keep the data in the cool tier for 90 days. Then you move the data to the cold tier. So here you keep for 180 days. The cost for storing the data in the cold tier, it will be less compared to the cool tier. And when you access the data from the cold tier, when you download the data from the cold tier, you need to pay the cost. And after 180 days, you can move this data to the archive tier. Archive tier is very cheap. The cost per GB is very less, whereas you need to rehydrate the data if you wanted to access from the archive tier. You need to pay additional cost for accessing the data from the archive tier. So you can create the lifecycle policy. So this is the lifecycle policy which you are going to create. And these are the rules which you can define in the lifecycle policy. So you can define saying that after 30 days, I need to move to the cool tier. After 90 days, I need to move to the cold tier. And after 180 days, I need to move to the archive tier. If at all, if I wanted to move the data back from cool to hot, you can also create a rule saying that if the data has been accessed from the cool tier within 25 days, move it to the hot tier. Right? You can also define the policy similar to how you have defined to move the data from cool tier to the hot tier. You can also define the policy to move it back to the hot tier. You can actually have 100 rules in a lifecycle policy, what you are going to configure. Once you define the lifecycle policy, and if the data is not being accessed for 180 days, those data can be moved to the archive tier. So you can actually change the numbers. The default numbers are 30, 90, and 180. You can actually keep the data in the archive tier for lifelong. Or you can have the retention, which is long-term retention. For 7 years or 10 years or even for lifelong. So what are the considerations of access tier? Hot and cool access tier can be set at the account level. The cold and archive access tier are not available at the account level. Hot, cool, cold, and archive tiers can be set at the individual blob levels. And data in the cool and cold access tier can tolerate slightly lower availability, but it requires high durability. The retrieval latency and throughput characteristics are similar to the hot data. Archive storage stores data offline and offers the lowest storage cost. So this archive tier, it has the lowest cost per GB, and when you want to access the data which are stored in archive tier, it needs to rehydrate the data so that we can access the data which is stored in the archive tier. So this was an overview about blob storage. In this topic, we will understand about Azure Files. Azure Files is one of the storage services under Azure Cloud Storage. Azure Files offers fully managed file shares, which will support SMB as well as NFS protocols. Azure file shares can be mounted concurrently by cloud or on-prem deployments. We can use the clients, which is nothing but the servers which are hosted on cloud, and on-prem deployments. The clients can be in on-prem or it can be in the cloud. SMB Azure file shares are accessible from Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. NFS Azure file shares are accessible from Linux or Mac OS. SMB file shares can be cached on Windows servers using Azure File Sync. This Azure File Sync is a separate service under Azure Cloud. You can use this Azure File Sync to sync the data which are from different file servers. If you have noticed in the on-prem environment, you will have file servers created. It can be on Windows. It can be on Linux. For Windows, we use SMB, and for Linux, we use NFS protocol. Let me take example of Windows itself. I have the file server FS01. This is a standalone server where I am going to create the share. So I will create the share. I need to define the share name. Once I define the share name, I need to add users and group so that this particular share can be accessed only by this users or groups. These users or users who are part of the group can connect to the file share. If I have given the share name as share and my share is finance, if the users and group are part of finance department, they will be given the access using the Active Directory users and groups. So you have the share created for the finance users and groups. So the users and groups who are part of the finance department, they will authenticate to the shared folder, and then they will be able to access the shared folder. They can also map the shared folder as S drive. Since this is a shared folder, I am using S as the letter. They can give any name for the map, and this will actually point to the shared folder. In this way, they will connect to the shared folder. They will be able to access the shared folder. If I wanted to add some kind of redundancy to the file server, what I will do is I will add one more file server. I will call this as file server 02. and I will make this as the cluster. So the disks which are coming to the file server 01 and 02, it will be from the shared storage. So this file server 01 also have access to the shared storage, and file server 02 also have access to the shared storage. And whatever shares you are going to create using any one of the server, the users or client can be able to mount or map these shares on their client machines. If you are running a Linux operating system, then, for example, this Linux server is named as Linux FS01. For Linux file server, I have created the NFS share by name NFS share, and I have mounted this NFS share under the data NFS share. I need to export this mount point in the export file. And also I need to mention from which IP address these shares can be accessible and who can access, which users can access. By default, if I give the permission for the root, the clients which are connecting to the NFS shares, let me say these are the clients. This is also Linux clients which wanted to access the NFS shares. This will connect to the NFS share. If you have mentioned only root can access this NFS share, all the client machine has to connect to the exported NFS share, then use the root account to mount the export onto the client machines. So we need to mount the NFS share which is created on the Linux. If all these clients want to access the NFS share, then it has to mount. So it can mount under a mount point NFS share to access the data using this particular IP address using the root account. So this way we can connect to the Linux file server in the on-prem environment. Similarly, we can use the Mac operating system as the client. If I have Mac OS as the client, I can use the same method to access the NFS share using the Linux file server. If I wanted to create a file share on the Azure, all I need is first thing, storage account. I need to create the storage account because we know that storage account offers multiple storage services. It can be blob, it can be file, it can be disk, table, and queue. So these are the storage services which are offered under every storage account. So you need to create the storage account. Then you need to select the file. So you select the file share, enter the name for the file share. Then define the quota. You define the quota for the file share. By default, the quota will be 5 TB. So once you create a file share, every share will have the 5 TB limit. You can decrease this limit by editing the quota, and for that share, the limit will be whatever the size which you have chosen. If you wanted to select 100 GB as the quota size, you will get the 100 GB as the capacity for your file share. So if I say I have created a file share by named AZ file share, by default I have 5 TB of limit. For this share, I can limit by changing the quota to 100 GB. So instead of 5 TB, I will assign only 100 GB for this share. I can go on creating the file shares under the same storage account. And for the storage account itself, we have limit of 5 petabytes. So for file share, we have 5 TB of limit. And for storage account itself, we have 5 petabytes of limit. This is the maximum limit for the storage account. We can ask Microsoft to increase the storage account limitation, but we need to contact Microsoft to increase the limit. What are the benefits of using Azure files? We can have shared access to the shared folder. So we can have multiple users. So these users can connect to the shared folder which they have created using the Azure files. They can do read-write simultaneously onto the shared folder. Fully managed service. Azure File Storage is a fully managed service. There is no need for the end user or the customer to worry about the hardware or maintenance, and there is no need to manage the Azure storage. Azure will take care of the hardware and maintenance part. Scripting and tooling. We can also use the PowerShell and CLI to do the scripting to create, mount, and manage the Azure file shares. And we know that Azure Storage has multiple redundancy options, and the Azure file is built from the ground up, and it is designed in such a way that it will be always available. And the last point, which I forgot, is how do you access when you create a file share? So you have created the file share, but how do you access on the client machine? When you create the file share, Azure will automatically provide the option for you to integrate with the Active Directory. There is something called as storage keys. So you use the storage keys to access the file share. There is a script you can download from the portal itself. Using the script, you will be able to connect to the file shares what you have created. In this topic, let us understand about Azure Queues, Azure Tables, and Azure Disks. Azure Queues service is used to store large number of messages, and these queue storage, whatever we are going to create using the Azure storage, it can be accessed via the HTTP or HTTPS. A queue can contain millions of messages. We create the queue, it can store millions of messages. A message can be of 64 KB. So each messages are broken into 64 KB chunks. So this is the queue storage. So whenever you want to integrate your application with asynchronous type of request, then you use queue storage. So queues are commonly used to create a backlog of work to process asynchronously. If I wanted to give an example for the Azure queue storage, I will give a simple example. Let me take an application. We call this as banking application, where multiple users are submitting their application form. So this is the application form which the users are going to fill: their name, their date of birth, and address. So all these users wanted to create an account using this application form in this bank. Say this bank is XYZ. So I use this application form to fill and submit to the bank. So once the user submits the application form, it has to go through certain process. We have integrated our queue storage in this application. This is my queue storage. Whatever application which has been submitted by the users, it will stay in the queue storage. These application form are broken into 64 KB chunks. These are the messages which are stored in the queue storage. Once the messages are stored in the queue storage, the user who has sent the application or the user who has submitted the application has to get notified. For that, I will integrate with another service which is called function. This function has to trigger a notification and send it to the user who has submitted the application form. So this way we can integrate the queue storage for different application architecture. This is one of the simplest example which I have given for the banking application. So what are Azure Tables? Azure Table is a NoSQL database. This is a structured database which doesn't have any schema. So it doesn't have any schema, and we know that this is a NoSQL database. It can store large amounts of structured data. So when you create Azure Tables under storage account, we can store massive amount of structured data. These data is non-relational data. So unlike the relational database, Azure Tables doesn't use rows and columns to store the data, and it doesn't have the proper schema. In the earlier days, when we started using the Azure Cloud, we used to create the storage account. Then we create the blob storage. Under the blob storage, we add an option to create page blobs. So this is very confusing term because the virtual machine which you are going to create, it requires the block storage. This is the block storage which is required to create the operating system or to store the data. So operating system disk and the data disk is a block storage in virtual machine, and we need to create the page blob as the blob type which can be attached to the virtual machine as the operating system disk or the data disk. Since now we are using the managed disks, there is no need for us to create the storage account. There is no need for us to create the blob storage and then use the page blobs. We simply create the virtual machine and use the managed disks. So we assign the managed disks for the operating system and for storing the data. So we create the data disk for storing the data, and to run the operating system, we use the operating system disk. By default, the operating system disk will be 128 GB. Azure will take care of this managed disks. These managed disks are locally redundant, or it is zone redundant. So this was the overview of Azure Queues, Azure Tables, and Azure Blobs. In this topic, we'll see what is Azure Data Migration and what are the options which are available in Azure Data Migration. Azure supports both real-time migration of infrastructure, which is nothing but the virtual machines, applications, and data. So we can move the data from on-prem to the Azure Cloud Storage, which is nothing but the Azure Blob Storage. So we have the data which can be the virtual machine, and we can move the virtual machine from on-prem to Azure Cloud. If I have the application, I can move the application to the Azure Cloud. If I wanted to migrate only the data, I can also migrate the data to the Azure Cloud. So there is a service which is called as Azure Migrate, which will help us to migrate the data from on-prem to the Azure Cloud. And also we can migrate from Azure Cloud to on-prem as well. In case if I wanted to move the data back to on-prem, I can use the Azure Migrate to move the data from Azure Cloud to on-prem. Azure Migrate provides unified migration platform. So it is a single portal to start, run, and track your progress of your migration. Range of tools. Azure Migrate includes discovery and assessment. We can also do the assessment. If the assessment is okay, fine, then we can go ahead with the migration plan. If we are stuck in the assessment phase and we don't want to do the migration, we can stop there itself, right? And there is also a tool called Azure Migrate Server Migration. This is used for migrating the servers, which can be physical servers, virtual machines from different hypervisor. And assessment and migration. In the Azure Migrate Hub, you can actually assess the on-prem infrastructure and decide if you wanted to migrate to the Azure cloud. Integrated tools. So these are the tools which will help us to migrate from on-prem to the Azure cloud. Azure Migrate, Discover and Assessment. So discover and assess on-prem servers which are running on VMware, Hyper-V platform, or even on physical servers. So we can do the preparation to migrate to the Azure cloud. Azure Migrate, Server Migration. Migrate VMware virtual machines, Hyper-V virtual machines, physical servers, other virtualized servers like Citrix and KVM virtual machines. And also we can migrate the public cloud virtual machines, which can be of AWS virtual machines or EC2 and Google Cloud virtual machines. So we can actually migrate the virtual machines from these two cloud service provider as well to Azure Cloud. Data Migration Assistant. It is a standalone tool to assess SQL servers. This will also help us to check for any issues or potential problems which are blocking the migration. This tool also helps us to check for any unsupported features and also the new features which has been added, which will benefit us to do the migration and suggest the right path for our database migration. Azure Database Migration Service. We can migrate our on-prem database to the Azure virtual machines. We can also migrate to Azure SQL databases. This is a platform as a service. We can migrate the database which are running on our on-prem. And also there is another platform as a service which is called SQL Managed Instances. We can also use this service to migrate our database from on-prem to SQL Managed Instances. Azure App Service Migration Assistant. This is also a standalone tool to assess on-prem websites or web application and migrate to the Azure Web Application Services. We can migrate .NET and PHP web applications to Azure. Azure Data BOX. This is the physical hardware which will be sent to your location when you wanted to use to migrate terabytes of data to the Azure cloud. Then you use the Azure Data BOX. This data box will be sent to the on-prem location. You copy the data to the Azure Data Box, then move to the Azure cloud. We will see Azure Data Box in much detail in the next video. In this topic, we will discuss about Azure Data Box. Azure Data Box is a physical migration box. Microsoft will ship the box. This is an hardware box. This is one type of data box. There are multiple types of data box. This is called as Azure Data Box. There is another type of data box which is called as Azure Data Box Disk. Azure Data Box AB. Azure Data Box Gateway. So these three are used for offline migration. If you have data, it is very difficult to move this data to the cloud. So if you have so much of data which is more than 40 TB or even 20 TB of data, it is very difficult to move with the network. So the network from where you are transferring to the Azure, so this network bandwidth will not be sufficient so that you can move all your data from your on-prem to the Azure cloud. So this is the Azure cloud. You wanted to move all your data to the Azure cloud. Since the data is very large at on-prem, you either choose the Azure Data Box, Azure Data Box Disks, Azure Data Box AV or Data Box Gateway. This is online transfer of your data. So you need to set up a virtual appliance to move your data from your on-prem to Azure. So all these three options, 1, 2, and 3, these are all for offline migration. You copy the data onto your data box disk or data box AV, then ship the copied data to the Azure cloud. So whenever you are ordering the data box, you choose the region. So if your source region is US East, you need to select the region as US East while ordering the data box. So that if your on-prem location is in US East, Azure will be able to ship the data box, and from your on-prem location, this is your on-prem location, you'll be able to move the data back to the Azure cloud. If you have selected region as Singapore and you are asking to ship the data box to US East, then this will be a difficult task. So you need to choose the region properly. So how do you order the data box? You need to use the import and export tool, which is in the Azure portal. You order the data box will be sent to the on-prem location. This data box will have RJ45 connection and it will support up to 80 terabytes of data which can be copied to the data box itself. If you are using Azure Data Box Disks, then this is going to support 40 TB of data. Azure Data Box AV is like a container which will be sent to your on-prem location, and this is exactly like a container for moving 1 petabyte of data. So if you have more than 1 petabyte of data, you can move using Azure Data Box AV. If you wanted to use online transfer facility, then you can go with the Azure Data Box Gateway. So you need to install the appliance on your on-prem, and you need to have a connectivity from your on-prem to the cloud so that the Azure Gateway will be able to transfer the data from your on-prem to the Azure cloud. Azure Data Box can be used for both transferring data in and out of the cloud. So I can use Azure Data Box to transfer to the cloud, or out of the cloud, I can use the data box. So when you have connected this data box to your local network, so there is an RJ45 port, which is nothing but the Ethernet port. You connect the RJ45 with the UTP or STP cable. There will be a GUI portal which can be accessed to move the data from your on-prem location to the data box. So you have the GUI portal which you can access, and from your on-prem up to 80 terabytes of data, you can move to the data box and ship to Azure. The data, whatever you are copied onto the Azure data box, it will be imported onto the Azure cloud. So this is called as import and export. So when you are using the data box to move your data to the Azure cloud, then it will be import option. When you wanted to move out of the Azure cloud, then it will be export action. So let us see what are the use cases for using the data box. Data box is ideally suited to transfer larger than 40 terabytes of data. So for 40 terabytes of data, we can use Azure Data Box Disks to transfer. It comes in 5 disk package. So it has a bundle of 5 disks, and we use the 5 disks of 40 terabytes of disks. We use BitLocker to encrypt, copy the data from on-prem, which is equal to or less than 40 terabyte, then move to the Azure cloud. So these are the scenarios when we are going to use the Azure Data Box. one-time migration when we wanted to move the entire data center data to the Azure cloud, and moving a media library from offline tapes. So if you have a tape backup and if we wanted to move the offline tapes to the Azure cloud, we can use that. Migrating our virtual machine farm or SQL server and application server to Azure. And if we have large set of data sets which we wanted to analyze using the Azure cloud, using HD Insight, or if we wanted to use some other tools like machine learning tools or artificial intelligence tools, we can use the data box to move the data. Initial bulk transfer. If I have the data which I wanted to move to the cloud, if I have decided that this is the data which I wanted to move to the cloud, then I will do initial bulk transfer. So I'll move the bulk data to the cloud using the data box. After that, the data I will use incremental transfer to Azure cloud. So once the big chunk of data, which is more than 40 terabytes of data, if 40 terabytes of data is there in on-prem and you wanted to move to the cloud, I will use the data box for initial bulk transfer. Then I will use network to transfer the incremental data. Scenarios where data box can be used to export. So exporting the data is moving the data from cloud to on-prem. So I have the data in Azure cloud and I wanted to move to the on-prem. If I have a DR site on-prem, I can copy the data from the Azure cloud using the export. So there is a tool which I said import and export. We use export the data from Azure cloud and move the data to on-prem, keeping the data in the cloud, one of the copy, and moving the other copy to the on-prem so that we can set up DR site in the on-prem location. And also, this is also very important. If you have any security requirements and there is any government regulation to keep your data onto on-prem location, you can export the data from Azure cloud and keep the data or store the data in your on-prem location. Migrate back to on-prem or other cloud service provider. If you have decided not to use the cloud anymore, so I am using Azure cloud. I have decided not to use the Azure cloud. If I wanted to move to any other cloud service, so any other cloud service provider, or I wanted to move the data back to on-prem. So if I have decided not to use the Azure cloud, I wanted to migrate all the data from Azure, or I wanted to migrate the data back to other cloud service provider, I can use export service to move the data to my on-prem location to other cloud service provider. Right. If you have used import facility and you have moved your on-prem data, this is your on-prem data, and you have used the data box. This is the data box which you have shipped to the Azure cloud. Once the data has been copied, the data which was there in the data box which you have copied, it will be wiped as per this standard, and there will be no data anymore in the data box. And the same data box will be given to other customer if they have requested using the import export migrate tool. So this was an overview of Azure Data Box. In this topic, we'll see what are the options which are available for Azure file movement. In order to move the files from source to the target or one location to another location, there are tools which are available from Azure Cloud. These tools are Azcopy, Azure Storage Explorer, Azure File Sync. Let us look into Azcopy tool. Azcopy tool is a command line utility tool. You can simply download from the Microsoft website and install on. It can be installed on Windows, Linux, and even on Mac operating system. Once you install the tool on any of these operating system, you will be able to move the data from one location to another location. So why we need Azcopy? In the previous video, I have discussed about Azure Data Box. Azure Data Box is used to offload the data which is in bigger size. So if the data is around 40 terabyte, then if you wanted to move this data from your on-prem to Azure, then you use the Data Box services. If I have the smaller chunks of data, for example, let us say I have 100 GB of data or 1 TB of data and 10 TB of data, I wanted to move these data incrementally. So I wanted to move these data incrementally. I don't want to bulk offload the data using the hardware. I use the internet and transfer this data to the Azure cloud. Instead of using the hardware, I use the internet to transfer the data because my data size is very small. If I have larger data which is more than 40 TB, then it is okay. We can go with Azure Data Box or any other Azure Data Box Gateway or Azure Data Box AV. So those kind of hardware devices. So these are basically hardware devices. I want to use the internet to transfer the small chunk of data. And to do that, I have a tool which is called as Azcopy. What I can do with Azcopy tool, I can copy to Azure. I can download. So basically, I can copy the data from Azure Cloud. I can download the data from Azure Cloud. I can also use wildcard to copy specific files and folders. And also I can use the wildcards to download specific files and folders from the Azure Cloud. Azcopy is going to support two services, which is blob service and file service. So basically, Azcopy will work with blob service and file service. So Azcopy is a command line utility tool which you can download and install, and you can use Azcopy tool to copy blobs or files to or from your storage account. You can upload files and download files, copy files between storage account. If you have different storage account, this is storage account 1, storage account 2. I can use the Azcopy tool to move the data from one storage account to another storage account. I can even use the Azcopy tool to sync the files. If my files are there in on-prem, I use Azcopy and I will copy the data to the Azure cloud and I will sync. So whenever you are using Azcopy tool, you need to always remember that this is a one-way sync. This is not bi-directional sync. This is always one way. If you wanted to sync from Azure to on-prem, then it will be one-way sync from Azure to on-prem. If you wanted to sync from on-prem to Azure, then it will be one-way sync from on-prem to the Azure cloud. So this is always one-way sync. And also you can use the Azcopy tool to sync or copy the data from any other cloud service provider to the Azure cloud or from Azure cloud to the any other cloud service provider. So if you have other cloud service provider like AWS or GCP, you can move the data to the Azure. Or you can copy the data from the Azure cloud to other cloud service provider. So you can use the Azcopy tool to move the data from other cloud service provider to Azure cloud, or it can be reverse also, from Azure to the other service provider. As I said earlier, synchronizing blobs or files with Azcopy is one direction synchronization. So you cannot sync in both the direction. In both the direction, it is not possible. Let me give you an example what one-way synchronization means. You have your file. For example, this is the file which is 10 MB file created at 10 AM. And you have created the target as Azure Cloud. And this is at on-prem one of the server. So you have moved the data from your on-prem to the Azure Cloud. This data of 10 MB will stay in the Azure Cloud. If you have deleted, anyway, you will be able to restore it back from the Azure Cloud. Say, from the Azure, you have accessed this data. And in the 10 MB file, what you have done is, you have edited the file and you have made the file some changes, and this particular file has become 5 MB now. So this edited data of 5 MB at around 11, this will not get synced to the on-prem. So whatever target you have decided, so it is always one way. If you have selected the target as Azure Cloud from your on-prem, so this is one-way sync. If you are using the Azure Cloud as the source and you have set the target as on-prem, then it will be in this direction. So it is always one way. And one more important point is, if you are using the Azure Cloud Shell, the Azcopy tool is already pre-installed in the Azure Cloud Shell. So this tool is already installed in the Azure Cloud Shell. So what you will do after installing the Azcopy tool, once you have installed the Azcopy tool, you have to use the command prompt and run Azcopy login. So this is the command what you are going to run, and you need to enter account dash name. Azcopy login, your account name and your account. So this is the account which you are going to use to log into your Azure Cloud. So once you use the Azcopy login, you will get a code here, and that code has to be updated in the section. So once you update the section, then it will take you to the authentication page where you use the Azure account and use your Azure account credential to log into the Azure Cloud Services. And if you are using the shared access signature, then you need to use Azcopy login. Then you need to use Saas token and the token key. So this is the token key which you use. So this is the Saas token key, what you will be using to connect to the storage services. It can be blob storage or file storage. The storage administrator or the Azure Cloud Administrator can generate the Saas token key and provide to the user who wants to log into the storage services. They can limit to the services, and also they can limit the time. So how much hour? If it is 12 hours, they can use the token key. After that, the token gets expired and you will not be able to connect to the storage account. Either it is 24 hours, 1 day. So they can generate the key based on the requirement and give it to the person who wants to connect to the storage services. So once you use the Saas token key, whatever the time limit and the services which has been defined while generating the key, only those services, and till that time you will be able to connect to the storage service. And also Azcopy has many command options. We can limit the bandwidth, we can limit the concurrency of how many connections we wanted to create to copy the data from the source to the destination. Because The internet service provider, whenever they give the internet connection to the customers, right? The internet service provider has certain bandwidth. Say, for example, it is a 10 Gbps bandwidth, and at each customer, they can have 1 Gbps connections. When you use the AZ copy, you can actually limit how much bandwidth you wanted to consume, because you cannot consume all the 1 Gbps. It might hamper your other services. Since you don't want to hamper your other services, what you are using, you can limit the bandwidth for the data copy what you are doing to the Azure cloud. So there are multiple options when you use the AZ copy tool to move the data from one location to another location. So if you see this syntax, AZ copy, this is the local file path, this is the local, which is the source, and this is the target. Once you see this endpoint, you need to understand this is for the file, right? Let us see what is Storage Explorer. Azure Storage Explorer is a standalone tool. This is a GUI tool. For this Azure Storage Explorer tool to work behind the scene or behind the wood in the background, basically the AZ copy is the one which is working. So AZ copy, the command line tool, it is working for the Storage Explorer. So this tool provides GUI interface to manage files and blobs in your storage account. This tool, like the AZ copy tool, you can install on Windows, Mac, and Linux operating system. As I said, it uses the AZ copy in the background to perform all the files and blob management tasks. With Storage Explorer, you can upload to Azure, download from Azure, or move between any other storage accounts. So you have the Storage Explorer tool in the GUI. You can create the containers. You can delete containers. You can create lifecycle policy. You can actually move the data or the blobs from one storage account to another storage account. You can move from one storage account to another storage account using the Storage Explorer. You use your account Azure credentials to connect to the Azure storage account. Once you have connected to the Azure Cloud Services, all the storage accounts will be displayed. So if you have created multiple storage account, this is storage account 1, 2, 3. All the storage accounts will be displayed, and under all the storage account, it will display the services what you have created. It will be blob service, file services, and if it is table, and if you have created queue services, it will also display all the services. If you have any data which needs to be moved from the storage account 1 to storage account 2 from blob or file, you will be able to move the data to other storage account as well. And also, as I said, you can also configure the lifecycle policy using the Storage Explorer for your storage account. In this topic, we'll see what is Azure File Sync. Azure File Sync is a tool that lets you centralize your file shares in Azure Files. You can turn your Windows file server into a miniature CDN, which is nothing but the content delivery network. We can install the Azure File Sync on our local Windows server, and we will be able to replicate the data bidirectionally. So this is two-way sync when you use the Azure File Sync. With Azure File Sync, what we will be able to do is we can use any protocol, SMB, NFS, FTPS, and we will be able to access the data locally. And when the file share is available, when the local server is connected to the file share, it will sync to the file share. So this is my local server on which I am working, and I am updating some data. So once the connection is back to the file share, whatever the files which I have updated locally, it will sync to the file share. And if I am updating to the file share, it will sync to my local directory as well. We can have as many caches as we need around the world. We can actually replace the failed file server and we can use the Azure file sync on the new server. This is an agent. We need to install the Azure file sync agent. If any of the server fails, we can simply download the agent and install the agent and connect to the Azure file share. We can also do the cloud tiering. So whatever data which are frequently accessed, that will be cached locally. And whatever data which is infrequently accessed from the file share, it will be moved to the different tier. It can be moved to the cold tier. Let us see how the Azure file sync works. If in the on-prem, say for example, I have multiple location, on-prem location, US East, Europe. This is Europe and this is Asia. So in each of the location, I have Windows file server running. So this is file server 01, this is file server 02, this is file server 03. Now, since the users who are in different location, they are collaborating for one of the project and they are working together on one of the project. For this particular project, they have a file share. To create the file share, I need the storage account. So once I create the storage account, I'll be able to create the file share and I will set the quota of 1 TB for this file share. So this particular file share which I have created, let us say this as AZ. This one, I will name it as AZFS01. So this is Azure file share 01. After creating the file share, I'll be provided with the script. This is PowerShell script. I have to run the PowerShell script on each of the server so that I'll be able to connect to the file share. This file share which I have connected, it should be always connected. If I am updating any document on the file server 01, 02 or 03, if the file share is connected, only then I'll be able to copy or update the files to Azure file share. Right. So what if there are users in these location? So there are users in these location and they are working offline. If this is offline, if there is no connection to the Azure file share, even if I update any files onto the FS01, FS02, FS03, when the connection is back to the file share, the data, whatever it has changed on these servers, has to be automatically updated. If I use Azure file sync, we know that it is a two-way sync. So this is a two-way sync. If storage administrator or cloud administrator deletes some file here, it will also sync to all the file servers. If there is a change done by any of the user on any of the files in any of the file server, that also gets synced to the Azure file share. To make it two-way sync between the file server and the file share, what I have to do is I have to install the agent which is called as Azure File Sync Agent. So this is a tool which I have to install on all the Windows servers, which I am going to use to connect to the Azure file share. So on the server, I need to install the file sync agent. On the Azure cloud, I need to create something called as Azure file sync group. So I'll create the sync group. So this is a service. You need to select the service, create the sync group. While creating the sync group, you'll be asked the sync group name and the storage account and the file share. The file share will be AZ-900 and the storage account will be this. Once you have created the sync group, the agent, whatever you have installed on the FS01, 02, 03 has to be authenticated using the Azure account credential to the storage account. So this will be one of the endpoint. So we have two endpoint here. One is source, which is AZ-FS01, and we have target endpoint. Once you authenticate these servers to the Azure cloud, you will be able to register these three services as the target. So you register this as the target, FS01, FS02, FS03. So this is the connection what you are making in the sync group. So this is the sync group. So basically what you are setting in the sync group is you are defining your source and you are also defining your target. Target are those servers which has the Azure file sync agent running, and using the credential it has registered to the Azure cloud. So once it is registered, all these three services will be part of the sync group. If you are not able to register, then these servers will not be part of the sync group. So download the Azure file sync agent, authenticate to the Azure cloud services, then register these servers in the sync group. Any data which you have copied or updated onto the Azure file share service, these data will be synced to the file servers. Any data which you are creating or modifying or updating on the file servers on different location, it can be in any location. You change the file on any of the server, that gets updated to the Azure file share. So this is why we define the sync group. This is a logical connection between the source and the target. This is the source endpoint and this is the target endpoint. So we make logical connection for two-way sync. So now users who wanted to work offline, they will be able to connect to the file servers, to any of the file servers in their respective location. They will update the files. Once they come online, and if the server is connecting to the file share, then the data gets synced. And in the target endpoint, you need to specify a specific path for the files which can be synced. So I will name this folder as sync location. So whatever data which comes here under the sync location, all these data will be synced to the Azure file share. So this is the path which you are going to define or configure on each of the file servers, and you are using this path to configure the sync group. So whatever data which is coming to the AZ-900 on all the file servers, it will be synced to this particular path. If you have different folders under E, it will not be touched. So this is the only path which is going to be used for the sync. So whenever there is a data which is copied in Azure file share, AZ-900, it will be synced to this particular path on all these 3 file servers. So all these 3 file servers has to be defined with this path. Other folders in the same path, E drive, it will not be touched, like folder 1, folder 2. If you have any folder, if you make any changes, this will not be part of the sync group and this is not going to be touched. So this is the way how the Azure file sync is going to work when you install and configure the Azure file sync agent on the Windows file server, and you need to register these file servers to communicate with the Azure file share services. So the idea is the files get cached to the file server 01, 02, 03, and user will be able to modify or update the files at each of their location. Once it is able to communicate to the file share, then whatever changes which has been done to the file server 01 or 02 or 03, those data gets synced to the Azure file share services. So basically what we are doing is we are setting up the caching server. So whatever data we are updating, modifying on the on-prem location, these data has to be synced with the Azure file share services. This video will be the primer for the upcoming series of videos which are related to identity and access management services. So in my next series of videos, I'll be covering the topics which are related to Microsoft Entra ID, Microsoft Entra Domain Services, and Microsoft Entra Connect. So these are the services in Microsoft Azure Cloud. So we will see what is the difference between Windows Active Directory and the Microsoft Entra ID. So I'll be referring Microsoft Entra ID as Entra ID from now on. So Active Directory and Entra ID are two different or two separate directory services. You should not get confused whenever you see Active Directory and Entra ID. So these are completely two different services. So please don't confuse on these topics. So what is Active Directory? Active Directory is a flagship product since Windows 2000. So it has been almost 25 years now. When Windows launched Windows 2000, from that time, we have this flagship product or flagship service, which is called Active Directory. So this is similar to telephone directory. So where we have the name, contact, and address. So in the earlier days, if you have purchased any telecom equipment from a particular vendor, they will be giving the telephone directory, right? So this directory will contain the name, contact, and address. In Windows Domain Controller, which is Windows Active Directory, you have users, groups, and computers. So these are called as objects. So in Microsoft Entra ID, this was earlier called as Azure Active Directory. So since we had the same similar name Active Directory, which resembles the Active Directory which has been installed on-prem, so Microsoft decided to change the name to Entra ID. Entra means enter and ID means identity. So you have an identity to enter into the Microsoft Azure Cloud. Entra ID also supports users, groups, and devices. So in the first place, why we require a directory services? For example, if I take a laptop or a desktop, this is for my personal use. I have one user account and this can be running Linux or Windows operating system. So this is for me, which is personal use. I'll be using the single user account. So I'll log into the laptop or desktop and I will use the computer. So if at all, if I wanted to share the laptop with the family members, say for example, I wanted to share with my family members, I can create account. So this is for me and this account I'll be creating for each of my family members. So total we have 5 accounts created. So creating 5 accounts and managing 5 accounts is okay. But when we have hundreds of users or thousands of users, so managing the user's account and the credential for each of the user account, it will be very difficult. So in an organization, if there are more than hundreds of employees, for each of the employees, if you wanted to create user account and manage the user account for each of their laptops or desktop, it will be very difficult. So you create the users and groups in a centralized location, which is in the domain controller. You manage users, groups, and devices in one location, and the users will authenticate to the domain controller and access the resources. The resources can be printers, the resources can be shared folders, or the resources can be applications. So each of the employee have their laptop or desktop. They will log in with their individual user ID and password. They will authenticate to the domain controller. Instead of locally authenticating, they will authenticate to the domain controller and they will be able to access the centralized resources. So this is the reason why we require a domain controller. So using the domain controller, we can manage the users and groups, which can go into thousands. To run the Active Directory domain controller, I require Windows Server. So to install the domain controller, I require Windows Server. Microsoft started supporting Active Directory from Windows 2000. So from Windows 2000, we have Windows 2003, Windows 2006, Windows 2012, 2016, and 2019. So Active Directory is supported on all these server platforms. So we install the domain controller, which is Active Directory domain controller. And the protocol which is used for authentication is Kerberos. There is also one more protocol which is called as NTLM. So this is NT LAN Manager protocol, which was used the legacy applications. So prior to Windows 2000 Server, NTLM was the protocol which was used by NT 4.0, 3.5. So the NTLM protocol was used by earlier versions of Windows 2000. Whereas in Entra ID, since it's cloud-based directory services, we use HTTP and HTTPS protocol for authentication. So one more important point to consider is, for Active Directory to work, we need to have DNS. So without Active Directory, DNS can work. But for Active Directory to work, or for the domain controller to work, we need to have this DNS server. Without DNS server, Active Directory doesn't work. As simple as that. So when you create a domain controller, what exactly you require? You require a namespace. So this namespace, you can use the verified namespace like if I wanted to use the verified domain name, if this domain name is fabricam.com and this is verified, basically verified in the sense I have registered this domain using GoDaddy or Namecheap, and this domain is a verified domain and it is accessible in the public domain. I can use the same naming convention for my domain controller. If I build a domain controller, I can use the same naming convention as fabricam.com. If I wanted to isolate my entire network, I don't want to use verified domain name, and my users wanted to authenticate in an isolated environment, I can also choose to use the domain name as fabricam.local. There is a spelling mistake. What I will do is I will create domain controller with domain name as fabricam.local. So this is unverified domain and I'll be able to use for my domain controller, and the users can authenticate to this domain controller, and whatever resources they are permitted to use, they can authenticate to the domain controller and they will be able to use the resources. Whereas when you create an account in Microsoft Azure Cloud, you have to provide your email ID. So if you are using your email ID, for example, I have used cloudtech@contoso.com. By default, Microsoft will be creating a tenant. This tenant namespace will be appended with onmicrosoft.com. So the name and dot on Microsoft.com. This will be the namespace which will be given by Microsoft Azure. So this will be your default namespace or default tenant. If you wanted to use your custom domain name, you can also use your custom domain name like contoso.com. If this contoso.com is registered and you will be able to verify, then you can use this as the verified domain name as the custom domain name. So Windows Active Directory is much more robust than Entra ID. For example, if I have multiple branch offices, if there are branch offices in London, in Netherlands, in Brussels. So this is my London branch office domain controller. This is my domain controller in Netherlands. This is my domain controller in Brussels. So I can create child domain. So I am using the 3 letters or 3 characters, first 3 characters with fabricam.com. So this namespace for my child domain will continue. So this is for Netherlands, fabricam.com, and this is for my London domain controller. So this kind of hierarchy and logical structure Entra ID doesn't provide. And we have users at London office. We have employees or users at Netherlands office. Also, we have users in Brussels office. So these users can authenticate to their branch or child domain controller. So London users will authenticate to the London domain controller, and Netherlands users will authenticate to the Netherlands domain controller, and whatever permissions they have been granted So if they have granted for some shared folders or printers or some applications, these users will be able to access those shared resources. Either it will be printers or applications or shared folders. And this concept is called as tree. So this is a domain tree. And if fabricam.com is an organization wanted to expand their organization, and if they wanted to acquire another company which is called as contoso.com. So this contoso.com also has domain controller, and this also has some child domains. Like this is contoso.com parent domain, and this is the child domain which is in houston.contoso.com, and this will be in Texas, texas.contoso.com. This fabricam.com and contoso.com domain controller can have two-way trust. So these domain controllers, fabricam.com and contoso.com, can have two-way trust relationship if any of the users who are in different branch office, like London branch office, and wanted to access the contoso.com resources, if they have been permitted, since we have the two-way trust relationship, the parent and child by default as the trust. So if london.fabricam.com users wanted to access some applications, if they have been permitted, since we have two-way trust relationship, they will be able to access the resources. So these users can access the resources in a different domain. So this two-way trust relationship, and this is a different tree. And this scenario is called as forest. So this logical and hierarchical structure is not available in Entra ID. So Entra ID doesn't support logical and hierarchy. It is a flat structure. So when you are running Active Directory domain controller on your on-prem, you have global catalog, you have organizational unit, and we also have group policy objects. So these features are not available in Entra ID. So Entra ID doesn't support global catalog, organizational unit, and group policy objects. So these are all not supported in Entra ID. So this was an overview about Windows Active Directory Domain Controller and Entra ID. Before moving into the next set of topics related to identity and access management, I just wanted to give an heads up about these differences. If you wanted to learn more on Entra ID and its features, there is a separate course which is AZ-900. You can refer that particular course. This will be the video series for identity and access management. Let us start with Azure Directory Services. So what is Azure Directory Services? Earlier, we had Azure Active Directory, which is also called as Azure AD. Azure AD, now it is called as Microsoft Entra ID. So what is Entra ID? Entra ID simply means enter. So we are entering into the Azure, and we have the identity to enter into the Azure cloud. So what are the identities? Identities can be user, groups, computers, application. So all these are all referred to as identities. When I have similar action, a user who is performing some action, so he will be performing creating virtual machine, creating storage account. If there are other users who also have similar action to be performed, so then we can create a group. Basically, a user has a role to perform some action. Either it can be creating virtual machine, creating storage account, or creating the virtual network. So when we have similar set of users who are doing the same action, we can add all those users into one particular group. Basically, a user is a single user and a group has multiple users who has the same or common goal. Microsoft Entra ID is a directory services. So when you create an account, so what exactly you require to create an account in the Azure cloud? So this is the Azure cloud. To create an account in Azure cloud, you require email ID and password. So let us assume your email ID is cloudtech@hotmail.com. The default tenant which will be created automatically by Azure is cloudtech.onmicrosoft.com. So this will be the default tenant name which will be automatically created. So anyone who is creating an account, they will have a default tenant which will be automatically created. So with this identity, what you can do, you can sign in and access both Microsoft Cloud application and cloud application that you develop. If you are using the on-prem environment, then you will be running Windows operating system installed with Active Directory software. If you are on on-prem environment, we know that there will be an Active Directory which will be running in the on-prem using the Windows Server. So this will be the Windows Server operating system which you will be installing on the Active Directory. So if this is the domain controller, you will install Windows Server operating system, then install the DC promo tool, then deploy your domain controller. So this will be pontoso.com. So this is the domain name if you wanted to deploy pontoso.com domain for your environment. Microsoft Entra ID is a cloud-based identity and access management service. When you use Active Directory in on-prem and connect to Azure Cloud, the on-prem logins can be monitored. Microsoft can help protecting by detecting the suspicious sign-in attempts at no extra cost. I also said the identity can be application or computer. So whenever you have an application like web app and this web app needs to access the storage account or a database, SQL database. So we need to provide the identity for the web app so that it can connect to the SQL database or storage account. So that is the reason we have identity for computers and also for the application. So who can use Microsoft Entra ID? IT administrator. IT administrator can use Microsoft Entra ID to control access to users and groups, resources, and applications. Application developers. Developers can use Microsoft Entra ID to provide a standard-based approach for adding functionalities to application. For example, single sign-on with existing user credentials. This will be very useful whenever, for example, if I say I have a web application in Azure Cloud, I have integrated this particular code with the authentication. So any user who wants to connect to this application, he can use his personal email ID. And you will be able to log in with this personal email ID to the web application which I have deployed into the Azure cloud. Users can manage their identities. If permitted, they also can do the self password reset. So they can even do the self password reset if they have been permitted. Online service subscribers. So whenever you create an account in Azure cloud, the first step by default, an Microsoft Entra ID will be created. So Entra ID tenant will be created. So you can imagine like you are in a hotel, and this particular hotel, the first step to enter into the hotel, you have the security. At the security gate, you need to provide your mobile number. This is your contact number, your name, to enter into the hotel. So once you enter into the hotel, there is a receptionist or there is a reception, and in the reception, you basically use the credit card to book the room. So this is exactly same. So when you enter into the Azure cloud, you use your email ID and password to log into the Azure cloud. Then create a subscription. You manage your subscription by paying your charges for the resources which you have consumed. And the same Microsoft Entra ID will be used as the identity and access management for Microsoft 365, Microsoft Office 365, and Microsoft Dynamics CRM Online. So these are some of the services which you use Microsoft Entra ID when you subscribe for the online subscription. So what does Microsoft Entra ID do? Entra ID checks for authentication. This includes verifying identity to access applications and resources. And also it also provides some other features like self-service password reset, multi-factor authentication, smart lockout facility, conditional access, just-in-time access. So these are some of the features which are provided by Microsoft Entra ID depending upon the license what you have. And single sign-on. You just remember one single username and password to access multiple applications. Application management. You can manage your cloud and on-prem application by using Microsoft Entra ID. Device management. Along with the accounts for individual people and groups, Microsoft Entra ID supports the registration of devices. Registration of devices in the sense you register your devices to Entra ID. Only the authorized devices can authenticate to the Azure resources or Azure services. Can I connect my on-prem Active Directory with Microsoft Entra ID? Before going to this, let me highlight some of the key points. So if I am discussing about Microsoft Entra ID, so this is actually Azure Active Directory. If I am referring Microsoft Entra domain services, this will be Azure Active Directory domain services. If I am discussing about Windows domain controller or Windows Active Directory, this will be always on-prem domain controller. So let us continue with the topic. Can I connect my on-prem AD with Microsoft Entra ID? Yes, you can connect Active Directory with Microsoft Entra ID. This will be referred as hybrid identity model. So you have your on-prem data center, then you connect your Azure cloud. This will be your Entra ID. To connect your on-prem domain controller with Microsoft Entra ID, there is a tool which is called as Microsoft Entra Connect. So this is earlier called as Azure AD Connect. Now it is called as Microsoft Entra Connect. So Microsoft Entra Connect synchronizes user identities between on-prem Active Directory and Microsoft Entra ID. When you connect your on-prem domain controller with Entra ID using the Microsoft Entra Connect, you have the features like single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and self-service password reset. There is a picture which shows how we can connect on-prem domain controller with Entra ID. So this is the Entra ID, so which has the default tenant. So this is the default tenant. When we use our email ID and password to create an account in Azure Cloud, we have the default tenant which will be created. And this is the domain controller which is there in the on-premise. And we use a tool which is called as Microsoft Entra Connect. So there is a tool, Entra Connect. So this tool we have to install on-prem. This can be installed on any of the server in on-prem. So once we install the tool, Entra Connect in one of the server and configure and authenticate to the Azure cloud, we will be able to sync the users, groups, and password. So this can be in both direction. So whenever we are using managed domain, which is Microsoft Entra Domain Services, we can only sync in one direction. This is from Entra ID to the managed domain service, which is Microsoft Entra Domain Service. There is a service which is called as Microsoft Entra Domain Services. So this service is similar to the on-prem domain controller. So if you have deployed the Windows server and installed the domain controller, you wanted to have similar features available in Azure Cloud, then you can use the Microsoft Entra Domain Service. The features which are available such as domain join, group policy, LDAP, and Kerberos. So these are the features which are available in Microsoft Entra Domain Services. So since this is a managed service, there is no need to deploy, manage, and patch the domain controllers. And if you wanted to run legacy application which needs to be authenticated to domain controller, which was available in on-prem, we can lift and shift the application to the Azure cloud and authenticate to the Microsoft Entra Domain Services. So Microsoft Entra Domain Services also integrate with the Microsoft Entra tenant. So how does the Microsoft Entra Domain Services work? When you create a Microsoft Entra Domain Services, this is the managed service. When you create the Microsoft Entra Domain Service, you need to provide the namespace. Namespace is basically the domain name. You can provide the domain name like contoso.local, contoso.com, or your organization name basically. So you need to provide your domain name. This will be your namespace. Two virtual machines will be deployed. There will be two virtual machines will be deployed in the same region where you are creating your managed Microsoft Entra Domain Services. This will be called as replica set. This is for redundancy. Why Microsoft is creating two virtual machines? This is called as replica set. These two are domain controllers, and this is for redundancy. There is no need for us to manage. Since this is a managed service, there is no need for us to manage, configure, or update these domain controllers. So backups of these domain controllers will be taken care, and also the disks will be encrypted at rest. So this will be taken care by Azure. Is information synchronized? When you configure Microsoft Entra Domain Services, it will be always one-way synchronization. This will be always from Entra ID to the managed Entra Domain Services. And if we have Entra Connect, which is Microsoft Entra Connect deployed in on-prem, then this will be two-way sync. For hybrid, it will be two-way sync. When we have managed domain using Microsoft Entra domain service, then this will be one-way sync. So basically, a managed domain is configured to perform a one-way synchronization from Microsoft Entra ID to Microsoft Entra domain services. So in case of hybrid environment, when we have Microsoft Entra Connect, the users, groups, and password will be synced from the on-prem domain controller to the Entra ID. So this will be synced to the Entra ID. Then it will be synced to the managed domain, which is nothing but the Entra domain service. So this is how the sync will take place when we have an hybrid environment. So in summary, we have Microsoft Entra ID. This provides identity and management service. We can create users, groups, and also we will be able to create the service principal for computers and applications. We have another service which is called as Microsoft Entra domain service. If we wanted to have same features like on-prem domain controller, then we can use Microsoft Entra domain services. We have another tool which is called as Microsoft Entra Connect. So this tool is used to sync the users, groups, and password from on-prem domain controller to Entra ID. So we have, this is in Azure Cloud, and also we have managed domain service, which is Entra domain service. Then it will be synced. In this topic, we'll discuss about authentication methods. Authentication is the process of establishing the identity of a person, service, or device. The person, service, or device have to prove who they are using the credentials. For example, if you are traveling in a train or in a plane, you have the valid ticket, and it is you who are authorized to enter into the train or flight. So the authentication is also similar to that. You need to prove who you are to access any service or resources. Azure supports multiple authentication methods, including standard password, single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and also passwordless. New authentication solutions provide both security and convenience. So let's see which authentication is convenient and secure. In this diagram, it shows the security level compared to the convenience. If I am using the standard password and two-factor authentication, this is multi-factor authentication. Since I need to have the device, it can be an hardware token, it can be RSA token or mobile device to get the token. So I need to keep this device always along with me to authenticate. So this is inconvenient. And if the internet is not working and I am not able to receive the token, then I'll not be able to authenticate. But when I am using two-factor authentication, it is considered as highly secured way of authentication. And if I am using the standard way of using the password, so I have the standard passwords, I can keep all my passwords in a notepad. So that is the reason we have this as categorized as low security. Since I am keeping all the password which is required to access multiple application, and this file where I am storing the password, it can be easily copied by someone. So that is the reason this way of using the password, which is standard password, it is considered as low security, and it is very convenient because I can use the password, I can copy the password in a notepad or a text file. There is another method of authentication, which is passwordless authentication. You use Windows Allow for Business using the PIN or biometric to configure the passwordless authentication. This is considered as high security, and also it is very convenient because you are not going to remember the password to access multiple applications or resources. The devices which you are going to use to authenticate, it will be registered with the authentication provider. Let us see what is single sign-on. SSO or single sign-on enables a user to sign in one time and use the credential to access multiple resources. For example, if I have an organization and my organization name is called Contoso.com. So this organization has multiple applications: HR application, time application, travel application, and also Azure Office 365 application. For the user, for example, John at Contoso.com. To access all these applications, John doesn't require multiple credentials. So he require only John at Contoso.com, and he can access all these applications. For SSO to work, the different application and providers must trust the initial authenticator. So these are the application provider, and these application provider has to trust the initial authenticator. So only if these application trust Contoso.com, only then the employees will be able to access all these applications. Single sign-on is very useful. There is no need to manage multiple credentials. With single sign-on, you remember only one user ID and password, and you will be able to access multiple applications. Single sign-on is only as secure as the initial authenticator because the subsequent connections are all based on the security of initial authenticator. In this case, initial authenticator is the organization domain controller, and if the directory service is being hacked, John at Contoso.com is the original employee or real employee who has access to all these applications. If his email ID and credentials has been hacked by any hacker, then he has the access for all these applications because he will be authenticating to the initial authenticator. Once he has been authenticated, since it is single sign-on, you will be able to access all these applications which was supposed to be accessed by John at Contoso.com. What is multi-factor authentication? Multi-factor authentication is the process of prompting a user for extra form of identification during the sign-in process. When you have entered your password, and if the application or website requires additional credential to be used to authenticate, either it can be phone call, it can be SMS, it can be PIN, it can be biometric, or it can be a simple question and answer. So all these are all considered as multi-factor authentication. Apart from the standard password which you have used to authenticate, along with the standard password, you need to use any one of these elements. So this will be your multi-factor authentication. We need to configure multi-factor authentication so that the identity provider knows which option you are going to use as a multi-factor authentication. Either it can be Microsoft Windows Allow for Business, or it can be your registered phone. Multi-factor authentication provides additional security as you need two or more elements to prove you are the valid user. So multi-factor authentication is actually going to provide additional layer of security. Multi-factor authentication also protect you against a password compromise. Even if your standard password is hacked, just by knowing the password of an user, the hacker cannot intrude into your system. Hacker need to know your other credential as well. So if the other credential is your phone or biometric, the hacker needs to know that as well to authenticate. How does the multi-factor authentication works? Once the user has entered his standard password, there are three categories which can be configured with multi-factor authentication, which can be something the user knows. The user will be challenged with a question. So for this question, the user has the answer, right? Something the user has, something the user possesses with him always. So this will be his mobile phone. After entering the standard password, the user will receive phone call. He has to answer the phone call to authenticate, or it can be a simple OTP pin, OTP code, which will be sent to his mobile phone via the SMS. So usually the banking website, after entering your standard user ID and password, you will be asked to use another credential. Either it can be phone call or the OTP pin, which will be received via the SMS. And the third one is something the user is. The user is, which means physically, which can be used to authenticate, which is nothing but the biometric. Either it can be fingerprint or face scan. So we now know what is standard credentials and how to integrate the multi-factor authentication. Let us now see what is Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication. Microsoft multi-factor authentication is a service in Entra ID which provides multi-factor authentication capabilities. Microsoft Entra multi-factor authentication enables user to choose one more step of authentication to prove who they are during the sign-in process. It can be a phone call, it can be an SMS, even an Microsoft Authenticator app installed on the phone, or it can be an RSA token as well. So now let us see what is passwordless authentication. Passwordless authentication, it's a convenient way of authentication. Now we don't need any more password. It's replaced with what you have. So what you have is, I have my personal computer or I have my mobile device. So to use the passwordless authentication, I need to configure the user. So I need to register these devices onto the Azure Entra ID. So what I have to do is, I have to change the security parameter for the user. I'll say for the user, the authentication type is passwordless. So if I have selected the authentication for the user is passwordless, then it will ask, so what are you using for the passwordless authentication? It can be an app, it can be Hello, or it can be Fido. So these are the three methods which we have to configure for the user to use the passwordless authentication. Passwordless authentication need to be set up on the device. So this is what we are doing. We need to set up the device before it can work. Once I have registered these devices and enable the passwordless authentication, this device will be registered. Only from this device, if this device uses allow for business, then the user will use PIN or thumbprint to log in. So now we know the three methods which can be used for passwordless authentication. Let us see what is Windows Allow for Business. Windows Allow for Business, this is a biometric or PIN credential for the user to use. So this is available in the laptop. So nowadays, when you have the laptop, so it comes with the fingerprint scanner. So if you are having the laptop and if you have installed Windows 10 or 11, you have the Windows Hello for Business, so which will support the PIN or biometric. Either you can use PIN or biometric, and you will be able to access your application in the organization, or you can also access the resources in Azure. Another method to use the passwordless authentication is Microsoft Authenticator app. You need to download the Microsoft Authenticator app on your iOS, which is Apple phones or Android phones. Once you have downloaded the app, you need to register this device in the Azure. So you register your device into the Azure, which is Entra ID, and you will configure as the work, school, or business. You will see the number on your mobile phone. And when you try to access any application, you need to input this number. There is also another method for passwordless authentication, which is FIDO2 security keys. FIDO2 security keys is part of Alliance who promote open standard for authentication, and this Alliance also support passwordless authentication. So FIDO2 uses USB devices, and also it will support Bluetooth or NFC. You just need to plug the USB device on your mobile phone or the computer so that you can use passwordless authentication. And FIDO2 is the latest standard that incorporates the web authentication. So in summary, we have discussed about authentication methods, and we have discussed about single sign-on. We have also discussed about multi-factor authentication and methods for multi-factor authentication. We have also discussed about passwordless authentication. I will see you in the next topic. In this topic, we'll see what is Azure External Identities. As the name suggests, external identities are the identities which are not part of your Entra ID tenant. So the identities, it can be a person, it can be a device or service which are outside of your organization and not within your Entra ID tenant. Those will be referred as external identities. So why do I require external identities? If my organization want to communicate or collaborate with other organization, it can be a partner organization, it can be distributors, it can be suppliers, vendors. If I wanted to communicate or collaborate with users outside of my organization, then I will use the external identities. Let us take an example and see how the external identity work. Say for example, if I have a company which is a manufacturing company and I am running my services in the Azure cloud. So this is my Azure cloud on which I am running some services. So this company is called as tailspintoys.com. So what they do basically is they manufacture toys, cars, plane, jet, and JCB. So these are some of the toys which they will manufacture, and they have their own application running, and they have some services, and also they have some database. They have database of inventory, they have database of catalog database. They have multiple databases, out of which inventory is one of the database. So now they wanted to give access to another company, which is a e-commerce company. So this e-commerce company is called as tiptoptoys.com. So this tiptoptoys.com, they have users. So this tiptoptoys.com can also be on Azure, or it can be in on-prem, or the users can have their own personal account. It can be Gmail account or Outlook account, LinkedIn, Facebook. So these are the accounts which the users can have in this company. And they can even have an app which can connect to the database and fetch the inventory services. So once it fetches the inventory services, since this is an e-commerce company and they have to fetch the inventory from the database, and simply they will list all the inventory. Okay, I have cars 1000, I have jets 2000, and I have plane 5000. So anybody external, which is the users who wanted to purchase from this e-commerce site, they will be able to see the inventory what this company has, which is tiptoptoys.com. So in order to give the access on tailspintoys.com, we use B2B connection to manage the external identities basically. So the external identities can be person. So we can have the person, we can have the device, they can have their virtual machines running. So we can provide the service, we can actually provide the access to the devices and service like applications, right? So this is how we'll be able to use B2B to give the access to external identities. And once they have the identity, they can only access the resources which the tailspintoys.com has given access to. So this tailspintoys.com as an admin. So this can be global admin who manages the entire Azure Entra ID tenant, and he will provide the access only to the certain applications or certain services which the tiptoptoys.com can access. So this is how the B2B will work. If I wanted to give access to B2B, I have to add the users and devices as a guest account. So I need to use the guest account to give the access. So once I add into the guest account, the users, devices, or services will be able to access the resources which are hosted in tailspintoys.com. Now we have understood what is Microsoft Entra ID B2B, and let us see what is Microsoft Entra ID B2C, which is business to customer. In case I have a platform which is running on Azure Cloud, so let us take an example of ticketing platform, which is bookmyshow.com. So this ticketing platform has hosted their services on Azure Cloud. So what they have the database, they have the virtual machine, and they have their application. This is the front-end application which is accessed by the public user. So anyone who have Facebook, Gmail, Microsoft account, or any third-party account, they will be able to access the application and they will be able to book the tickets. They book the tickets, they take the print, they can send the tickets to the email, and they can also send as the QR code. So this is what the application will do, and the user who are public users who wanted to watch movie, they will book the tickets using the bookmyshow.com portal. Now these users identity are managed by their identity provider. It can be Google, it can be Microsoft, or Facebook or any other third party which is supported by Microsoft as a external identity partner, right? So these identity provider manage the individual user account. Now, the Microsoft, the Book My Show tenant doesn't have to manage the user account here. The identity provider who provides the access to all these users manages their identity, which is individual identities, and they will sign up to this application and they will be able to access the application. Basically, they have been given permission only to book the tickets and print or email or take the QR code. So this is what they have been given as an access. Whereas in B2B, we are adding the user as a guest user account. So in my tailspin toys.com, I need to add the tiptop toys.com. So any user or services or devices which are coming from tiptoptoys.com, I need to add them as a guest account in my tailspintoys.com tenant, right? But here the identity provider manages the individual user ID. But in B2B, the tailspintoys.com will manage the tiptoptoys.com accounts as well as a guest account. So that is the difference between B2B and B2C. Hope you are clear with B2B and B2C. Let us continue with the notes. So in B2B, what exactly will happen is we can collaborate with external users by letting them use their preferred identity to access the SaaS application or custom developed application. So B2B collaboration, users are represented in your directory. So this is very important. So B2B collaboration, users are represented. As I said, the users who are part of tiptoptoys.com will be represented in tailspintoys.com as a guest users. So this is what it is mentioned. So as the guest users. So there is also something called as B2B Direct Connect. In B2B Direct Connect, there is a two-way trust relationship between two organizations or multiple organizations. It can be example.com and sun.com. So these are two different companies. If there are some issues or there are some activities which are going on sun.com and the users who belongs to example.com wanted to come to the Microsoft Teams meeting, they will be provided with the access. So they will be able to join the Teams meeting. They will be able to chat with sun.com Entra ID tenant. So this is the B2B Direct Connect. So B2B Direct Connect currently supports Teams shared channels, enabling external users to access your resources from within their home instance of Teams. So example.com has their own Microsoft instance of Team, and there are users who wanted to join the sun.com Teams channel. They will be able to collaborate with Microsoft Teams. B2B Direct Connect users are represented in your directory. Say you have allowed example.com users and you have the Microsoft Entra ID tenant in sun.com. They will be represented in your Entra ID tenant. They are visible from within the Teams shared channel and they can be monitored in Teams admin reports as well. Let us see what is Microsoft Azure Active Directory business to customers. In business to customer, as we have discussed, we will publish the applications. So we basically publish the SaaS application or any custom developed application, and we will provide the access to the public users who wanted to access our application. And these public users can be third-party organization or consumers or customers. So they will be provided with the access for your SaaS applications. Based on the requirement, how you wanted to provide access to the external organizations or external customers or consumers or third-party vendors, suppliers, there are multiple methods. You can use B2B, B2C, or B2B direct. So this was an overview about Microsoft Entra ID B2B, B2C, and B2B Direct Connect. In this topic, we'll discuss about conditional access. Conditional access is a tool that Microsoft Entra ID uses to allow or deny access to resources based on identity signals. So basically, it is like if then statement. So if you have access, then prove with an action. So the action can be in a certain location. You need to be in a certain location to access the application, or you need to be in certain IP network range for you to access the applications, or might be the device should comply with security policy. So there are some patches which has been updated from Microsoft, or for the devices which you are using, might be the operating system version. It has to comply with the operating system version to access the application or resources. Only then you will be able to access the application. So how does conditional access helps IT administrator? Conditional access provide users to be productive wherever and whenever. So whenever there is an IT administrator who has been called, it is not that he will be always available in the office network. He can be at home, he can be in some remote location or in a coffee shop. So you should be able to access the application. So conditional access with the help of policy, the IT administrator will be given an access with additional security measure. So conditional access not only provides the access for the administrator wherever and whenever, it also protects the organization assets by taking into consideration the right administrator or the right user is given the access. Conditional access also provides a more granular multi-factor authentication experience for users. For example, a user might not be challenged for a second authentication factor if they are at a known location. Let us take example, if these users are in an office location and this office is in Pune and it's in Injawadi IT center. So this is the office location, and this office location has a network of 18.10.x network. Since the users are already in the office network, they are not asked for the second authentication, which is multi-factor authentication. With only the single factor authentication, which is first factor authentication, they should be able to log into the office network and access the resources. They can access the virtual machine, they can access the applications, which has been permitted for the employees. During sign-in, conditional access collects signal from the users. So what is the signal here? They are in the office location and they are allowed to access the applications which are permitted, and it makes the decision based on the signal. So during the sign-in, conditional access collects the signal from the users. So basically, you are trying to access with the first factor authentication, which is your user ID, password, email ID, or your Windows Allow for Business. So you have used your first factor authentication and you have already logged into your office network. Basically, it makes decision based on those signals from where you have logged in. So if you have already logged in from your office network, only single factor authentication is okay for you to access all these applications, right? So based on the signal detected, it will enforce the decision by allowing or denying the access. So since you are already there in the office network, you are always allowed to access the application. If you are not in the office network, which is in this particular IT center network, then you might be challenged for a second factor authentication. So that is what it says. So there is a diagram which shows the signal, the decision, and the enforcement which will be taken care by conditional access policy. The signal can be of user location. The user location, as I said, it can be in the office network. So if the employees or the users are in the office network, then the first factor is okay. The first factor authentication is enough to prove the user that he is the right user and he will be authenticated. If the user, like wherever and whenever the IT administrator are called, he should be available to do some configuration settings or to do the troubleshooting, or if there is any P1, P2 issues which is going on, then he should be able to troubleshoot. He can be in a remote location, right? He can be in coffee shop, or he can be in airport. Say suppose there is an emergency mail which requires an approval. There is a workflow which requires an approval and the manager is at airport. How do you prove his authenticity? So basically, this location is not part of the office network. Only if the users are connected in office network, then the single factor authentication is okay. But when the users are connecting from remote location, coffee shop, or airport network, then you challenge with the second factor authentication. Then the user will prove his authenticity. So this will be the action statement. Once he has proved his authenticity with the second factor authentication, then you will be able to provide the access for the resources, right? The next signal can be of user device. So user device is completely compliant with the corporate security policy. Like the updates are perfect, the antivirus software is running with the latest update, and all the security patches has been updated. Only then we allow to access the resources and the applications. So whichever applications which require the access, it has to go through certain condition. Only then the application will be granted the access. So based on these signals, the decisions are made whether to allow or deny the access. The signal is basically the user device, and the application, and the decision is either to grant the access or deny the access. If I am granting the access, what is the condition? The condition is multi-factor authentication, second factor authentication. So you are challenged to use the multi-factor authentication because you are not in office network. If you are in office network, single factor authentication is fine. Since you are in remote location, you have to prove that you are the right owner to access the resources. So this is what, if the user is signing from an unusual location, which is not in the office network, then you will be prompted for a second factor authentication. And enforcement is the action that carries out the decision. So when can I use conditional access? When you wanted to enforce the multi-factor authentication, when a user is not in an office network, then you should be able to apply the conditional access policy. And if you wanted to allow access to the services only through approved clients, then you will be able to use the conditional access. And if you wanted to permit the user to access the application from a managed devices, so they have the mobile devices or computers or laptops which has the standard, so which meets the corporate standard and which has some certain security and compliance policy. This device, whatever the user is using, either it will be a mobile device or a computer or laptop, which we have seen in a regular authentication process. So these are the devices which will be used. Either it will be a mobile device or it will be a PC or laptop. If the devices are meeting the corporate security standard, only then the devices are allowed to access the resources. If the user are in some remote location which is untrusted, and you have blocked those locations, and you have also blacklisted those IP addresses, then if the users are trying to access from the blacklisted location and blacklisted IP networks, you can use conditional access to deny the access. So in summary, there is a signal, there is a decision, there is also an enforcement. So there is signal, there is decision, there is enforcement, right? And this is for the conditional access. So I have the policy with conditional access, which has to meet certain criteria. And to meet the certain criteria, the signal can be applied for the user and device and application. The decision can be grant the access or allow access or deny the access. Enforcement is what is the condition? If I am granting the access or allowing the user to access, what is the enforcement? I can challenge with second factor, multi-factor authentication. If I am denying, what is the condition? Because he is not coming from the office network, he is in the untrusted network or from a blacklisted IP range. And to enable the conditional access, we require P1 license. So there are licenses for Microsoft Entra ID. So Microsoft Entra ID comes with licenses, which is free license, P1 license, P2 license, and Microsoft Entra ID governance license. So these, apart from these are applied at the, so these are basically billed per user and per month. So this will be the billing. So this was an overview about conditional access policy. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure role-based access control, which is also called as RBAC. When you have a multiple IT and engineering teams, how do you control the access for the resources? There is something called as apply least privilege. Apply least privilege, which says if the IT admin is part of a team who are responsible to create a virtual machine, give access to create only to create the virtual machine. So basically, you just give access to create the virtual machine and not giving any other access. So simply, you give access to create the virtual machine, not asking them to create storage account or creating the web application. So you don't give any of these access, you only grant these access to create the virtual machine. So this is what least privilege. Good security practice to follow is if you only need to give read access to a storage blob, then you should give only read access. You should not give any write access to the storage blob, and also you should not also give any other access for other storage accounts. So you basically limit the access for the resources. So if you wanted to manage this kind of level of permission, it will be a tedious job because there are not only one user as an IT admin or engineering team, there can be multiple admins, right? So if I take IT admin hierarchy, there can be admin for the Entra ID, so which is Active Directory administrator. There can be admin for compute. There can be admin for networks. There can be admin for storage. There can be admin for database as well. There can be admin for security. So if you have these many teams and each of the team has a different hierarchy, L1, L2, L3. So similarly for compute, similarly for network, you have these kind of hierarchy, right? And managing the access for all these IT admins will be a tedious job. Because of that, Azure has something called as built-in roles. So instead of defining detailed access for each and every admin at different hierarchy who joins the team, basically, Azure has a feature which is called as RBAC. So this is role-based access control. Azure enables you to control access through Azure role-based access control. Azure provides built-in roles that describe common access rules for cloud resources. So there are hundreds of built-in rules which you can use. There are built-in roles for each services, virtual machine, storage, SQL, network. So there are hundreds of built-in roles which you can use to manage your resources. You can also define your own roles. So this is your custom roles. You can create your own custom roles. So custom role is basically when an IT admin, so this is an IT admin, he wear multiple hats, right? If he wanted to create storage account, he can also create virtual machine. He can also create networks. So when this IT admin wear multiple hats and you wanted to combine the roles, so these are the roles which you wanted to combine. So this is one of the built-in role. This is also one of the built-in role, and this is also one of the built-in role. You combine all these roles together and associate with this IT admin. So let us say this IT admin name is John, and John is wearing storage account role. He will be able to create virtual machines. He can also work on networks. So you combine the roles all together and associate to this user, John. Each role has an associated set of access permissions that relate to that particular role. So if you have created a storage account, this is particular to storage account. If you are creating a role for virtual machine to create a virtual machine, this is specific to creation of virtual machine. So this set of access will be associated to the user. Since we have combined the roles with storage, virtual machine, and networks, this is the combined role. Let us say if I wanted to associate a built-in role, which is backup operator. So this is one of the built-in role in Azure. I will be able to associate this particular built-in role to user John. So each role has an associated set of access. This role can be used only to take the backups. Take backup. So backup of virtual machine, SQL database. So these are the things which you can do with the backup operator. When you assign individuals or groups to one or more roles, they receive all the associated access permissions. So we have seen associating the role, which is custom role, to a particular user, which is an individual user. You can associate the role to an individual user or to group of users. So this is the group. Let us say this is also IT admin, and they are the database admin. For this group, I wanted to associate a role related to database. So I can choose the built-in roles. So I'll choose the built-in role which is available, and once I associate the built-in role to this particular group, it applies to all the users. Instead of associating to one user, I am straight away associating this particular built-in role to all the users within the ITDB admin team. So let us call this as IT database admin team, right? And this will be L3 team. I have created a role for the L3 and I have associated this role to the L3 group. So this is the group. So now all the users who are part of this group will be able to do create, delete, and they will be able to take any action on the database what they have created. How is role-based access control applied to resources? Role-based access control is applied to a scope. Let us see in the diagram, there is a relationship between roles and scope. This is the scope and this is the role. Let us see what is the relationship. Say, for example, there is a user whose name is John, and John is part of billing department. This is also part of IT department. Since John has been given with a reader access role at the scope is management group. Since John has been given access at the management group for the reader role, he will be able to view the complete hierarchy. He will be able to view the management group because management group has multiple subscription. He will be able to view all the subscription which are part of management group, and he will be able to view the subscription as well, resource group, and also he will be able to view the resources under the resource group. There can be multiple resource group because he has been given the access at the management group scope. Then the hierarchy will be from management group, from the top level till the bottom level, till the resource. He will be able to view all the information. If the same John user is only given access to view specific resource, it can be virtual machine, it can be web app, it can be any database. So if he has given only specific to this particular resource, he will be able to view only this resource information. He will not be able to view any information related to bottom up approach. So any access which has given at the top level will follow the hierarchy. So if John has been given at the resource group level, he will be able to view all the information from the resource group till the resources. So it will be specific to the resource group. If it is at the subscription, then from the subscription till the resources, he will be able to read or view the information. So let us understand once again. John is part of the billing department and he has been assigned with a role of reader role. This reader role has been associated with management group scope. Since management group scope is at the top level, whatever resources which you are creating from the management group, John will be able to view all the information. So management group has multiple subscription. Each of the subscription, he will be able to view the information. And there can be multiple resource group under each subscription. John will be able to view all the information related to any resource group which are part of any subscription within the management group. And he will be able to view information related to the resources as well. So let us take an example of owner role. I have an admin whose name is Henry. So I have an IT admin whose name is Henry. Henry has been assigned with the owner role permission and he has been associated to a management group scope. Now, Henry is at this level. Since Henry has the full control because he is the owner, he will be able to create, delete or update from the management group till the resources. So he has the full control. He can create resource, delete resource or update the resources from the management group till the resources. So this is how the hierarchy works at roles and scopes. And if Henry has been assigned with the owner role and he has been associated at this particular scope, which is at the resource scope, he will be able to create, delete and update only at the resource scope. So he will not be able to do anything above the resource, which is resource group, subscription and management group. He will not be able to view, he will not be able to create, delete or update. He can only work at the scope of resource. So the scopes can include a management group, which is a collection of multiple subscription, a single subscription itself, a resource group, or it can be of a single resource. So the scope will be at management group, subscription, a resource group, or it can be a single resource. It can be web app, it can be virtual machine, it can be database, it can be any resources within that particular resource group. Azure RBAC is hierarchical in that when you grant access at the parent scope, those permissions are inherited by all the child scopes. So when you assign the owner role to a user at the management group scope, that particular user will be able to manage everything from the management group till the resources within the management group hierarchy. Say if you have assigned a reader role to a group of users at the subscription scope, the members of that particular group can view information related to the resource group and the resources within the subscription. So how is Azure RBAC enforced? Azure RBAC is enforced on action against any Azure resource. Example, when you create a virtual machine, a read, storage blob, view subscription, then it has to pass through the Azure Resource Manager. Resource Manager is a management service that provide a way to organize and secure your cloud resources. So basically the resource manager checks who is trying to perform the action. Does that particular user has access to the resources to perform the action? And if the checks are done, then it will be allowed or denied to perform the action. You typically access a resource manager from Azure Portal, Cloud Shell, Azure PowerShell, and also using the Azure CLI. So Azure RBAC is not meant to enforce access permission at the application or at the data level. Application security must be handled by your application. Azure RBAC uses an allow model. If one role assignment grants you read permission and the other role grants you write permission to a resource group, you have both the permissions granted, which means you have both the permission, which is read and write permission for the same resource group. Let's say we have an user who is part of the compute admin group. So this user is part of the compute admin group, who is John user, and this user is also part of network admin group. So now in the compute admin group, John has been provided with the owner role. So this owner role has been associated to John, and in network admin group, John has been associated with read access role for the network. Now John will have the combined role of owner plus read. So you'll have owner role at the compute admin group and read role at the network admin group. So this is to view the network, view the virtual network, view the subnet, view the IP address. Here you will be able to create virtual machine, delete virtual machines, and add disks, create network security group. So using this particular role, you will be able to do all these actions. Since he has the read permission at the network admin group, you will be able to view only the information related to the network, which is virtual network subnets and the IP address, which are part of the network. So this was an overview about RBAC. In this topic, we'll discuss about Zero Trust model. Zero Trust is a security model to protect resources with worst case scenario expectation. Zero Trust assumes breach at the outset and then verifies each request as though it originated from an uncontrolled network. So basically, Zero Trust is a security strategy. It is not a service or product which you will be able to create in Azure Cloud. So you need to remember always, zero trust is not a service or a product. It is just a framework. It is just a model which you can apply to your organization security policy. Microsoft highly recommends to use the zero trust security model in your organization. So there are very important guiding principle of zero trust security model. So these three guiding principles are: verify explicitly. So basically it means always authenticate and authorize based on all available data points. Unless you authenticate and authorize, you will not be provided the access. Next is use least privilege access. Limit users' access with just in time, just enough access, and risk based adaptive policies and data protection. In the previous video, we have already discussed about role based access control. So we provide access to certain services or resources. For example, if I provide read access to the blob, I will provide read access only to this specific blob. I will not provide read access to the container. I will not even provide read access at the storage account. If I wanted to provide read access to the virtual machine, I will provide read access to the virtual machine. I will not provide read access to the resource group. So this is basically to limit the access to the user, so that only the access which is required to the user to perform any action, only those permissions are given, not more than that. So that is using least privilege access. Always assume breach, minimize blast radius and segment access, verify end-to-end encryption, use analytics to get visibility, drive threat detection, and improve the defenses. Let us say we have some services running on the Azure cloud, and this is the virtual network. We have created some subnets here. There are some applications. It's a 3-tier application which is running. So this is the first tier, this is the second tier, and this is the third tier. Let us say there is a threat, there is a breach of security, and there is a threat detected. To control the threat, we need to minimize the blast radius. If we are able to contain this particular threat at the virtual network level, we are limiting the blast radius. So we are not allowing the threat to come into the virtual network and pass through this entire subnet. We have limited the threat at this particular virtual network level. There are two types of encryption. One, data in transit. So there is data in transit encryption, and the other one is data in rest. Data in rest. Data in rest is by default supported by Azure. So whenever you store any data onto the Azure storage or Azure virtual disk, so the data will be always encrypted. Whenever you transfer the data using the wire, so basically you are transferring the data using the internet, or you are accessing over the network, then you have to use the secure protocols like HTTPS protocol, which is end-to-end encryption. Adjusting to zero trust, traditionally corporate networks were restricted, protected, and generally assumed safe. Zero trust does not assume that the device is safe because the device is in DMZ network. Just because the managed computers have joined the network, it doesn't mean the computers is safe. The zero trust model flips the scenario. Instead of assuming that a device is safe because it's within the corporate network, it requires everyone to authenticate. There are two diagrams here. One is classic approach and one is zero trust model approach. In the classic approach, there is a secured network and all the resources are behind the secured network. Since all these resources are behind the secured network, we should not assume that these resources are secured. What if there is an open port? So there is an open port behind this secured network and somebody comes with a laptop. You will connect to this open port and there are very critical resources which you have hosted behind the secured network. Let us say there are some databases, and with the help of open port, if this is a rogue laptop and if it is able to scan the networks and the services which are hosted behind the firewall or behind the secured network, we have a serious issue of data breach in this scenario. Whereas in zero trust model, the zero trust model expects authentication first. It doesn't matter whether you are in the secure network, you are behind the secured network, or you are in open network. It doesn't matter. You authenticate first, then access is granted based on the authentication what you have. So this was an overview about zero trust model. In this topic, we'll discuss about defense in depth. Whether you deploy services in on-prem or cloud, we need to protect the data. To protect the data, we need to protect the devices which are used to host the data. So basically what we do is we keep the data in the center and use all these layers to protect the data. So our goal is to protect the data, right? Without data, there is no business. So we need to protect the data. Only then our business will run. So these layers are physical security, identity and access, perimeter, network, compute, application, and the action what we have taken to protect the data itself. There should be a strategy at the organization level to have each layers to be protected, because each layer has interconnect and depends on other layers. If one layer is compromised, other layers will be in trouble. So basically layers of defense is all about protecting your data. Keep your data in central and all the other layers functioning to protect that central data layer. If there is any attack on one of the layer, set up an alert mechanism to get alerts and mitigate the risk of breach within that particular layer. Let us see all these layers one by one. So physical security will be the first layer of defense to protect your hardware and the infrastructure. In cloud data center, Microsoft uses multiple layers of security to protect the assets, starting from the security gate, which will be the entry point, and till the data center rooms. It will be a highly secured environment. Getting access to all these rooms or the assets will be a very tough job. When you take cloud data center, there can be hundreds of customers who will be running their business critical application on the cloud data center. So that is the reason the cloud data center will be highly secured environment. Let us say identity and access. In identity and access, ensure that only authorized users are given the access. You always control the access to the infrastructure using the change control mechanism. So whenever there is a access which was granted, always audit the access. So whatever sign-in events has taken place, which user has logged in, and what action that particular user has done on the infrastructure has to be logged. So it has to be logged and it has to be even audited. So you need to audit all the events which has caused the changes. Let us see what is perimeter. Perimeter layer protects from network-based attack. Secure your network. Configure alerting mechanism. Use DDoS protections and use firewall to limit the ports which are allowed for the outbound access. Let us see the network layer. At the network layer, limit the network connectivity. Allow only the resources which need to communicate. Always deny by default. Restrict inbound access. Limit outbound access where appropriate. And implement secure connectivity to on-prem networks. If we are using the virtual network, we don't allow all the ports. So basically there are ports from 0 to 65,000 ports, right? You don't open all the ports so that malicious attacker can come into the network and he will be able to access any of the resources. So you don't allow, basically you don't open all the ports. You open only the ports which are required. So let's say if you have extended your network to the on-prem, this is our Azure cloud. So this is our VNET. and we have extended to our on-prem network, which can be P2P, site to site, or express route. So we will always ensure that whatever the data which has been transferred either from on-prem to the Azure or Azure to the on-prem, it is always encrypted. We can use IPsec protocol to encrypt the data, or we have to apply some kind of mechanism so the data in transit is not getting breached or it is not getting hacked. Compute layer. Make sure at this layer the resources are secure. Even if there is any malware attack, there should not be any impact by using the endpoint security, which is nothing but the antivirus software. Update your systems diligently. Keep your systems patched with the service packs and the security updates. If there is any service pack or security updates released by the operating system vendor, use the service packs and security updates diligently and enforce strict access control for your virtual machines. Application layer. Integrate security into application development lifecycle itself. Ensure that applications are secure and free of vulnerabilities. Store sensitive application secrets in a secure storage medium. Make security a design requirement for all application development. So basically, whenever you are developing an application, integrate the security in the application development lifecycle itself. So always keep security in mind while developing the application. Above all the layers which we discussed were the medium which you use to process the data. With the actual data itself, you need to ensure confidentiality, integrity, and availability of the data. Usually the attacker target the data which are stored in the database, stored on the disk inside the virtual machine, stored in software as a SaaS application like Office 365, and the data which are stored in the cloud storage. So this was an overview about defense in depth. We have discussed about physical security layer, identity and access layer, perimeter layer, network layer, compute layer, application layer, and data layer. The central goal or the common goal of all these layers are to protect your data which you have stored in your infrastructure. In this topic, we'll discuss about Microsoft Defender for Cloud. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a monitoring tool for security posture management and also threat protection. We will be able to monitor the native cloud, which is Azure Cloud. We will be able to monitor the on-prem resources, hybrid environment, and also multi-cloud environments, which can be Google or AWS. Deployment of Defender for Cloud is easy because it is already integrated with Azure services. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is an Azure native service. Many services are monitored and protected without the need to deploy the Defender. If you have on-prem or an hybrid cloud model or multi-cloud model, we will be able to use Microsoft Defender for Cloud to monitor those services as well. Using Microsoft Defender for Cloud in Azure native protections, we will be able to monitor and detect the threats for Azure Paas services like Azure App Services, Azure SQL, Azure Storage Account, and many more data services. For Azure Data Services, Defender for Cloud includes the capability that will help automatically classify your data in Azure SQL, get assessments for potential vulnerabilities across Azure SQL and storage services, and give the recommendation to mitigate these vulnerabilities. For network, limit brute force attacks by limiting the ports for virtual machines, use just-in-time access for virtual machines, use source IP which you want to allow in your networks, restrict port and IP ranges. For your hybrid resources, to protect non-Azure servers, you will get customized threat intelligence and alerts for your specific environment. Defend resources running on other clouds. Protect resources in other clouds such as AWS and Google. This will be agentless plan assessment, assessing the cloud service provider recommendation and includes the result in a secure score. The resources what you are going to assess for other cloud service platform like AWS or GCP, it can be of the compliance assessment or it can be of the built-in standards specific to AWS or Google. We can also use Defender for Cloud to detect any threat on the container services on AWS or AWS EKS Linux clusters, which are hosting the containers. Microsoft Defender for Servers brings threat detection and advanced defenses to your Windows and Linux EC2 instances. So basically, these are all for the other cloud service platforms. So it can be specific to the AWS or Google. Microsoft Defender for Cloud fills three vital needs, which are basically continuously assess, secure, and defend. Continuously assess is basically know your security status, identify if there is any issues. Secure, harden the resources and services with standard benchmarks. Defend is to detect and resolve the threats to resources, workloads, and services which are hosted on the Azure cloud. This is the image of the Microsoft Defender for the cloud. It shows secure score, it shows recommendation status, it shows the resource health, and the assessment, what it has done on all the services. If you have mitigated any threat, it will show as completed. The first two areas, which are continuous assess and secure, were focused on assessing, monitoring, and maintaining your environment. Defender for Cloud also helps you to defend your environment by providing the security alerts and also the threat protection features. Security alerts. When Defender for Cloud detects a threat in any area of your environment, it generates a security alerts. Describe details of the affected resources, suggest remediation steps, and also triggers an application if there is any application configured like functions or any applications which you have configured to trigger in case of any alert. Advanced threat protection. Defender for Cloud provides advanced threat protection features for virtual machines, SQL databases, containers, web applications, and even for your network. So in summary, Microsoft Defender for Cloud is a monitoring tool for monitoring the security and to protect from any threats. We'll be able to monitor cloud resources and on-prem resources and even multi-cloud environment. We can use the tools which are provided by Microsoft Defender for Cloud to harden the resources. It's basically integrated into Azure as a free service. We are in the third module, Management and Governance. Let us see the topic, Factors that can affect cost in Azure. What will be the costing when you consume a resource in Azure Cloud? We choose Azure resources and consume these resources. Pay for the consumption. Usually the usage will be calculated on per hour basis and it will be billed on monthly basis. We know Azure uses OPEX model. We don't pay upfront payment for capital in Azure. We pay only for the services what we are going to consume. Basically, the capital expenditure, which is nothing but CAPEX model, is in the on-prem environment. So this is in the on-prem. The services what we are going to consume, it can be compute, storage, and networking. There are multiple factors which will impact the cost. This will be resource type, consumption, maintenance, the geographic location, and the subscription type, and also the resources what we are consuming from the Azure marketplace. When it comes to the resource type, the region where you are hosting the resources and the type of resources what you are hosting, that will influence the cost on the Azure cloud. So if we are choosing the virtual machine in US East location, and if you are selecting the same type of, let us say DSv3, and you are also selecting DSv3 in Singapore. So these are two separate regions. There will be a cost difference whenever you select the same virtual machine in two different regions. The cost will not be same. So the influence of the cost is based on type of resources what you are selecting, settings for the resources, and the region where you are hosting the resources. So whenever you create any resources in Azure Cloud, all the resources will have a metered instance for that resource, and it will be calculated for your billing purpose. In this example, if you are going to create a storage account and you need to specify what kind of storage account you are going to create. If you are creating a storage account for the blob, you need to select the performance tier, access tier, and the redundancy settings, and also the region where you are going to create the storage account. Based on the settings, the cost will differ. So in terms of access tier, the hot tier will have more cost compared to the cool tier. With virtual machines, the factors which are going to influence the cost is the license of the operating system, processors and number of cores per processor for that virtual machine, the disk what you are attaching, whether it is standard HDD disk or SSD disk or premium SSD disk, and also the network interface for the virtual machine. And also if you are provisioning the same virtual machine type in different region, it might differ in the cost. So when you start creating a virtual machine, this is how the screen will look, and you will be prompted to enter some details. You need to choose the resource group. You also need to enter the name for the virtual machine. You need to select the region where you wanted to create the virtual machine. Availability options, whether it is availability zones or availability sets, you need to choose, and the security type. And you need to select the image, whether it is Windows operating system or Linux operating system. And also you need to select the size of the virtual machine. So whenever you select the size of the virtual machine based on the CPU and based on the memory what you are going to select, this will impact the cost. Or basically this will influence the cost for your virtual machine what you are going to select. And the same virtual machine type, if you are using in US East, you cannot assume that it will be the same pricing for both the regions. So this might have different costing, and Singapore region might have different costing altogether. In consumption based plan, you pay more if you are using more resources. It's straightforward pricing mechanism that allow for maximum flexibility. Azure offers to reserve the resources. We can reserve many services including compute, database and storage. When we reserve, we commit to Microsoft that we will be requiring these resources. Since we commit, we get up to 70 or 72% of discount. We can commit typically for 1 year or 3 year period. Maintaining the resources what we have been using is also crucial. Say if I wanted to delete a virtual machine which I have been using since several months. I have been using this virtual machine, and there are related resources for this virtual machine. There is disk attached, there is a network interface card which is attached, there is also public IP address which is attached. Whenever we delete the virtual machine, we also need to ensure we delete all these resources properly. Otherwise, it will be costing. So these related resources will add up to the cost. So if we are cleaning up the virtual machine, we also need to ensure that all the resources related to the virtual machine is also deleted. So basically to manage our resources, what we have been using, we need to use resource group, proper naming of the resource group resources, and also we need to ensure the resources are properly tagged. Whenever we deploy any services, we will always deploy these services in a specific region. We will always ensure that these resources, what we are going to deploy, it will be always near to our location. Each region has its own infrastructure cost like power supply cost, labor cost, and the government tax cost. That's the reason we have different cost in different regions for the same Azure services. Let us see how the network traffic influences the cost. Bandwidth refers to the data which is moving in and out of the Azure data center. So any data which is coming into the Azure data center is always free. So this is inbound traffic which is always free. So data in is always free in Azure. Data out, which is egress, it always depends on the Azure zones. Cost of the data out will always depend on the zones from where the data is leaving. So basically it is outbound traffic. Pricing for the network traffic depends on ingress, egress, and the amount of data which has been transferred. So ingress is inbound traffic to Azure, egress is outbound traffic to Azure, and the data will be the actual data what you are going to transfer. If it is 1 GB, you will be charged for 1 GB. If it is 10 GB, you will be charged for 10 GB. And if you are doing 1 TB of transfer, then you have to pay for 1 TB of data transfer. Let us see the subscription type. Whenever we sign up for the Azure Cloud, we will get $200 worth of credit. Using this $200, we will be able to create the resources till we consume $200, or we can spend the $200 within 30 days. And there are some of the services which are free for almost 12 months. We will be able to use these services till 12 months. Let us see what is Azure Marketplace. Azure Marketplace lets you purchase Azure-based solutions and services from third-party vendors. Let us say you wanted Oracle database. So this is an Oracle database and you wanted in a customized configured Linux virtual machine according to your requirements. So this is a customized solution. You can refer Azure Marketplace and you will be able to use from the third-party vendors. Let us say you wanted some customized firewall solutions from Barracuda or Cisco. You can get it from the Azure Marketplace. So basically it's like a Google Play Store or Apple Store marketplace where many services and products are offered targeting specific needs. We can choose from the marketplace and we will be able to use it for our requirement. The billing structure for the solutions whatever we are using from the marketplace is set by the vendor. So in summary, we have seen the factors which will influence the cost for the Azure resources. These factors are resource type, consumption, maintenance, geography, subscription type, and Azure Marketplace. In this topic, we'll see pricing and TCO calculators. We will also compare the pricing and total cost of ownership calculators. These two calculators are used for two different purposes. Both are accessible from internet. Both the calculators can be used to estimate the expenses which has incurred in Azure Cloud. Pricing calculator will provide estimated cost for provisioning resources in Azure. You can use it to check how much you will spend when you deploy the services on the Azure Cloud which you have selected. It will estimate the cost of provisioned resources in Azure Cloud. Check the price for compute, storage, and network cost using the pricing calculator beforehand if you are dealing with any kind of solutions. We can also use the pricing calculator to estimate the storage type, access tier, and redundancy for the storage account what we are going to create. This is the pricing calculator tool which you will be able to access from the internet. This is a free tool which you can access from the internet. Select the popular category like compute, networking, storage. Estimate the cost for each of the resources which you are going to deploy onto the Azure Cloud. And there are some example scenarios. If you click on example scenarios, there are multiple solutions which are given and the cost you will be able to estimate for those resources as well. Let us see what is TCO calculator. TCO calculator is used to compare the cost between on-prem and Azure Cloud. The pricing calculator is used to estimate the cost of Azure resources, whereas the TCO calculator is used to compare the cost between your on-prem and the Azure cloud. So with the TCO calculator, enter your infrastructure configuration which you are running in on-prem, which might include the servers, database, storage, and also the outbound traffic. So basically you are collecting all the information related to your on-prem. So there might be 100 servers, there might be some 10 database, and the data traffic, amount of data traffic. So everything you are going to enter and compare with the Azure cloud. And also you can add the power cost and IT labor cost as an assumption when you are comparing your on-prem with the Azure cloud. And there is also an option to do the bulk upload where you can upload the infrastructure configuration, which is nothing but the servers, database, storage, data traffic, and power and IT labor cost. So you can upload all the information using bulk upload using Excel file or CSV file, and you will be able to compare the on-prem environment with the Azure cloud. In case if you don't want to do the bulk upload, you wanted to enter the servers and the configuration one by one, you can name the configuration, which is the workload, and you can select which operating system and what is the type of environment, whether it is a physical server or virtual machine, what type of operating system, how many servers you have in your on-prem, and what are the CPUs and the cores per CPU, the RAM per physical server or virtual machine, and you will be able to compare with the Azure cloud. So in exam, if you are asked about the tool used to compare on-prem infra, calculate IT labor cost, power, it will be TCO. If only resources are on Azure cloud, then it will be pricing calculator. So now we know the difference between pricing calculator and total cost of ownership calculator. In this topic, we'll discuss about tags. So what are tags basically? It's a name value key pair. So it's very, very important whenever we are dealing with resources on the Azure cloud. So basically, whenever we are deploying the resources in the Azure cloud, we need to ensure those resources are properly tagged. So tags provide extra information. So tags are metadata. It will provide extra information for the resources which we are going to deploy. And it is also very useful for resource management, cost management and optimization, operation management security, governance and regulatory compliance, workload optimization. Let us say I have created a virtual machine in East US, and I'll be able to name this virtual machine. I can name this virtual machine based on the operating system, based on the region where it has been deployed, and the name of the virtual machine itself. Let us say if I wanted to name this virtual machine, I can name the virtual machine as prod, and I will say East US, and the virtual machine name will be 01. And I can even define the operating system. If it is Linux, then I will say Red Hat for R. And if it is Windows, then I will simply specify Windows. If it is SUSE, I will specify SUSE. And if it is Ubuntu, I will simply make it as U. So the virtual machine, whatever we are going to deploy, we can name this as like this: VM03 Ubuntu, prod, region, and the virtual machine 03. This will be 04 and 02 for Windows. So like this, we will be able to name the virtual machine to identify the resources whatever we have deployed. So what if I wanted additional attributes to identify the resources whatever we are deploying? In that case, the tags comes very useful, because it acts as a metadata. And what I can do is basically I can have the tags. Let us say I can enter the IP address because this is a name value, and I can, this is the name and this is the value which I have to provide for the tags, which is nothing but the key pair with name value key pair. And I can, this is the name IP address, I'll specify the name, and instead of specifying the region here I'll location, I'll say East US, and I can have environment, I can specify production, I can also specify the operating system type, I can specify Red Hat Linux full. If it is Windows, I can specify in full Windows Server 2019 like this. And what is the status? Status is live or in production, and I can go on defining the tags. So I will be able to define up to 50 name value pairs. So this is very useful. Also, I can say owner. Owner is, if it is Linux, then I can specify this is for Linux team, and I can even go specifying about, and also I can go on defining other useful information like application which is running on this virtual machine. Let us say this application is inventory application. Say somebody wanted to pull up the monthly report based on any of these criteria. If I wanted to find out the owner of Linux, I wanted to take the billing only for Linux or Red Hat Linux, I can actually pull up using this particular tag. So this is very important. And also we can specify what is the criticality. Very high, low, or medium. This is also used for governance and regulatory compliance. And also we can do workload optimization and automation using the tags. So the maximum tags what we can have for any given resource is 50 tags per resource. Let us say how do I manage resource tag? We can manage these resource tag for the Azure resources using PowerShell, using Azure CLI, using the ERM templates, API, and of course Azure portal as well. So we will be able to modify, update, or create the tags using any of these tools. And also we can use Azure Policy to enforce the tagging rules. Say suppose if I wanted to deploy any of the resources, it can be virtual machine, it can be web application. If I am deploying to the Azure cloud, the Azure policy, if it is defined to enforce the tagging, I need to use the tagging. So the tagging, it will be defined. It might be 3 tags or 5 tags, which will be mandated as per the governance and regulatory compliance. So we have to adhere to this standards, and we have to tag. Unless we are not tagging, these resources will not be deployed to the Azure cloud. And the resources don't inherit the tags. Say suppose I have defined some tags. Say I have defined some 10 tags to the virtual machines like location, environment, operating system, status, owner, application, criticality. So all these tags I have defined for the virtual machine. Definitely it is not going to inherit by the IP address, by the storage, or by the network security group or the virtual network. So whatever tags you are defining, it will be defined per resource basis. Okay. You can define up to 50 tags per resource. So let us see what are the examples of tagging the resources. we can use the application name, the name of the application. So basically, as I said, it is a name and value. So we have the name and we will provide the value. So it is like IP address. So what is the IP address? You specify the IP address. So what is the region which you have deployed onto the Azure cloud? If it is East US, yes, East US. If it is Singapore location, Singapore location. If it is South India, you specify the region. Okay. And what is the operating system? And what is the version? So all this can be tagged. This is the name and this will be the value. And like cost center, we can define the cost center, owner of the resource. If it is, like I said, if it is Linux virtual machine, it will be handled by Linux team. If it is Windows virtual machine, it will be handled by Windows team. If it is a SQL server or Active Directory or backup resources, it will be handled by different teams. And what is the environment? We can define whether it is used by prod environment, if it is used by development or test environment. So all these we can define within the name value key pair. So whatever tags you are defining, it will be within the 50 tags limit per resource, right? And we can also define the impact by saying if it is mission critical, highly impact or low impact. And if you have already defined the resources using mission critical resource, whatever resources you have already defined as the impact as mission critical, all those will be considered as mission critical. And if you have not defined any of the tags for the impact, then those resources will be considered as non-critical resources. So this was an overview about the tags. It is very easy whenever we are using the tags to identify the resources what we have deployed and where exactly we have deployed and what is the use of the resources which we have deployed. We can have proper lifecycle policy of these resources. In this topic, we'll discuss about Microsoft Purview. So what is Microsoft Purview? Microsoft Purview is a separate service which is used for data governance. So Purview is used for data governance, risk, and compliance solutions. So basically, whenever we have our data, so let's say the organization is very keen to know and understand what kind of data they are dealing with. It can be in the Azure cloud, it can be in other cloud environment like AWS or Google, and also it can be in on-prem. Let me write. Okay, this is on-prem, and also we have data in other software as a service like Office 365 or any other software service, any other software as a service provider. So the data is there in multiple sources and we don't know exactly what kind of data we are dealing with. So basically the organization wanted to know and understand what kind of data they have in their infrastructure. So they wanted to classify the data if it is very critical and it is highly critical, medium critical, or low critical. Only if they understand what kind of data they have in their infrastructure, only then they will be able to classify the data. Right? So we have the data scattered across multiple sources in our infrastructure and we wanted to know and analyze what kind of data we have. For that, what we have to do is we need to do the data discovery. So first, we will discover the data itself. So this discovery of data is basically, it will collect the metadata of the data. So metadata is nothing but the information about the data itself. So this is the first thing what we are going to do. then we are going to classify the data. We will classify the data whether it is very critical, high critical, medium critical, or low critical. And also if it is sensitive data, then also we are going to classify the data. And we also have end-to-end map of the data. Now, end-to-end map is basically where the data is exactly residing, whether it is in on-prem, whether it is in other cloud service provider, like it is in Azure, or if it is in other service provider, or if it is in on-prem. So we have the map of the data itself. And we have the view of the data. So once we have the view of the data, what we can do is we can actually input this data to other tools like Power BI or Insights. Let me explain with an example why there is so much of importance about classification of data. Let us say we have a particular company or an organization which is actually dealing with tax filing. And this particular company runs a website which is called as tax.com. So this is tax.com website. And in this website, we have all the information, very sensitive information about the customer identity, then credit card information, PAN card information, then bank account, phone number, address. So all the sensitive information are there in this particular website. Now, unfortunately, one day, one particular hacker is randomly visiting some of the web pages and he finds your website. He comes to your website, okay, tax.com. This particular website is so vulnerable. When the hacker uses this particular tool, hacking tool, and crawls the website, then he will be able to list the directories. So directory 01, directory 02, and all the files inside this particular website. And all these directories or folders contains all the sensitive information. So before the hacker knows what the data you have, you can use Microsoft Purview and understand the data, and you will be able to classify the data. If the data is sensitive, critical, or highly critical, then you can harden the security of your infrastructure. Right. So now you understood how critical the data is. Let us understand how Microsoft Purview works. So we have the source itself. There can be multiple sources from where the data will be discovered. The sources can be Azure Cloud. So it can be Azure Cloud, it can be on-prem, and it can be multi-cloud like AWS or Google. It can be in the software as a service provider like Office 365 or G Suite or any other software as a service provider. And on all these infrastructure, like we have some kind of data, right? So this is the first thing. And the second thing will be the data itself. On all these resources or infrastructure where the data is residing, there can be multiple data types. It can be of user data. It can be the database data. It can be HR data, marketing data, manufacturing. If it is a pharmaceutical company, then you have chemical composition and pharma related data. If it is banking sector, then you have all your financial data, right? If it is an insurance, then all the customer information about the insurance, their illness, like this. And if it is hospital, then you know what kind of data we are dealing with. So basically, these are the data types which is residing in your environment. And we need to discover the data. So what we'll do is, what Microsoft Purview will do is, it will discover the data. It will discover the data basically using the connectors. So there are default connectors which are used by Microsoft Purview to discover the data, and it will collect the metadata information. Using the connector, it will discover the data and it will collect all the metadata information. So metadata is nothing but the information about the data itself. Basically, we don't copy any data from the source. It is just collecting the metadata itself to understand what kind of data we have in your infrastructure. And once the metadata is collected, then we map the data. Mapping the data is understanding the data end to end. From where exactly the data is residing. If it is there in the Azure, then where exactly it is residing. It is there in the storage account, it is there in the SQL, or it is there in the Cosmos DB. So all the information you have in your metadata. And that is why if it is giving you the map of the data, which is end-to-end flow of the data, then it has to tell what is the source of the data, right? The source can be storage account, SQL Server, Cosmos DB, or even the virtual machine. So basically, Microsoft Purview will provide end-to-end information about the data. So once you have end-to-end map of your data, then you will be able to query the data, or you will be able to search the data, right? So this is how Microsoft Purview will be able to discover the data and track the data from different sources. So let us go back to the notes again. Microsoft 365 features as the core component of Microsoft Purview. Microsoft 365 has multiple services like Teams, OneDrive, Exchange, and even the Office products as well. Microsoft Purview help your organization by protecting sensitive data across clouds, applications, and devices. We will be able to identify data risks and manage regulatory compliance requirements. We can get started with regulatory compliance as well using the Microsoft Purview. Microsoft Purview provides unified view for the entire data estates that includes data classification and end-to-end lineage, and we'll be able to identify the sensitive data and classify the data when we discover the data from different sources. We can create a secure environment for the data consumers to find valuable data once the data has been discovered. Using the Microsoft Purview, we can generate insights about how our data is stored and where exactly is stored and how it is being used. And also we can manage access to the data in our estate securely and at scale. So this was an overview about Microsoft Purview. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Policy. So what is Azure Policy? Azure Policy is one of the important service which is used for rules enforcement. We can audit the resources if it is compliant or non-compliant as per our organization standards. So where we will be able to apply this policy? We can apply the policy at management group level. So we will be able to apply the policy at management group, subscription, resource group, and also at the resource level. So what does this particular policy contains? This particular policy will contain rules. So it can be single rule, it can be multiple rules. And you can create the policy and enable the policy. When you enable the policy, you can enable the policy as an individual policy or group of related policies. So when you enable group of related policy, that particular policy will be called as initiatives. So initiatives are nothing but the group of relative policies. The policy is a JSON template. So the policy is a JSON template. Say if I wanted to define a policy saying that if I am going to create a resource group, I have to create the resource group only in Central India, West India, and South India. So this is my policy. So this is my policy for the resource group creation. If I wanted to enforce this particular policy, I'll be able to enforce this policy at the management group level, subscription level. And for me, there is no need to enforce this policy at the resource group level because this policy itself, it is for the resource group creation. If I enforce this policy at the management group level or subscription level, if I am going to create any resource group from this subscription or at the management level, I'll be able to choose only Central India, West India, or South India. I'll not be able to select any other region for creating the resource group. So you might be asking, okay, this is fine. This is only one policy. What if I needed multiple policies within the same template? For that, we have something called as initiative. Initiatives are nothing but the group of related policy. Say, for example, if I wanted to define something related to storage account, I have the set of policy for the storage account. It will be 30, 35. So all these policies are combined together and we'll be able to enforce at management group, subscription or resource group level. Because under the resource group, you will be creating the storage account. So we will be able to enforce this particular policy, whichever we are going to define as an initiative. We will take all the 35 policies and we will enforce all the 35 policy which has rules, and we will apply that rule to the resource group. So if I wanted to enforce this particular policy for the storage account, I can actually mandate the policy saying that GRS should be enabled whenever you create the storage account, and HTTPS protocol should be used, and HTTP will be disabled, and maximum blob size will be 4 TB or something like this. Once you define the policy, and whenever you try to create the storage account, if you try to enable HTTP protocol, and if you are not using the HTTPS protocol, then you will not be able to create the storage account. So once you apply this policy at any of this level, management group, subscription, or at the resource group, once it is enforced, then this policy comes into effect. So you might be asking a question, okay, I have an existing storage account 1, and this particular storage account has HTTP protocol opened. So you say that HTTP is disabled. Whenever I create a storage account, if HTTP is opened, then it is not going to create. So what if I have an existing storage account which has HTTP protocol opened? In this particular case, this applies the policy when you enforce, this applies only to the new storage account. It will not apply to the existing storage account. So this existing storage account which has HTTP protocol opened, which is unsecure protocol, then it will be treated as non-compliant. Okay. So this is how you will get a report saying that this storage account is non-compliant in the Azure policy. There are multiple built-in initiatives which are available inside Azure Policy. We'll be able to choose these initiatives specific to our services, and we will be able to enforce those initiatives. The policy is going to evaluate your resources which you have deployed in your environment, and if it is non-compliant, it is going to report in the Azure Policy compliance section. Azure Policy can also prevent non-compliant resources from being created. So let us say I have the virtual machine, and for this virtual machine or any of the virtual machine which has been created inside resource group, this resource group is called as production resource group. And any virtual machine, there can be multiple, there can be hundreds or thousands of virtual machine which is being created inside this resource group. If I define a policy saying that only Windows 2016, Windows 2019 and data center server edition has to be deployed. So you define the operating system inside the policy, and once you apply this particular policy to the resource group, whatever virtual machine you are going to create, if any of these operating system is not there when you select, then it is not going to create those virtual machines. Because I wanted to avoid some of the operating system versions because there is some vulnerability, right? Or it is outdated. Because of which I am not encouraging to use those operating system versions in my environment, which is in the production environment. I can have a different policy set at development resource group saying that I am okay to use Windows 2012, Windows 2016 and Windows 2019 server edition. Azure Policy comes with built-in policy and initiative definitions. There are multiple built-in initiatives. Initiative is nothing but a group of policy itself. So there are multiple initiatives which are available inside the Azure Policy for multiple services like storage service, networking service, compute, security center, and even for the monitoring. For example, if you define a policy saying that only a particular size of the virtual machine to be used in your environment when that particular policy is invoked, and when you are going to create a new virtual machine or when you are trying to resize an existing virtual machine, then the policy will be applied. In some cases, we can use Azure Policy to automatically remediate non-compliant resources. I have the liberty for not to remediate in case if it is non-compliant. So I can allow or disallow the non-compliant resources to be remediated. So in this particular example, we can see that any of the resources what you are going to create in a resource group has to be tagged with the app name tag, and the value of the tag should be special orders. If this tag is missing, then the policy is going to apply that tag with the app name and value with special orders. Azure Policy also integrate with DevOps for continuous integration and delivery pipeline to the pre-deployment and post-deployment phases of your application. So what are Azure Policy initiatives? Let us say, as I said, this particular policy is JSON template. I have this JSON template, and this is an individual policy, and this particular policy is for monitor unencrypted SQL database in Security Center. So this is one of the policy, and there is another policy which says monitor operating system vulnerability in Security Center. Then we have another policy here, and we also have another policy monitor missing endpoint protection in Security Center. So this is another policy. And when you combine these three policies together, you will be able to enforce this particular policy at different hierarchy, at the management group level, at the subscription, or at the resource group level. When you are combining multiple policy as one policy, then it will be called as initiatives. So basically initiative is nothing but group of policies. There are multiple policies involved. So in this particular case, there are 3 individual policies which has been combined as one initiative, and this particular initiative you are going to enforce at management group, subscription, or at the resource group level. So this was an overview about Azure Policy. In this topic, we'll discuss about resource lock. A resource lock prevents resources from being accidentally deleted or changed. With the right level of access, Azure RBAC, which is nothing but role-based access control, we will be able to delete because we have the privileges to delete any of the resources, and we can go on deleting the critical cloud resources. So since I have RBAC, this is my storage account, and this is me. I am the owner of this storage account. Since I have the privileges from Azure RBAC as owner for this storage account, let us say this storage account holds critical data, like this is for GeoTV, which has streaming data. So all the TV channel related data, everything is there. Or let us say this is Airtel TV or something like that. So basically this particular storage account has all the critical streaming data. So I am the owner of this storage account. I can simply delete this, right? So once you put a lock for this particular storage account, even if you have owner privileges, you will not be able to delete this storage account. So basically the resource lock is going to prevent resources from being deleted or updated depending on the type of the lock what you have selected, and we'll be able to apply the lock on the resources or at the resource group level or even at the subscription level. Then whatever the lock which you have applied, it is going to inherit. So basically the lock is going to inherit from the subscription, resource group, and all your resources. If I'm placing the lock at the subscription level, saying that this is my subscription and I have placed the lock at this particular subscription level, so this lock will be applied for the entire subscription and also the resource group and whatever resources I am going to create from this hierarchy. If I am placing the lock at this resource group, whatever resources I am going to create under the resource group, everything will be locked. I will not be able to delete any of the resources. If I am placing the lock at the resources, let us say this is the example of the resource. If I have placed the lock here, then I'll not be able to delete only this particular resource. If any of the resources which has been created under this resource group doesn't have the lock, then we will be able to delete those resources. So basically there are 2 types of locks. One is delete. We'll be able to modify the resource, but we'll not be able to delete the resource. And there is also another type of lock which is called as read only. We can only read the resource. We'll not be able to do any kind of modification or update the resource. Let us say how we can manage the resource lock. We can manage the resource lock using the Azure portal, PowerShell, and Azure CLI, and also using the Cloud Shell. In the Azure portal, if you click or if you select the storage account, there is a section over here. You will be able to see there is a lock. And basically there are 2 types of lock. One is read-only lock and delete lock. Let us say if you have a resource which has been locked. So this is a storage account. Let us say this is storage 001. This is a storage account and this has been locked. If I wanted to delete this particular storage account, what is the process to delete this storage account? You need to first unlock. You need to remove the lock. So since it is locked, then you have to unlock or remove the lock. And only if you have correct RBAC privileges or role assigned, like storage account owner, then then you'll be able to delete this particular storage account. Even if the storage account is unlocked and you don't have write privileges, saying that storage account, if you have only read permission, then you can only read. You will not be able to delete because RBAC comes into picture. Let us take an example and see why the resource lock is very useful and important when we are dealing in the production environment. In Azure Cloud, it is very easy to create the resource and also to delete the resource. To prevent the resources being deleted, what we can do is we can simply use the lock. So let us say we have production resource group, and this particular resource group has virtual machines, which is 100 virtual machines, and we have 5 virtual network and 50 network security group. This particular network security group has rules, inbound rules, outbound rules. Everything has been defined in the network security group. And we have somewhere around 200 IPs. And also we have some 5 public IPs. So this will be private IPs and this is public IP. And let us say we have 10 web application. And also we have 150 because all these virtual machine needs managed disks. So we have managed disks and we have 100 NIC cards, virtual NIC card. So this particular resource group has so much of resources which are very critical to the business, right? And I am a user, I am the owner. For this resource group, I have all the rights. I have the owner right? If I don't place the lock here at the resource group level, let us say by mistake or accident, I have deleted this production resource group. All the resources which you have created under this production resource group, everything will be deleted. So this way, the resource lock is very useful in the production environment. So this was an overview about resource lock and why it is very important when we are dealing with the Azure resources. Thank you for watching the video. If you like the content, please subscribe and share the video. In this topic, we'll discuss about Microsoft Service Trust Portal. Service Trust Portal is a portal that provides access to various content, tools, and other resources which are related to Microsoft security, privacy, compliance practices. So basically, there are 3 main components which are security, privacy, and compliance. So these are the 3 components based on which multiple customers will be hosting their services on the Azure cloud. For every country, there are certain laws. Since Azure cloud is a public cloud services, not everyone knows the infrastructure of the Azure cloud. So we don't know what exactly is there in the Azure cloud data center. It is only the trust. So basically, we deploy all our cloud services onto the Microsoft cloud based on this trust. So because of the trust, Microsoft has to provide the documents necessary which are related to security, privacy, and compliance. So this Microsoft Service Trust Portal is not a service which you will be able to deploy onto the Azure cloud. It is just a portal where all these artifacts, all the documents, audited reports, everything will be stored. It is like a SharePoint portal of an organization, like how it is used for the organization itself. So this is specific to the organization where they will keep all their documents related to the infrastructure, their design documents, their governance model, their organization hierarchy. So everything will be stored in the SharePoint portal. Similar to that, since Microsoft Azure Cloud is a public cloud service, Microsoft has to provide the documents related to security, privacy, and compliance report on the portal, which is accessible by the customers. All the information related to security, privacy, and compliance can be accessed via this particular portal, which is called as servicetrust.microsoft.com. This is the portal link through which we'll be able to access and download the documents related to certifications, regulations, and standards. We'll be able to see what are the certifications which Microsoft has been awarded, and there are some of the certifications and the standards which are specific to the country, like IRAP, which is specific to Australia, and MTCS, which is specific to Singapore, Spain, ENS, and PCI, which is for payment card industry, and we have the GDPR for the European regulations, and we have standard ISO IEC SOC compliance documents. We'll be able to refer all these documents using this portal, and also we'll be able to access the reports, white papers, and artifacts related to artificial intelligence, BCP, and DR. We can also do some kind of penetration testing on the Azure cloud if Microsoft gives an approval. For every penetration testing on the Azure cloud, you require an approval from the Microsoft. And also we will get documents related to privacy and data protection. And also we have frequently asked questions and white papers, which we will be able to download from the Service Trust portal. And there are some industry specific resources which we will be able to download and refer the information, which are related to financial services, healthcare and life sciences, media and entertainment, United States government, regional resources information. So all these documents, artifacts, and resources are available under servicetrust.microsoft.com. Let us see the portal itself and take a look. I'm into the portal itself, servicetrust.microsoft.com. I'm into the home page where I'll be able to see all the information related to certifications, regulations, and standard. And also we have reports, white papers, and artifacts which are related for BCP and DR, pen test, security assessment, privacy and data protection. And if you wanted to understand more about Microsoft Azure Cloud, if you are new customer and you wanted to deploy your services or you wanted to move your on-prem environment to the Azure Cloud, you can come to this portal, refer the documents, which are industry-specific documents. You will be able to see how Microsoft is operating their cloud infrastructure and what are the security, compliance, privacy standards they have. And then you will be able to decide how you will be able to deploy your resources onto the Microsoft Cloud. All documents section over here, and you will be able to refer the documents which are related to security, privacy, and compliance. Say if I wanted to download any frequently asked questions and white papers, I'll come to here and I'll be able to refer the documents related to data protection and security, and I'll be able to see when it has been last updated. And if I wanted to download this, I'll be able to download this document. I need to sign in to download this document, so I'll cancel this. And if I wanted to download all the documents, then I'll select this, and again I need to download, or I can even save to the library. If it is saved to library, I can come to my library and I'll be able to download the documents which has been saved to library. So I'll cancel this. I'll go back to the all documents, and if I wanted to search by date, I'll be able to search by date. So what are the documents which has been published in the last 3 months and for which cloud services I wanted. If I wanted for Azure, if I wanted to check for Dynamic 365, GitHub, Microsoft General. So all the Microsoft platform has been listed over here. If I wanted to select only for Windows, I can select for Windows. Since I wanted to host services on Azure, then I will select Azure. Then I'll select all the documents related to past 3 months, and I have filtered for 3 months. Then I'll be able to see there are some 12 documents which has been published in the last 3 months for ISO IEC. If I click on the same thing, and I'll be able to see there is an update in the month of July 23rd, 2024. If I download this particular document, I'll be able to see what are the new updates for ISO 9001 certificate. So in summary, Microsoft will store all their documents related to security, privacy, and compliance for their customer and a service trust portal. In this topic, we'll discuss about tools for managing Azure Cloud. There are multiple tools which are available for us to deploy the resources onto the Azure Cloud. We will be able to use the portal itself, and there is also a CLI tool which is called as Azure PowerShell. So basically, this is a Windows-based PowerShell, and we need to install the modules for the Azure. If I wanted to run any of the Azure commands, then I have to install the modules for the Azure. And also we have Azure command line interface, which is also called Azure CLI. So basically we'll be able to use all these management tools. Apart from these, we also have SDKs, and also we can integrate with the APIs as well. So if I wanted to create any of the resource onto the Azure cloud, we will be able to use all these tools. So let us look into the portal. So what is Azure Portal? Azure Portal is a GUI-based tool. We will be able to build, manage, and monitor everything from simple web apps to complex deployments. We will be able to create custom dashboards for an organized view of resources. We will be able to configure accessibility options for an optimal experience. The Azure Portal is designed for resiliency, and also it has high availability. This portal is available in every Azure data centers. Even if there is any data center failures or any issues related to data center, this portal will be always available. And whenever a user tries to connect to the Azure portal, since this portal is available in all the Azure data center, for the user, he will be connecting from his nearest locations to avoid network slowdowns. The portal gets updates continuously, and there is no downtime required for maintenance activities. So let us see what is Azure Cloud Shell. Azure Cloud Shell is a browser-based shell. So you will be able to access the Cloud Shell from the portal itself. So when you log into the Azure portal, there is an option for you to access the Cloud Shell. You will be able to use either PowerShell or the Azure CLI. So this is the portal, and this is the Cloud Shell from where you will be able to access the PowerShell and Azure CLI. Even if you use PowerShell or Azure CLI, these two commands will go via the REST API, and it will go via the ARM. So this is nothing but Azure Resource Manager. Whatever commands you are going to issue via the PowerShell or Azure CLI, everything will be converted and sent via the REST API protocol. Then it will be sent to the ARM. ARM is the one which is going to deploy your resources. So ARM will deploy the resources based on the commands what you have issued using the PowerShell and Azure CLI. Let us see what are the features of the Azure Cloud Shell. Since this is a browser based, you will be able to directly access the Cloud Shell tool from the portal itself. There is no local installation which is required. And since you have already authenticated to the portal, there is no additional authentication is required. Either you choose the PowerShell or the Azure CLI based on your experience. So this is for if you are a Windows background user, then you can use the PowerShell, or if you are coming from Linux background, then you will be able to use Azure CLI tool. Let us see what is Azure PowerShell. If we are running the Windows operating system, like we have the server and we have Windows operating system, we know that the PowerShell comes built in as a default package or tool, command line utility tool. And the regular command what we are going to use, like ping, cd, dir, these are the commands which are inbuilt for the Windows operating system. If I wanted to run any of the commands related to the Azure, then I have to install something called as, I need to install the modules. So this module is nothing but the Azure module. So this module contains the commandlets. So commandlets is nothing but set of commands which are then grouped as modules. So once you install the Azure module onto the PowerShell, then you will be able to run all the commands which are required for you to deploy any of the resources onto the Azure cloud. Whenever you are using the Azure PowerShell, it is calling the REST API to perform management tasks onto the Azure cloud. You will be able to delete, create, and update the resources on the Azure cloud, and also you will be able to deploy the entire infrastructure using the PowerShell scripts. So you can create PowerShell scripts, or you will be able to run single commands and you will be able to deploy the entire infrastructure. Basically, that is going to take time. So what you can do is you can combine all your commands and create a script and deploy the entire infrastructure using the script PowerShell scripts. If you have already created the scripts and deployed the resources on the Azure cloud, then you will be able to use the same process to create the resources. Say for example, if you have created the scripts for the development environment, and if you wanted to repeat the same resources for production environment, you can use the same script and repeat the process of creating the infrastructure. Since PowerShell is a cross-platform utility, you will be able to install on Windows, Linux, and Mac platforms as well. So let us see what is Azure CLI. Azure CLI is similar to PowerShell, but the syntax of the commands will be different. While using Azure PowerShell, we use the PowerShell commands. When we use Azure CLI, we use the bash commands. So that is why I said, if you are familiar with Windows operating system, for the Windows user, they will be able to use PowerShell. And for the Linux user, since they are very familiar with the bash commands, they will be able to run the Azure CLI commands. I have already logged into the Azure portal. If I wanted to access the Cloud Shell utility tool, then I have to come here. So this is where I will get the Cloud Shell. And I'll be able to use either PowerShell or I'll be able to use the Azure CLI utility tool. So this is the PowerShell command line tool, which it is going to connect. Let us see how much time it is going to take to get the prompt. If I enter, then it is taking some time. Let us wait. Or if I wanted to switch to bash, which is Azure CLI tool, I'll be able to switch to bash. Let us wait for some time. Yeah, we have the prompt. Yeah, we have the prompt. If I wanted to run any of the command, if I wanted to check how many resource groups are available in my subscription, I can use the command. If you notice, the command is automatically populating. All I need to do is just use the right arrow key on my keyboard. It will automatically complete the syntax of the command. See, it has automatically completed the syntax of the command. Now I need to just enter. Since I have not created any of the virtual machines, so this resource group is just empty. There is no resources apart from the resource group. Let us switch back to the Azure CLI utility. And here, if I run the CLI commands, Azure CLI commands, it will start with AZ. Then, if I wanted to list the virtual machines which has been created, AZ VM list. So there is no virtual machines. If I say AZ group list, I will say give me in table. So this is the resource group which is available in this subscription, and there is no virtual machines. I have already installed the command line utility tool, which is the Azure PowerShell module on my laptop, and also I have installed the Azure CLI utility tool on my laptop. If I wanted to use the tools from my laptop, I can actually use the, let us say if I wanted to use the Azure CLI tool, I'll check the version. So this is the Azure CLI utility tool, which I have already installed on my laptop. If I wanted to check the PowerShell version, it is automatically populating the command. All I need to do is enter the, use the right arrow key on my keyboard. It will automatically complete and it will tell what is the version of the PowerShell which has been installed on the laptop. If I use get, okay, if I use AZ-VM list, okay, I need to first log in because I have not logged into the portal. I have only logged into the portal. I have not used Azure CLI to log in. I need to use this particular command AZ login. It will open the browser. Then it is saying login is successful. So I'll go back to the Visual Studio Code. And if I wanted to run the command which we have run on the Cloud Shell, I'll run the same command AZ-VM list. There is no virtual machines. AZ group list. Okay. I wanted to see in table format. So once I have logged into the Azure, I'll be able to use, or I'll be able to run all the commands which we have ran on the Cloud Shell. Instead of AZ login, if I am using the Azure PowerShell, then I have to use this command to connect to the Azure account. And let us say if I am creating a new resource group, since demo RG001 is already created, I will create another resource group and I will enter. So I have logged in using the Azure CLI tool, but you have not logged in using the Azure PowerShell command. So what I will do is I will connect to Azure account. Okay, I have misspelled. Connect. Okay. Yeah, authentication is completed because I have logged in. I have already logged in. So that is why it is saying authentication is already completed. Now, if I wanted to run this command to create the resource group, yeah, it has already created the resource group. Get AZ resource. Okay, you will be able to list the resource group which we have created. So this is the new resource group what we have created. So this was an overview about the Cloud Shell utility tool, PowerShell, and also the Azure CLI. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Arc. What is Azure Arc? Azure Arc is a centralized management service. Let us say we have multiple resources which are spread across multiple infrastructure. So we have different infrastructure. So let us say this is Azure Cloud. This is our on-prem environment. And this is AWS or Google Cloud. So we have our resources inside Azure Cloud. We have resources in on-prem and we also have resources in AWS and Google. If I wanted to have single view of all the resources which are deployed across different infrastructure, so basically I wanted to have a single view wherein I'll be able to manage, monitor and deploy the resources using a single unified view. Azure Arc is the service which provides centralized management service. To provision any of the resources inside Azure Cloud, we have tools to provision, configure, and monitor. So these tools are nothing but our Azure portal CLI tools. But if I wanted to manage the resources across multiple infrastructure, then I need to use something called as Azure Arc. With the help of Azure Arc, we have simplified governance and management, and also we will be able to deliver consistent multi-cloud and on-prem management platform. Let us understand Azure Arc with a scenario. Let us say I have resources which are spread across multiple infrastructure. So these resources are in Azure Cloud. These resources are in on-prem environment, and there are resources inside Google and AWS. For me, I wanted to have a single point of view, a single portal, unified view to manage all these resources. Right. For that, I can use Azure Arc. Currently, not all the resources are supported by Azure Arc. You need to check the latest Microsoft document for the resources which are supported currently. So we have Azure Arc to manage all these resources. What I need to do is, if I have Windows or Linux server, I need to install Arc agent. There is something called as Arc agent. I need to install these agents onto the server. For each and every server, I need to install the agent. Once the agent has been installed, then I need to onboard these resources using Azure Arc. Once it is onboarded to the Azure Arc, then we will be able to manage the resources. The user who is already managing the resources inside the Azure cloud, for him, it doesn't matter the resources if it is in on-prem or it is in AWS GCP. All the resources will be available in the Azure Arc itself. So you'll be able to seamlessly manage the resources which are deployed in multiple infrastructure. So what Azure Arc does basically is it provides a control plane. So with the help of control plane, we will be able to manage the resources which are spread across multiple infrastructure. It is also good that if you have any applications or resources which are deployed in on-prem environment or any other cloud service platform, if I wanted to integrate these services, and I'll be able to use the Arc to manage those integrated services which are deployed in different environment. Let us see what we will be able to do using Azure Arc. Using Azure Arc, we will be able to manage the entire environment together by projecting our existing non-Azure resources into ARM. So ARM is basically Azure Resource Manager. So non-Azure resources are the resources which are in on-prem and other cloud service platform. We will be able to manage multi-cloud and hybrid virtual machines. So we will be able to use the virtual machines which are deployed in on-prem environment. We will be able to onboard the vCenter itself. So we have the virtual machines which are managed by the vCenter. There can be many data center, many clusters which vCenter is managing. We can actually onboard all these virtual machines using Azure Arc. We will be able to manage Kubernetes cluster and databases as if they are running in Azure cloud. If I am running Kubernetes cluster in the on-prem environment, so there is a cluster in on-prem environment, and also I have Kubernetes cluster in the Azure cloud. I also have the Azure Container Registry wherein I'll be able to pull the images. So I wanted to pull or push the images to the Azure Container Registry using Kubernetes cluster on-prem and also the Kubernetes cluster, which has been configured on Azure Cloud. Using Azure Arc, I'll be able to easily manage these two clusters which are deployed in different environment. One is in on-prem, the other one is in Azure Cloud. I'll be able to monitor these two clusters using the Azure Arc. And for me, it is also very easy to manage and integrate these two clusters to use the Azure Container Registry to access the images which has been stored. We can also leverage IT Ops with DevOps with CI/CD. We can also configure custom locations as an abstraction layer on top of Azure Arc enabled Kubernetes clusters and cluster extension. Let us see what are the resource types which are supported by Azure Arc. Currently, these are the resources which are supported by Azure Arc. The servers are Windows and Linux servers, Kubernetes cluster, Azure Data Services, SQL Server, and the virtual machines. These virtual machines which are managed using vCenter and System Center Virtual Machine Manager. So this is for Hyper-V, this is for VMware virtual machines. As per the documentation, 9,500 virtual machines can be onboarded into the Azure Arc. So this was an overview about Azure Arc. In summary, Azure Arc is a centralized management service wherein we will be able to manage the resources which are deployed across multiple infrastructure or multiple environments. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Resource Manager and ARM templates. ARM or Azure Resource Manager is the deployment and management service for Azure. Whenever we use ARM templates to create, update, and delete resources, all the requests, it can be via portal, it can be via the CLI, the Azure CLI, or the PowerShell. All the requests will be sent via the API. It will be sent through the Azure Resource Manager, and the resources are provisioned inside the cloud. The commands can be create, update, and delete. So all these commands are sent via the API using Azure Resource Manager. Let us see what are the benefits of Azure Resource Manager. We can manage the infrastructure through templates. It's a JSON template which is used to deploy resources. We'll be able to deploy, manage, monitor resources as a group. Let us say, for example, I wanted to create a 3-tier application, and my application is a 3-tier application which has web tier and app tier and the database tier. So I can deploy all the resources which are required for the 3-tier application as a group. I can combine all the resources which are required for the 3-tier application in a group, and the format of the file will be JSON format, and this will be deployed via the ARM template. Once I have deployed the resources for my environment, let us say this is for my development environment, I can repeat the same process deploying for my production environment as well. I can reuse the template for my production environment because I have the confidence, since I have used the template to create the resources, which is the ARM template to create all the resources for the 3-tier application. Now I have the confidence, then I'll be able to use the same template to create the resources for my production environment as well. And we will be able to define the dependencies between resources so they are deployed in the correct order. And I'll be able to apply the RBAC, which is nothing but the access control. Since I am deploying the resources onto the Azure cloud, if I have the RBAC, which is nothing but the role-based access control, if I have permission to create the resources, only then I'll be able to create the resources. Even though I am creating the template, if I don't have the permission to create the resources, I will not be able to create the resources. We will be able to define the tags and use the tags for the resources what we are going to create And these tags will be useful whenever we wanted to view the cost for group of resources. Infrastructure as a code. The ARM template itself is an infrastructure as a code. This template will be in JSON format. Infrastructure as a code, where we can manage the entire infrastructure using the code. So we write the code in JSON format. We'll be able to deploy the resources onto the Azure cloud. If I wanted to run single commands, I'll be able to use the management tools. We have the tools Azure CLI and Azure PowerShell. The way these tools works is different. These tools will create the resources in serial fashion. So it will create one after another. So it will create, I need to define the resources in a correct order. If I wanted to create a virtual machine, if there is no virtual network, then I need to start with the virtual network. I need to start with the resource group, then virtual network, then subnet, and then virtual machine. So I need to define all these resources in a correct order. Whereas when I use the ARM template, there is no need for me to mention the resources in correct order. The infrastructure as a code, which is ARM template, will provision the resources in the correct order. And all the resources will be provisioned in parallel. Unlike the CLI tools, wherein the resources will be provisioned in serial, whenever we use infrastructure as a code, the resources will be deployed in parallel. If I wanted to create 50 instances of the same resources, all the 50 instances are created at the same time. So this is the difference between serial and parallel. So when you use infrastructure as a code, the resources will be deployed in parallel. Let us see what are the benefits of ARM templates. Deploy Azure infrastructure declaratively. Declare what resources you wanted to deploy. Use the same code for development or test environment in consistent manner. Azure Resource Manager orchestrates the deployment of interdependent resources so they are created in the correct order. Even if you have not mentioned in a correct sequence of order of the resources, ARM template is going to create these resources in a correct order. We will be able to break the templates into smaller, understandable, easy to read code so others don't have to worry looking at the code. We will be able to nest these modular templates. Along with the code, we can easily include PowerShell scripts or CLI scripts. Since ARM template uses JSON language, you need to define all your resources and variables in JSON format. If you are not coming from a coding background, it will be very complex to understand the JSON format, because of which Microsoft has developed another tool called as Bicep. Let us see what Bicep is. Bicep is a domain-specific language, also called as DSL. Bicep is simplified to use with ARM templates. It is not complex as JSON template. It is very easy. If you understand basics of Bicep, not like JSON, you will be able to deploy the resources very easily. Using Bicep, it is very easy if you understand the basics. Platform. It is specific to Azure Cloud Services. Let us see what are the benefits of Bicep. Bicep will support all the preview and general available versions for Azure services. Bicep uses simple syntax compared to JSON template. Bicep files are more concise and easier to read. We don't require programming languages to understand the Bicep. Like ARM template, we can use the same code for development and test environment in a repeatable manner. We will be able to deploy all the resources using single command instead of multiple commands using Bicep. Resource Manager orchestrates the deployment of interdependent resources so they are created in correct order. We can break the Bicep code into manageable parts by using modules. These modules deploy set of related resources. If I wanted to use the Bicep, there is a Bicep CLI which I wanted to install. So this is available for Windows, Linux, and also for the Mac operating system. So I need to install the Bicep CLI on these platforms, and I need to install Azure CLI or Azure PowerShell. I can even add an extension if I am using the Visual Studio Code. There is an extension for the Bicep. Bicep is an open source. So this is an open source language. We can install the extension for the Bicep using VS Code. Then we will be able to use the VS Code to write the Bicep template. Bicep is not complex as ARM template. We need to understand basics of Bicep to deploy and manage resources on Azure Cloud. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Advisor. In every organization, there will be a situation for the IT team to analyze if the infrastructure is provisioned in a right method. The IT team wanted to know if the provision servers are being backed up. If there are business critical applications, IT team also wanted to know if the applications, whatever they have configured, is having HA capability or DR capability. In some of the cases, there might be a situation where the IT team would have scaled the virtual machines from 10 to, let us say, 20 virtual machines during some festival discount sale, and this has been over provisioned. This has not been scaled in. In this particular case, it is a direct impact of the cost to the company. For all these checks in Azure, there is a service which is called as Azure Advisor. So Azure Advisor is a service which will give the score based on cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, performance. And this is a free service. Let us see how the Azure Advisor will work. Let us say we have our environment. We have resources which we have provisioned. And this can be virtual machine, this can be applications, this can be virtual machine scale set, this can be storage, this can be network. So all these are all resources which we have already provisioned, and based on the configuration and the telemetry data, Azure Advisor will collect the configuration data and telemetry data. Based on the configuration and telemetry data, what Azure Advisor collects, it will give the recommendation. So it is going to give the recommendation. You can actually remediate the recommendation, whatever which is given by the Azure Advisor, or you will be able to postpone the recommendation. So you can postpone the recommendation, and if you want it, you can remediate. And also you can dismiss the remediation. When you say dismiss, when you choose the option to dismiss, so this will not be calculated in the score. And if you are choosing to remediate, you will be given an option to straight away do the remediation from the Azure Advisor itself. You can actually postpone the recommendation, whatever Azure Advisor gives. So basically, the Azure Advisor is going to collect the configuration data and telemetry data to give you the recommendation. And these recommendations are categorized into high impact, medium impact, and low impact. Let us go to the notes. The recommendations are available via the Azure portal and the API. You will be able to set up the alerts if there is any new recommendation which is provided by Azure Advisor. Azure Advisor displays the personalized recommendation for all your subscription. You will be able to filter the subscription, resource group, or even the service level. There are 5 categories based on which Azure Advisor will provide the recommendation. It will be reliability, security, performance, operational excellence, and even the cost. In this particular case, we have provisioned the virtual machines. We have over provisioned the virtual machines during some sale, and we have not scaled in. Because we have not scaled in, we are paying additional cost for 10 virtual machines. This is direct implication of the cost. Let me tell you something. If you are taking up next level of certification like Azure Architect and Azure Design, these 5 categories are nothing but the 5 pillars of cloud architect. These are the 5 pillars of cloud architecture. Any design you will be doing, you will decide on these 5 pillars for your infrastructure. So your design will be validated based on these 5 categories whenever you do any design on the cloud infrastructure. When Azure Advisor provides you the recommendation for reliability, it is used to ensure and improve the continuity of your business critical applications. Let us say if you have deployed your virtual machines or services, this recommendation for reliability will ask you to ensure that the VMs are deployed in availability zones. And the recommendation for security is used to detect threats and vulnerabilities that might lead to security breaches. Recommendation of performance is used to improve the speed of your application. Let us say if you have deployed your web application in a basic tier, Azure Advisor may recommend you to move this web application to a standard tier or premium tier to improve the performance of the web application. Operational excellence. This is for recommending to use new version of API, upgrade to latest software, use analytics, and it can also recommend to use the Azure Monitor as well. A recommendation for cost is used to optimize and reduce your overall Azure spending. So let us see the Azure Advisor dashboard. So this is how the Azure Advisor dashboard will look like. And we have the 5 categories: reliability, security, and performance. Based on the score and impact, we will be able to remediate. So these are the recommendation what it is giving. There are 31 recommendation for security here. There are 4 recommendation for reliability, and it is also telling you that there are 122 impacted resources. If we are going to remediate 4 recommendation, then all these impacted resources will be remediated. We can also see the category of the impact. There is a medium impact over here, and here also we can see there is a medium impact. For operational excellence, we see there is 1 recommendation, and for cost, there is a 3 recommendation over here. If I am going to select one of the category out of 5 categories, so now I am into reliability. I can select cost, security, reliability, operational excellence, performance in the Azure Advisor. Now I am selecting reliability option over here. Under reliability, you will be able to see there is high impact, medium impact, and low impact. And we will be able to see the description of the resources which has high impact. And if I click this detail here, I'll be able to remediate the recommendation provided by Azure Advisor. Whenever Azure Advisor provides the recommendation, you can either remediate, postpone, or you can dismiss. So this was an overview about Azure Advisor. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Service Health. We know that the services, whatever we are deploying, will be deployed in a particular region. These services are dependent on the infrastructure which is provided by Azure Cloud. If there is any incident or any outage or any issues on the Azure cloud infrastructure, we wanted to know the status of the Azure infrastructure. So we have deployed our resources onto the Azure cloud. If there is any outage, it can be any issues. So we wanted to know what is the status of the infrastructure. There are three main categories. One is Azure status, service health, and resource health. So these are the three main categories for Azure Service Health. Azure status will provide the information of the services globally. The overall status of Azure global infrastructure will tell you the health of all services across all the Azure regions. For widespread impact, check Azure status. It can be a CrowdStrike or it can be storage. It can be a storage account issue. There could be a possibility of undersea cable connection. So basically, Azure status will tell you the status of the Azure global infrastructure. If there is any outage, if there is any issues on the Azure cloud side, you need to check Azure status. Service Health will provide a narrower view of Azure services and regions. It focuses on the Azure services and regions which you are using. So Azure status will provide the information irrespective of the resources and services where you have deployed. So it is going to provide the information for all the regions. Whereas Service Health will provide the information about the region specific to your resources. If you have deployed your resources in East US, say you have deployed virtual machine, you have deployed storage account, you have deployed your web application. Service Health will tell you what is the status of your region, this particular region where you have deployed the resources. Service Health Experience knows which services and resources you currently use. So basically, the Service Health will understand what are the services, what are the resources which you are using, and in which region you are currently using these services. You can even set up Service Health alerts to notify you when there is a issues. Service Health is a good place to check if there are any planned maintenance activities happening or any outages which has caused your applications or services to go down. So you can come and check the Service Health if there is any issues about the services which you have deployed or if there is any issues for the region itself. Let us see what is Resource Health. Resource Health is a tailored view of your actual resources. So in Azure status, we know what is the status of Azure Global Infra. So this is for global infrastructure. So Service Health, we can check if there is any issues related to services and regions where your services are deployed. And Resource Health is specific to your services what you have deployed. It can be the virtual machine, it can be the web application, it can be the storage account. So Resource Health is basically specific to your resources what you have deployed. It can be like the virtual machine has gone into the power off state. By using Azure Status, Service Health, Resource Health, Azure Service Health gives you a complete view of your Azure environment, all the way from the global infrastructure to the services what you have deployed. Additionally, historical alerts are stored and accessible for later review. There is a picture of Azure Status. In this picture, we can see we have multiple geographic location. One of the location is Americas. In Americas, we have multiple regions and each region is provided with different color code. If it is green, then it will be good. If there is any information alert, then it is going to provide the informational alert. If there is any warning, then it will be showing in the amber. And if there is any critical issues for that particular region, it will be shown in red, which is critical. We have the picture of resource health. If there is any issues related to your resources, so these resource health is specific to your resources what you have deployed in a particular region. It can be any resource. It can be virtual machine, it can be web application, it can be virtual network, it can be any resource. It is going to tell you what is the status of the resources what you have deployed. The status can be available, unavailable, unknown, and degraded. There seems to be an issue with one of the virtual machine and it has been resolved. Resource health watches your resources and tells you if it is running as expected. There is also another picture of the resource health. We can see here the status of one of the virtual machine is unavailable. This is because of Azure compute infrastructure. So there was a problem with the Azure compute infrastructure because of which your virtual machine what you have deployed, it is not working as expected. So these information status will be available, unavailable, unknown, and degraded. In resource health, you will see one of these messages. And it is going to provide the status for each of the message. What exactly has caused the issue and what is the status of your services. I'm into the Azure status web portal itself. In the current impact page, you will be able to see if there is any current impact or any outages on any of the region. You can select refresh and select 2 minutes or 5 minutes to refresh the status. If I wanted to check for any particular geography, if I select America, you will see there are multiple regions in America. And if I wanted to check any of the services for East US or Central US or West US location, I can check for specific services like function. If the function is available in East US location or Central US or West US, I'll be able to check these services. If I have deployed some of the services and if it is not working properly or if there is any issues for the services what you have deployed, you can come and check the status of the services. From here, if you see, let us say if you have deployed virtual machine in East US location and if there is any issues related to virtual machine in your region, you can come and check here. You can come to this Azure status portal and you will be able to see the information related to Azure cloud infrastructure. Let us say I have deployed my storage account in East US region. So this is the East US region. I wanted to use the service health to find out if there is any issues for East US. I can filter for East US. I will remove all. I can filter for East US. And it is going to tell me no active service issues. And if it is in blue, then it is good. It is normal. If I wanted to check for particular service, since I am using storage account, I can select the storage account. Like this, you will be able to filter for specific region and specific services. And also you can create an alert. If you wanted to create an alert, you can create alert here. If I go back to service health, I can check for my specific resources which I have deployed. I can select resource health. Once you select the resource health, you can select the subscription and you can select the resource type. Since I have created only the storage account, I can select the storage account. If you have created any other resources like virtual machine or virtual network, VPN, SQL, service bus, you can select those resources. So I have created only storage account. I have select the storage account, and it is going to provide me the status of the storage account. If I click on the storage account itself, it will tell if there was any issues and what is the issue. So I have created this storage account. It is available since the time I have created. I have created the storage account today. So from today, there is no issues. The status will be available, unavailable, unknown, or degraded. So you will find these status. So this is how you will be able to use the Azure status and Azure Service Health and also Azure Resource Health. So in summary, Azure Service Health, we have three main categories: Azure Status, Service Health, Resource Health. Azure Status will tell you the information about the global infrastructure. Service Health will tell you the information about the services where you have deployed. And Resource Health is going to provide you the information about the resources. It is specific to the resources what you have deployed. In this topic, we'll discuss about Azure Monitor. Monitoring is a critical process for any organization. Monitoring will collect the data from different resources and tells if the resources are normal or if it is degraded, which is very important for different IT teams to know the status of the resources. So we have monitoring, and it is going to collect the data, which can be telemetry data and it can be log data. There are different IT teams. They wanted to know the status of the resources which they have deployed in their infrastructure. Based on the status, let us say if CPU is greater than 70%, memory is greater than 50%, they wanted to know the status and they can take the action. So which is why monitoring is very important. When it comes to the on-prem environment, we have monitoring tools like Splunk, Nagios, HP OpenView, and Tivoli. So these are the very popular and robust tools which is used for the on-prem infrastructure monitoring purpose. With the help of Azure Monitor, we collect the data and we will be able to analyze the data. We will be able to visualize the data, what we have collected, and we can take actions on the collected data. We have the Azure Monitor diagram here, and on the left, we see the source. So these are the source from where the data will be collected. It can be applications, workload, infrastructure, Azure platform. Azure Monitor is not only used for Azure Cloud. We can collect the data from on-prem. We can also collect the data from multi-cloud. So we can collect the log data, telemetry data from Azure Cloud, from on-prem environment, and even from the multi-cloud environment. So on the left-hand side, we have different data sources: application, workload, infrastructure, platform, and we can add custom sources. So from different data sources, we are collecting the data. We are collecting the log data. We are collecting the metric data at different layers. It can be from network layer. It can be at the operating system layer. It can be at application layer. At network layer, there can be link down issue. There can be port down issue. There can be hardware issues. At the operating system layer, there can be service stopped. The CPU of one of the virtual machine or physical server might be high. So these are the metrics and logs which is being collected by different layers. And we need to store the collected data. We use data platform to store all the data which has been collected from different sources. So we collect metrics, we collect log, we collect the traces. We will also collect the activity log, which will determine the changes which has been done on the resources. So all these logs, traces, metrics, everything will be stored in a central location, which will be your log analytics workspace. Once the logs are collected and stored, then we use different tools to analyze the data. We use application insights, we use workbooks, dashboard, Power BI, Grafana, and also we use Metric Explorer, Log Analytics to query the data what we have collected. And in case if there is any action which needs to be taken, based on the alert, we will be able to take the action. We can also integrate with different tools and services based on the logs what we have collected. So we have the logs collected. We can integrate with different tools and services. So we can integrate with services like function. We can integrate with logic apps, import export, APIs, Azure DevOps. We can integrate with tools like GitHub, managed partner tools. We can also integrate with ITSM tools like Remedy and ServiceNow. So once an alert is triggered, the IT team will take necessary action. The alert can also be sent to SMS, it can be sent to email, it can be sent to SMS, it can be sent as a push notification to application. We can also send the alert message as a voice call. And also we can take necessary action based on the alert. If the alert is based on the metric, if the CPU usage is more than 70% of virtual machine scale set, then we can add the virtual machines. So basically we are responding to an alert to automatically scale the virtual machines. Some monitoring data is automatically collected. These data are platform metrics. So platform metric is automatically collected. Metric for CPU, memory, disk, network. So these are the metrics of platform. And activity log is also automatically collected. Activity log is basically the change of the resources. If there is any action which has been performed on the resources, those actions will be logged under activity log. So this will be collected automatically, and also the logs related to Entra ID. These logs are basically the Microsoft Entra ID logs related to the Azure tenant, user and group creation, deletion. So those activities are also logged for Microsoft Entra ID. And these are the logs which will be automatically collected. Let us see what is Azure Log Analytics. Azure Log Analytics, it is a tool in Azure to query logs from the data collected by Azure Monitor. So we query the logs collected from the Azure Monitor. With Log Analytics, we can do both simple and complex queries, and also we can do data analysis. We can also analyze the logs to match criteria, identity trends, analyze patterns, and provide various insights. To use the log analytics tool to query and analyze the data, what we have collected, so we need to have something called as log analytics workspace. So this is the place where the data is stored. All your log data will be stored here from different sources. It can be from Azure Cloud, it can be from on-prem environment, it can be from multi-cloud environment. So whatever data we have collected, it will be stored in log analytics workspace. On the data, we can do the query and analysis. We can query the log for a particular time range. We can query the logs for different criteria. We can also do simple or very complex query on the logs what we have collected. We can write an advanced query to perform statistical analysis and visualize the result in a chart. So we can visualize the result in the chart format. So whatever data we have queried. So basically the log analytics is a tool using which we will be able to query the logs what we have collected. Let us see Azure Monitor Alerts. Alerts are automated way to stay informed. We set the alert condition and notification actions. Azure Monitor will notify when an alert is triggered. These alerts which are triggered can be sent to email, SMS, push notification, or it can be sent as a voice call also. Depending on the configuration, we can use Azure Monitor to attempt corrective action as well. So in this picture, we see there is a subscription, there is a resource group which has been filtered, and we have filtered for past 1 hour for the time range, and we have 29 alerts. Smart group are nothing but the similar set of alerts which has been triggered multiple times, and it has been grouped as a smart group. Instead of sending multiple alerts, it will be grouped into one single alert within the smart group. So there are 15 total alerts. We have also set the severity for the alert rules, and total out of 15 rules, we have enabled 13 rules. We can also trigger the alerts based on certain log events. Azure Monitor, Service Health, and Azure Advisor all use action groups to notify you when an alert has been triggered. So these are different services under Azure Cloud. All these services will use action groups to notify you when an alert has been triggered. Let us see what is Application Insights. Application Insights is an Azure Monitor feature. Earlier, Azure Monitor, Application Insights, and Log Analytics. So these were different services. Now it has been brought under one single umbrella, which is called as Monitor, which is Azure Monitor. Using Application Insight, we will be able to monitor the applications which are running in Azure on-prem environment or even in the different cloud environment. There are two different ways to set up and configure the Application Insights. We can install SDK for our application, or we can install the Application Insight agent on different programming languages. These programming languages which are supported are C#, .NET, Visual Basic .NET, Java, JavaScript, Node.js, and Python. So we will be able to install the Application Insight agent to monitor using the Application Insights. When we have installed the Application Insight agent for the applications which are running these codes, we will be able to monitor informations like request rate, response time, and failure rates, dependency rate, response time, and failure rates to show whether external services are slowing down the performance, page views and load performance reported by the user's browser. This can also be monitored. AJAX calls from web pages including rates, response times, and failure rates. User and sessions count. This can also be monitored. Performance counters such as CPU, memory, and network usage on Windows or Linux machine can also be monitored. So this was an overview about Azure Monitor. We have discussed about log analytics, Azure Monitor alerts, application insights. This was the last topic for Azure AZ-900 fundamental course. I hope this was helpful and added value to your certification preparation. Thank you for watching the video. If you like the content, please subscribe and share the video. Thank you and take care. All the best.